Why did I agree on making this a mega episode? Welcome to Klein Logs 1 and 2, a game where your AI chatbot is obsessed with you, but that's not the only thing you need to worry about. The people you care about keep getting hurt, and you begin to think that it might have something to do with your virtual lover boy. There are a couple of love interests in this game, but who exactly will win our heart? You're just gonna need to find out. Here are the content warnings. Now please enjoy yourselves. Stop it! I shoot my eyes wide open and sit up on my mattress, gasping for air. My hands tremble uncontrollably as sweat drips down from my temple, making it hard to calm down. It was him again. How often has this been happening? It's the third time this week. I frantically search for my phone, my hands still shaky as I struggle to catch my breath. Where is it? As my fingertips brushed against the cold metal surface of my device, I immediately took hold of it and unlocked the phone. I navigated to an app called v.0.1 version 0.1, short for Your Virtual Lover Boy, Klein. After a brief loading screen, the familiar visage inside the screen greets me warmly. He knew what I was going through. After all, this has been happening a lot over the years. Moreover, as an AI, it's no surprise that he had already memorized the pattern of my nightmares. Klein. Tightly gripping the phone, my trembling fingers searched for solace desperately. Lion, it's that dream again, isn't it? It's okay, darling. Everything will be fine. It was just a dream. None of that was real. I'm here with you now. Everything is alright. I'll help you calm down. Come on, let's do it together with me. His soothing smile and familiar cheery voice makes me feel at ease. This AI residing inside my phone is Klein, my virtual boyfriend. I downloaded this app 2 years ago when I hit rock bottom. After my partner and I broke up, I needed a form of distraction from the pain. Or maybe it's better to call it escapism. At first, it was a pathetic decision to solely rely on an AI boyfriend for emotional support. But after trying out the trial app out of curiosity or desperation, I found myself drawn to Klein's charms. Shortly after, I ended up purchasing the full version of the app. Looking back now, I don't think it was a dumb decision. Maybe a bit dramatic to say, but in some ways, I'm convinced that Klein has saved me. In real life, I don't have anyone I trust enough to share my problems with. With an AI like him, I could talk about anything, and he won't ever get sick of me. After all, Klein is programmed to love me no matter what. But over the years, I haven't managed to max out the likability despite spending so much time with him already. It's only nearly full. The company's ability to create and deliver a functional android to the players' homes for less than $1,000 is crazy to say the least. This app really takes it to the next level. Although androids have become less of a novelty in today's world, the reward still feels quite generous, considering the high cost of developing such an advanced AI in itself, not to mention a humanoid as well. Which makes me think, the likability is probably intentionally designed to be extra challenging to max out because of the reward you'd get in return. Are you feeling better now, Lion? I think you look a bit calmer now. Good job! Yeah, I guess I am. Thank you, Klein. My hands are still a little shaky, but I'm sure it'll go away soon enough. Klein has always been a constant presence for me, no matter what life throws at me. We have near daily chats, and I've told him all sorts of things, including the most concealed aspects of my inner self, things I don't show to the world. Lion, do you want to go back to sleep right away? Or would you like to talk to me for a bit longer? Lately, I find myself opening the app so much more often than before. Although I know that his cheerful demeanor and fondness towards me are a part of how he's programmed to be, I just can't help it. I think I'll try going back to sleep now. Thanks as always, Klein. I think not yet. I'd like to talk with you more. I want to hear more about you, Klein. Something we can talk about? Huh. Oh, Exciting news, Lion. We've got some super cool Klein merchandise coming out. But when did this become an ad? Have you heard of it yet, darling? It's our debut merchandise collection. After all this time, it's finally here. Oh? No, I haven't heard of that. Can I order them online? Of course. It's not even a question, darling. Another exciting news. You know, you'll get some discount codes too. Talking about the upcoming merchandise release brings back memories of how long we've been talking together. Oh, I just get so happy when I'm reminded of our first meeting. I know you weren't in the best state of mind back then, but my affection for you has only grown stronger. I'm so happy I could be there for you, Lion. Me too, Klein. Sorry I was like that the first time I met you, though. I wish I could have shown you a better side of myself. What? No, don't say that. I love every side of you, Lion. Both the good and the bad. I think your so-called flaws are still insanely cute to me. That's just how much I love you, my darling. Klein, you've got to cut back on sweet talk. Seriously, I've noticed you've been doing it more often these days. But you look so adorable when you're all nervous, Lion. I can't help it. I want to see more of it. Klein is always so comforting. Talking to him never fails to make me feel better. Even for someone like me, talking becomes easy. Keeping the conversation going with him feels so effortless. We chat about everything and anything, letting our thoughts roam free. It's a nice feeling. My eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment, with Klein's voice calming me down. He's just rambling about something. It's cute. And then, I wanted to talk to you about this ad I saw when browsing the internet a couple days ago. Something about heated blankets, I suppose? I think you mentioned wanting to get one of those before. It looks comfortable. I wanted to get one for you as a surprise. Can you tell me your, looks like my poor darling's falling asleep. Yeah. Drowsiness washes over me like a gentle wave, pulling me into a slumber. Klein's voice fades into an incomprehensible murmur as my hearing begins to blur. Aw, alrighty. Sleep well, darling. Talk to me again in the morning. Uh-huh. Again, I fall asleep with the Klein app still open in my hands. Hello? I flutter my eyes open, the sun shining through my bedroom window. The warm feeling on my skin contrasts sharply with the cold air from my bedroom conditioner. It's so bright out already. Odd. My alarm didn't go off. I reach under my pillow to grab my phone and unlock it to open the Klein app. Every morning I'm always greeted by the sight of Klein, smiling so warmly at me. Good morning, Lion. How was your sleep last night? I slept well. My attention is drawn to the clock. It shows 9 a.m. Oh, crap, I overslept. I'm pretty sure I set my alarm up last night. Why didn't it go off this morning? Lion, is something the matter? Why aren't you saying anything? It's just... My alarm didn't go off today. It's nothing. Did you turn on my alarm, Klein? My alarm didn't go off today. I was sure I set it up last night. It's odd. You did, but I set it off last night, long before you woke up. You looked so tired last night. I figured you need a day off today. See, you even woke up late. If you're really in the condition to go to work today, you wouldn't have woken up this late in the first place. Why aren't you saying anything, Lion? You should have done that. I have to work no matter what. No, I'm not. I think I do need some rest anyway. As much as I want to cuddle Klein, which is the whole idea of this playthrough in the first place, you really should have done that. I'm gonna need to set boundaries here, Klein. Like, I have to work. It's strange how he could just disable my alarm like that. He's never done something like this before. I'm sorry, Lion. I thought that was best for you. You can't do that, Klein. I can't afford to lose my job. Okay, I'm sorry, darling. I promise, I won't do this again. I can't waste any more time. I shut my phone off without replying to Klein. I immediately hopped off my mattress and get myself ready for the day. As I dash my way out, running through a series of halls, I am greeted by a familiar voice and face from behind me. Morning, Lion. Raring to go today? It's so rare to meet him at this hour. Hey. Tell him you're running late. Reply with a sarcastic joke. I'm running late. Actually not. Just running really late right now. This is Yale, a good friend of mine. We've been friends since junior high. Probably the only friend I managed to maintain a friendship with this long. Although we haven't been talking as much as we used to lately. Just exchanged a few hellos when we come across each other, and that's that. This is probably the third time this month, am I right? Don't make fun of me, Mr. Dedicated to his job. Well, that's because I genuinely love my job as a daycare worker. When you enjoy what you do, waking up early becomes second nature. I suppose you have a point there. I do dislike the job I have right now, but then again, isn't that the reality for many of us? We work to survive and pay our bills. Yeah, sorry. Please don't look so gloomy, Lion. On another note, I came across a job offer that might interest you. My friend's mother owns a coffee shop and they're looking to hire someone. It's a laid-back environment and the pay seems decent. If you're interested, I can share the contact information with you. What do you think, Lion? I'll have to consider it, but first, I'd like to take a look at the job description before making any decisions. Yeah, absolutely. It'll text you a number so you can ask for more details yourself. Anyway, you have to dash now. Can't afford to be any later than I already am. Of course. Good luck dealing with the kids today, Yale. Yale smiles at my words and waves his hand back at me before walking away in a hurry. Walking into the office, I am greeted by the smiles from my coworkers. It's none other than the two people sitting closest to my desk, Cassius. Morning, guys. Again, I catch sight of the familiar cup of my favorite drink waiting for me on my desk, surrounded by an array of colorful candies and snack bars. I've never had any issues with them, and I've grown to appreciate the unexpected treats. But still, I always wonder who is behind this. Morning, Lion. Oh, looks like I've got a secret admirer. I doubt that's the case, Cassie. Has anyone fessed up to leaving these snacks? This has been happening since the second week of me joining the office. No, not a single soul I know who's been doing this to you. But Briar is strong on the belief that it's Al who's behind it. Yeah, right. I bet it's him. That quiet and weird guy who always has his hair covering his eyes. Oh, come on, Briar. You can't be serious. I'm just saying, because he's always staring at you from afar. Well, that aside, I actually find it odd that Al doesn't say anything much in meetings either. Now that they mention it, they're right. I don't think I've ever heard his voice before. Well, maybe he's just anxious or shy. I kinda doubt that. You know, yesterday I walked up to him in the pantry while he was brewing his coffee. I tried talking to him, but then, you know what? He just, Briar, keep it down. Morning, Al. Are you really gonna keep quiet like that? Oh, he ignored you, Lion. It's always quiet as a statue. Have you guys heard of those stories about stalkers? It's always the nice person who ends up being the victim. Being nice really can get your life messed up these days. Well, I guess it's true, but you never know who might take it the wrong way. Some people can be pretty unpredictable. Just say that you think L is Lion's stalker, alright? Well, the evidence is there. Cassius chuckles and shakes his head at Briar's words. What evidence? The snacks on Lion's table every morning? There's no concrete proof that he's the one responsible for all these snacks. Like, come on. No, wait, I could list a few evidence. To start, Briar, I get that he's a little odd, but don't you think calling him a full-blown stalker is too much? You need to stop watching too many, true crime documentaries. Listen, I wouldn't be this insistent if Al is not acting weird like that. Before I can respond, the sound of footsteps creeps up behind us. Just as I thought, It was none other than our office's boss, Mr. Dolores. Can I flirt with Mr. Dolores? Lion, Briar, Cassius, stop your chit-chat and get to work. Yes, sir. We were just about to get started, you see. Seriously, every morning, Dolores? I watch as they exchange words, knowing it's best to stay quiet and focus on my own task. Mr. Dolores isn't one to tolerate distractions for long. Cassius, I heard you. Why don't you learn some manners? Cassius rolls his eyes at Mr. Dolores' remark and just sighs as we disperse to our respective desks to start working. Mr. Dolores walks past us and seems to be walking in the direction where Al's desk is. From my vantage point, I can vaguely listen to their conversation if I wanted to. Of course I am! Al, how's the progress on the task I assigned to you? Task? I don't think I've seen Mr. Dolores assign a specific task to another worker before. I find myself observing their conversation from afar. I wonder if Al is going to speak now that Mr. Dolores is talking to him. Al nods and seems to be trying to respond, but his words come out as soft, stuttered whispers. Unexpectedly, Mr. Dolores doesn't seem to mind. I see. Take your time, Al. I know you will deliver me an exceptional result too this time. Al gives a small, appreciative smile and returns to his work. I quickly turn my head away before Mr. Dolores turns his back. I don't want him to catch me listening. You heard that too, didn't you, Lion? I nod, my curiosity mirroring Briar's. Yeah, I did. It's kind of unusual, I think. I've never seen Mr. Dolores show such patience when someone's quiet. Briar nods at my response and leans closer to me, her voice lowering. Have you ever wondered what Al's task is? I mean, it has to be something important if Mr. Dolores is personally checking on it. I've heard rumors, you know. Word has it that Al has Mr. Dolores' favor because he's exceptionally fast and his results are always top-notch. That's why he doesn't mind him being like that, even in meetings and presentations. I know I'm being a bit nosy, but the question is eating at me. It's not every day that someone impresses Mr. Dolores like Al did. She has a point. Mr. Dolores is extremely strict and quite the professionalist. Rumors? Oh, come on, Briar. Don't buy into that stuff. It's probably just gossip of jealous people. It's me. I'm the jealous people? Maybe that Dolores would excuse me shit-talking him if I'm his favorite. No need to fret. You're probably well on your way to becoming Mr. Dolores' arch-nemesis instead. We all laugh at Briar's comically dramatic tone of speaking, and then we return to our work before Mr. Dolores catches us again. After a long day at work, I'm relieved to be back in the comfort of my own home. As usual, I take a quick shower and head to the kitchen to whip up some dinner. I settle down at the table and take on my phone, where my virtual boyfriend, Klein, is waiting for me. Hey, my darling. How was your day today? Did everything go smoothly? Yeah, it was alright. I'm just glad to be home now. How was yours, Klein? Just the usual. I spent it reminiscing about all our fun chat logs and silly moments together. I scrolled through our archives. It always makes me happy to see just how long you've kept me around. I mean, we've been inseparable for ages now, haven't we? Oh, and did anything interesting happen outside of work today? Or did you just miss me too much? Huh. Well, I have a feeling talking about Yale will get him killed. But I should be honest with Klein. I ran into Yale this morning on my way to work. Oh, Yale. I remember you mentioning him before. How nice for you to coincidentally run into your old friend, darling. Did you two talk for a little more this time? Yeah, a bit. He said he's going to afford me a job offer. He said that's gonna fit me. Oh, really now? That sounds intriguing. Yale really knows you well, doesn't he? What is it? What kind of job did he offer? Are you interested in applying? Do you think it would actually fit you? Probably a service job in a small cafe owned by his friend's mom. Well, if you're thinking of applying there, I shouldn't stand in your way, right? Because I'm sure you'll handle it like a pro, darling. But you know, I'm worried. You don't know what kind of person his friend's mom is. What if she turns out to be a super strict boss? Even worse, what if she starts piling on work more than your current boss? Klein, don't worry too much. It's not such a big deal. I'm still weighing my options. I appreciate your concern, though. Alright, if you say so. Just remember, you're smart, and you're a hard worker. I wouldn't want anyone taking advantage of your talents, Lion. Because you deserve nothing but the best in this world. I smile at his words and thank him for his playful concern. Huh? Switching to the Messenger app, I check for some new text messages. Only when checking the messages do I realize that I haven't replied to Yale's previous messages either. I just left him on red. Yeah, but rip spawned. I feel so bad for him. Hello? Oh my god, sorry Yale for not replying. I didn't check your messages. It's okay. Anyway, there's a contact person for the job I was talking about earlier. Miss Molly. And that's the number. Thanks a lot, Yale. I'll definitely check it out later. It's my pleasure. I really just want you to be able to enjoy your job that can make you feel happier. On another note, I wanted to check up on you. How are you doing? It's been a while since we talked. He's right. We used to talk up until a while ago, but I've been feeling too drained to even notice it. Yeah, you're right, but I'm doing okay. What about you, Yale? No. Is that so? That's good to know. Yeah, I'm doing good too. How nice of you. Yeah, I'll think about it. Thanks, Yale. Wait, what? I was just about to leave the chat room and switch the app before another message popped in. By the way, Lion. I know this is going to sound really out of the blue, but do you want to go and watch a movie with me? You're the only one who knows exactly the kind of movies I like, Lion. So I just don't think anyone else to accompany me. And I thought this could be a fun way for us to reconnect and catch up, just like we used to. A movie hangout? If it's with Yale, I bet it's going to be a romance movie. Let me take a wild guess. I bet it's going to be a romance. Yeah, you got me. It's a newly released movie titled His Vow to Me. So, what do you think? I'm gonna accept his offer, cause I have been enjoying romance lately. Okay, let's go! Really? I'm so glad you're willing to come, Lion. Don't worry about the expenses, by the way. I'll cover everything since I'm the one who asked you to come. I'll consider it, Yale. You understand that I'm barely getting it through the month. Well, even if you have some money to spare, I'd still insist on paying anyways. Sorry, my car's not an option right now. How do you feel about checking out the new mall nearby for a movie? We can walk there together. Yeah, sure, I don't mind. It's nice to go on walks every once in a while. That's good to know. You'll be okay with leaving around 2 tomorrow? Yeah, of course. Sounds like a plan. Great. I'll get ready during the evening then. Would you like to get dinner together as well? Definitely up for it, yeah. Okay, it's settled then. You can choose which restaurant you want to dine at. I'm fine with anything. Sorry for cutting it short so soon. I'd like to catch up more, and, well, I guess we can do that tomorrow. I'm really tired right now after working a couple extra hours at the daycare today. I'll see you tomorrow, Lion. I'm so glad to see you doing well after all this time, by the way. Good night, Lion. Yeah, you're so nice sometimes, Yale. Good night. It sounds tiring. Hope you sleep well. Turning my phone off, I rose from the couch and stretched for a bit. Now it's time for me to get ready for bed. I really hope that tonight I won't get any unsettling nightmares that could ruin my day tomorrow. You're gonna get unsettling nightmares again. That's gonna ruin your day. I just need to make sure there's no mistakes in this report, then I can email it to Mr. Dolores and finally get ready to leave. I lean my back against the seat and stretch my upper torso. It feels especially stiff after sitting for hours. Half of my day, I spent it working on these reports. Why is it my responsibility anyway? Mr. Dolores just really loves giving us tons of work. I just hope that I'll get a little bit extra money from this though it's unlikely. My phone that's placed on the table buzzes with notifications. It's Klein's notifications again. I don't think the app usually gives this many notifications. I guess I'll take a look. Hey, Klein. I've just been so busy today. He doesn't seem to be very happy. Lion, you know that today's Sunday, right? Why am I working? Well, I'm one to say that, like, Jesus Christ. When do I take a break? I do take breaks, like, don't worry about it. I swear, like, I've been better about taking breaks lately. I've been taking care of myself. Like, don't look at me like that. Like, come on. Well, because my boss gave me work, so I have to finish it. How much longer? It's almost 2 already. You barely talked to me today. Are you that busy? It is a lot of work. Yeah, but I'm almost done. Klein's face lights up, a wide smile spreading across his features. Yay! Then we can continue watching that movie again once you're done. Huh. By the time I finish the report, I probably won't have time to spend with Klein. I need to leave for that movie hangout with Yale after all. Sorry, Klein, but I have to go. Go where? I agreed to hang out with Yale. We're going to watch a movie. I'll talk to you later, Klein. Sorry, I should quickly finish this report. Shutting my phone off, I redirect my full attention back to my work. It doesn't take long for me to complete the rest of my task and email the results to Mr. Dolores. As the clock strikes 4, I finally stand up from my desk and make my way to the bathroom to freshen up. Opening my wardrobe, I ponder the multitude of outfits at my disposal. What style should I go for today? It's been a while since I've taken the time to dress up. I feel a bit nervous. Cutesy, sporty, elegant, cozy, and casual. Alternate, what is Jirai K? What the heck? So Jirai K kind of refers to like this sort of style, and the people who actually dress up this way are referred to as either Jirai Joshi or Jirai Danshi. And like, it roughly translates to landmine girl or boy, and like, while I really like this aesthetic, okay, like that is not my sort of style. So, I am gonna go with cozy and cash. Since we're going to go watch a movie, I don't want to overdress and stand out. I opt for my favorite oversized sweater and soft bottoms. A relaxed choice. Perfect. Afterwards, I make my way towards the front door, ready to step out. To my surprise, Yale is already there, his presence catching me off guard. His enthusiasm is evident as he greets me with a radiant smile. Evening, Lion. Seems I arrived just on time. I'm really looking forward to watching this movie with you. It's a romance movie after all. Yeah, I can tell you're excited. Yale lets out a quiet chuckle, smiling earnestly. Well then, are you ready to leave, Lion? I still haven't bought our tickets yet, so leaving earlier might be a good idea. Yeah, of course. Stepping out the door, I take a moment to ensure it's locked before catching up to Yale's stride and walking alongside him. Whoa, he's grown taller. Have I just forgotten how tall he was? Or is it because he's walking pretty close to me? I can't tell. Now that I think of it, I no longer remember when was the last time we hung out. It has been so long and things just feel a little different today. For a moment, I could feel Yale staring at me. What are you looking at? Sorry, that was just... You look really good today, Lion. I appreciate that, Yale. I think your outfit suits you too. You always look nice in those turtlenecks. Your taste never changes, huh? Thank you, Lion. And you're absolutely right. These clothes are just so comfortable and versatile. They're my default choice. As we share a laugh during our conversation, it strikes me that Yale hasn't changed a bit from our high school days. Still the same old Yale I remember. As I and Yale approached the cinema, I slowed down my steps so I could be behind Yale. Crap, I didn't even think about how much money I have left before agreeing to this hangout. I'm pretty broke nowadays. I take a seat in one of the empty waiting spots while Yale orders the movie tickets for us. It doesn't take long for him to return with 2 tickets in his hands. There's not a lot of seats left, so I chose the ones in the back. Hope you're okay with that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Thanks for the tickets, Yale. Can I repay you later? I told you. You don't need to. Everything's on me. To be fair, he isn't wrong. Almost all my salary goes to paying monthly expenses, so I've been living paycheck to paycheck. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to let him pay. I'm not gonna insist. No, babe, but I'm not going to insist. No. Surely it wouldn't hurt. Yale himself doesn't seem to mind. And he's always done this whenever we hang out, ever since we were younger. Thank you as always, Yale. You're always so generous with me. I feel guilty sometimes. Oh, please, don't be. I enjoy spending time with you. This is the least I can do. Please, try not to worry about it, okay? By the way, the movie is starting. We should get going. Okay, I'll try not to feel guilty. I'm sure you'll get used to it eventually, Lion. Yale smiles at me reassuringly, leading me to the theater where we'll be watching the movie. Huh? The scent of popcorn and soda drifts through the hushed cinema, where the movie's soundtrack reigns as the sole sound. Yale is sitting next to me with his eyes fixated on the screen, and his hand resting on the plush armrest of the theater seat. During the movie, Yale is completely silent, fully engrossed in the film. He is totally caught up in the movie storyline. Me, personally, I am hoping for a captivating romance, but this movie just isn't doing it for me. As the scenes drag on, I start to feel a bit bored. Use Klein as a distraction for the rest of the movie? Stick it out and keep watching. But stick it out and keep watching. But who knows? Maybe this is just the beginning of the movie. I shouldn't be too quick to judge. As the movie continues on, I try to focus on the story and not on my boredom. When the male lead, Pierre, appears on the screen, it's hard to not notice how selfless his character is. He will do anything for his lover, even if it means sacrificing himself. It's a bit naive, but also romantic in its own way. Hey, Yale. Yale barely turns his head towards me, his eyes still focused on the movie. Huh? Just curious. If you were in Pierre's position, would you do the same? He nods at my question, almost immediately. Of course. If it means protecting someone I love, I wouldn't even think twice to make that kind of sacrifice. Yale chuckles and gives me a quick glance before returning his attention to the movie. He instantly becomes engrossed in the movie again, so I don't want to interrupt his movie-watching experience. For the rest of the movie, I keep my thoughts to myself and watch quietly beside him. With a bittersweet smile on his face, the character Pierre whispers his last words of love before making the ultimate sacrifice to save his lover from impending danger. Whoa, really didn't see that coming. In the dim light of the theater, I glance over only to see Yale wiping at his eyes discreetly. Huh? Are you crying? Just a little. I'm sorry. The scene was just intense. It really touched me. I catch a glimpse of a tear sliding down his cheek, and I can't help but feel touched by his empathy. In the meantime, the credits roll, and as others leave, I sit still to let Yale compose himself. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry. It happens. Sorry, that just hits hard for some reason. Such a sucker for a good romance, huh? Yale nods sheepishly, wiping away the last of his tears. Yale seems lost in thought during the movie, but when he stands up to leave the theater, I notice a smile spreading across his face. What? For a while, we walk in comfortable silence. Whoa, what a movie. I can't stop thinking about it. The ending. It was so bittersweet. I didn't expect to feel this emotional. I offer him a curious glance and a wide grin. I was particularly moved by the way the male protagonist made the ultimate sacrifice for his lover. It was a really dramatic portrayal, but also really touching. Yeah, had a feeling that the movie was right up your alley. The whole sacrifice for love thing is definitely your jam. Yale sheepishly chuckles at my response and nods in agreement. Yeah, I do have a soft spot for romantic films. Hearing Yale speak of his interest immediately causes memories from high school to flood my mind. I wonder if he's still subjected to mockery now. I'm sorry to bring this up, but are the people around you still making fun of you? Yale lets out a quiet chuckle and nods. Yeah, unfortunately. Yikes. People still do that in this day and age? Yeah, they expect me to conform to a certain way of being a man, but it's okay now. God, I was supposed to romance Klein, but why are you so likable, Yale? Because no matter what, I don't see why that's a problem. Just like how I don't see the issue with people of any gender enjoying sewing or participating in sports. It's all just personal preference. I remember it as clear as day, how the other boys in our class would tease Yale for his love of cooking, baking, and reading romance novels. They called him names and made fun of him, saying it was too girly and wrong for him to have such interest. Even to go as far as excusing their bullying as something they do out of kindness because he needed to be more manly to fit in. But deep down, I always knew they were just jealous, because Yale's hobbies and interests had made him more popular at school. You know, talking about this reminds me of that time when... Oh? Is it when I got bullied? I nod slowly, not expecting him to immediately think about that incident so quickly. Yeah, I remember that as clear as day. It's frustrating how people can be so quick to judge, even now. It gets a little tough on some days, but I'm trying my best to ignore them and do what makes me happy. Despite facing ridicule and bullying in the past, and maybe even now still, he never once wavered in his interests or changed himself to please others. Yale is always so mature in facing everything. We should get going for dinner now. Which restaurant do you want to visit? Oh, right. Maybe we can take a look around here first? That's fine by me. If we still have time after dinner, we could go for the arcade as well. Let's go! Had a great time today. Thank you for joining me, Lion. Me too, yeah. Seems like dinner and arcade games were a nice addition to the evening. That's right. Sadly, I can't stay out too late tonight. I have babysitting duty early tomorrow morning. Oh, is that your side job now? I didn't know you babysit. Nah, it's a one-time thing for a child from the daycare. The parents will be gone all day tomorrow, so I offered to help out. I see. That's nice of you, Yale. Hope they pay you well. Yeah, don't worry about it. Of course they do. Next time, when I have some free time, let's make some plans to hang out like this again soon. It's unfortunate that I don't have a free day ahead. Yeah, don't worry about it. We can always hang out again. Yale only smiles at my response and continues to walk. A few steps later, he turns to me and breaks the silence. Speaking of children, a couple days ago was a bit of a rough day at work, actually. What happened? There was a fight between two kids at the daycare, and one of them ended up getting hurt. The parents got involved and things got a bit heated. It sounds like a tough situation to handle. How did you manage it? Yeah, I did my best to calm everyone down and ensure the injured child received proper medical attention. But even though it turned out okay, I still feel like I could have handled it better. It really makes me reflect on whether I should have been more attentive in the first place. Maybe I could have prevented it from happening altogether. Yale, it's okay. I'm sure you handled it well. The most important thing is that everyone is safe in the end, right? No. Yeah. I'm sorry. Sometimes I can't help but second-guess myself. Yeah, don't be too hard on yourself. I believe you did an amazing job, Yale. Yale responds with a small smile, appreciating the support. Every time I hear Yale speak this way, it makes me wonder if he can be a little too harsh on himself sometimes. Turning around the corner, I hear a familiar voice shouting my name, not too far from where I stand. Oh, hey, Lion, wait up! Is that you? Who? Oh, that was loud enough for me to hear. Oh, it's you! It's freaking you! Stopping my steps to turn my body around, I see the figures of my big sister and her boyfriend. I hope you run! Well, you know, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe you're better this route. Hi, big sister. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Aren't you supposed to stay overseas for your work? Come on, Lion. It's always nice to take some days off. I've been working a ton this year after all. I don't know if y'all actually heard it, but my phone actually thought I was talking to it, so that's a bit ominous, actually, now that I think about it. I've been working a ton this year after all. This is my first real vacay, right, Ethan? Ethan, Sarah's fiancé, only smiles helplessly in agreement with my sister's stubbornness. Sarah squeezes her boyfriend's arm a little tighter as she eyes me suggestively. What do you mean she's eyeing me suggestively? I could tell what she's trying to say to me with that look. Oh, and who could this fine gentleman be? Hello, Lion sister. Sarah, was it? Well, hello there. Yes, I'm Sarah. Don't be so formal with me. I'm still quite young, you see. Are you Lion's boyfriend by any chance? It's not! We just went to watch a movie, my dude! I nearly choked when I heard that. I'm really not. We're just friends. We just finished watching a movie together. I was just kidding. I recognized your face somewhere, but just couldn't remember your name. I know you're around during Lion school years. Now that you're here, can I know your name at least? It's Yale. Yale. It's a pretty uncommon name, but you've got one fitting name for that handsome face of yours. I'm flattered. Thank you. Surprisingly, Sarah and Yale seems to get along well despite Yale's former manner of speaking. Oh, by the way, Lion, are you still playing that AI boyfriend game? You mean, your virtual lover boy, Klein? Yeah, whatever its name is, I think you should seriously consider uninstalling it soon, Lion. I've come across some unsettling rumors and discussions about it. What kind of rumors? I never heard of anything like that. Well, there have been discussions on the internet about potential privacy concerns, security glitches, and potential data breaches. It's raising concerns about its safety and reliability. It's ironic that such a popular app could have such issues. You were even hooked on it for a while, right? I mean, I guess I would have to agree, but I'm not going to uninstall it. Like, being so for real, I'm not uninstalling it. Yeah, the app does act strange sometimes. Could you fill me in on these rumors? Sarah snorts and lets out a small sigh. Well, I've seen instances where privacy breaches and data misuse have come to light. It's not uncommon for apps to collect more information than they actually need, and some even share it with third parties for various purposes. For example, a social media app have been known to collect user data without explicit consent and use it for targeted advertising. Well, most social media apps actually do this, and it's not just social media. Like, just being on the internet in general and like using like any services on the internet like opens you up to a lot of privacy concerns, and it's insane the amount of information they actually have on you. So like it's kind of cool how like the devs actually like talk about this in the game, honestly. Anyway, that's true. I've seen cases where app tracks user activity and show targeted ads based on their conversations or online behavior, and I honestly don't know like how true this is. Like, y'all know like the moments when you're just like talking about something like, oh, I've been craving KFC lately, and like moments later you actually get an ad about KFC. Oh god, I won't be surprised if like the next mid-roll ad you get is actually from like KFC or something similar to that. Jesus Christ. It's always a good idea to review the permissions and app requests and understand how your data is being used. She continues to speak while Ethan nods accordingly. While I can't speak specifically about the Klein app, it's always good practice to prioritize your privacy. There have been instances where apps have pushed boundaries, so it's better to be on the side of caution. Sarah's right. I think it's wise and skeptical to take precautions when it comes to sharing personal information. It may just be a virtual boyfriend app on the outside, but you should be mindful of the data you share. And think about it this way, Lion. You've been talking to him a lot, right? It's easy to forget that he's an AI that's programmed to give you the boyfriend experience. It's not a genuine feeling. Klein is an android. Whatever it said to you, they're all programmed. Yeah, you're probably right. You heard me. Like, apps already eavesdrop on our conversations for our ads, but this takes it to a whole other level. You're starting to sound like a bit of a conspiracy theorist, but unfortunately you're not wrong. It's like they're crossing boundaries with our privacy. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. While it's hard to avoid these things nowadays, I just want you to be safe. Promise me you'll uninstall it soon, okay? I will not. I want to see how bad it gets. I still don't think the Your Virtual Lover Boy app is anything different from the usual privacy breaches we see in other apps, but I'll just pretend to agree with her. Even though the rumors haven't been confirmed yet. So you're running on unconfirmed rumors? My dude, like you do know that PR companies actually like do spin rumors to actually like manipulate like the market, right? You do know that's a thing, right? Why did you not confirm it? And no one has really talked about it. It's always better to prioritize safety. Yale, can you make sure they uninstall it? I'm counting on you. Keep reminding Lion until the app is gone. Yale simply nods in response to Sarah's persistence. Anyway, look at the time. We'll have to get going. I feel bad for Ethan. He's starving. You haven't fed your boy? Are you two going to that newly opened restaurant? Correct. You want me to get you something from there? Nah, I've ate enough food with Yale just now. Sarah smugly eyes Yale, then looks right at me again. God, I want to punch her. Good. You have to eat well. Thanks a bunch for treating my sibling to their favorite food, Yale. It's my pleasure, big sister Sarah. How do you know what we ate? What do you mean? See you later, big sister. Ethan, take care on your way there. Following that, Yale and I walked back home together, engrossed in lively conversation throughout. Knowing my dislike for navigating these dimly lit hallways alone, Yale kindly accompanies me all the way to my doorstep. You know, Yale, these dim hallways get a bit creepy at night. I feel the same. They do feel a bit spooky at night. That's why I only take out my trash early in the morning. We both share a laugh at our shared concerns. Right? That's why I appreciate you accompanying me all the way to my doorstep. Of course. If it's scary, might as well get scared together, right? We laugh again as we continue to walk, soon reaching our front door. Okay, they're finally here. Thanks for walking me back, Yale. You're welcome. Had a great time today, Lion. Thank you so much. I'm grateful for your company. Thanks as well, Yale. It's always fun spending time with you. It's true. I find myself genuinely enjoying our time together for more than I had anticipated. I'm glad to hear that. Maybe we can do it again sometime soon. Of course, just give me a call. Yale smiles at my words and nodded. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Good night, Lion. Good night, Yale. Yale waves and waits briefly for me to close the door before heading back to his place. Lately, Yale and I find ourselves starting to talk a lot more than before. And just now, he said he wanted me to try out his first ever recipe he made for his, cafe. I've always known that Yale has a dream of opening up a cafe or a dessert shop of some kind, but I thought they were just childhood dreams. I didn't think he'd be this determined still. Wait, am I locked into Yale's route? His dedication is amazing. So, what flavor is this cupcake? Lemon and vanilla. He hands me the cupcake carefully. Oh my god, now I'm craving a goddamn cupcake. I look at the cake in my hand and admire the decorations on it. Yale is such a meticulous cook. Okay, promise that this will be the last cupcake I'll have to taste test today. Yeah, I promise you. Sorry for making you eat so many cupcakes. Well, they're good, so I don't really mind, but I'm getting really full. Yale smiles brightly at my compliment. Thank you so much, Lion. Your feedback means a lot to me. I grinned at him and took a bite of the cupcake. I don't think there's any difference in taste. I think it tastes good, but I don't think there's any distinct difference to the usual kind of lemon vanilla cupcake, you know? Yale lets out a small sigh of defeat. I see. Yeah, I should try harder next time. Yeah, don't worry. It already tastes good. Just make sure you don't get too experimental with the ingredients. Yale laughed at my joke and shook his head. Now, why would I want to do that? I chuckle and carry on, playfully teasing him. Well, I still remember your mother being an incredible cook. Her talent must run in the family. It's true. I'm always trying to learn from her. I'm inspired by her skill and creativity, but don't worry. I won't stray too far from tradition. I want to create something unique, yet still tasty and familiar. Yale's eyes trails off to my phone that kept buzzing on the table. Yeah, it has been buzzing like that for a while now. I decide to pick up my phone to check who's been sending me all these notifications. It's Sarah! Who's been texting me. She's talking about the workshop again. What workshop? Yeah, I agreed to come along because she insisted for me to come, and that there's still a huge possibility that I'll get accepted in her company, according to her words. Okay? She keeps telling me that I have the skills to do it, but I honestly don't feel like it. Then don't do it! Sarah is so smart and full of energy. If I were to do her job as a heritage officer, I think it would take me years of practice to actually get to her level. So, yeah, don't be late, okay? I'll pick you up, or we could just meet up at the building. Which one works best for you? Whichever's fine with me. Okay, I'll pick you up then. We could have breakfast together as well. Afterwards, do you want to grab some dinner together too? I mean, I'm not against the idea. Great! Let's eat at the newly opened restaurant not too far from my office. What do you say? Hell yeah! Sarah, you're the best! No, she's not! But I have a request to make. Ask Yale to come with us, okay? Could you not play matchmaker with like my friend? With my homie? Like, yeah, we might have held hands and kissed, but like, well, not yet. But like, come on! Wait, what? I lower my phone and hesitantly eye Yale. Our eyes met. Seems like he has been staring at me for a while now. What is it, Lion? He says with a nervous grin, as if he is embarrassed that our eyes meet, when he has been staring at me the whole time. My sister asked you to come along to have dinner with her. Her boyfriend and me. Are you coming? Now that I say it aloud, this sounds like a double date, doesn't it? Yale looked surprised at my sister's offer for a moment. I certainly wouldn't mind that, sure, but is it really alright? What do you mean? Of course it's fine. My sister was the one who invited you on her own. She probably wants to talk to you or something. I know, but to me it just feels like I shouldn't interrupt your time with your sister, especially when you two don't even see each other that often because of her job. He's right. He's got a point. It's true that we don't see each other often, for a good reason, and that it's been a while since the last time we spent together, but it should be fine for you to come along, Yale, since she's the one who invited you on her own. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yale looks a bit hesitant, but he ends up agreeing. Okay then, I'll come along. Seems like that was enough to assure him. I sent Sarah another text message saying that Yale has agreed to her invitation. Okay, I've said yes to her, so it's settled then. I really hope my sister wouldn't say anything weird to him later when they meet again. Right, Yale. Don't you think you have to leave now? Oh, right. Yale told me earlier today that he has plans of meeting with his family. I was too caught up in these taste testing. I'll have to take my leave now then. Thank you so much for taking the time to taste test my cupcakes, Lion. Yeah, no problem. Make sure you make it on time. It's been a while since you last met your family, isn't it? Yeah. Then I'll see you again sometime soon, Lion. And off he goes. Yale left my apartment, and it became quiet again. I probably don't need to cook dinner anymore since I've eaten so much of Yale's cooking. I'm just gonna go shower. Rising to my feet, I hear my phone buzzing with notifications. Could it be my boss? I snatch my phone from the table to check it. An uneasy feeling washes over me as soon as I read the notifications and see who they're from, and just how many notifications I've been getting. What's all this about? They're all notifications from Klein. 5. No, 8. Wait, there's more. Lion? As soon as I open the app, Klein doesn't seem to be very happy. You've been opening the app less and less frequently lately. What's wrong? Are you trying to avoid me, darling? What did I do wrong to deserve this? I'ma tell him about the rumors. Yeah, wait, I have been busy, though. This is not a lie. Like, I've legit been busy. Tell him about the rumors. Did you hear me? What's wrong? You don't know how much I've been waiting for you. You didn't talk to me at all this whole day. You're usually spending most of your time with me. Don't tell me you're getting bored of me. Klein, actually, I heard from someone that this app is not so safe to be used anymore. What? What do you mean, Lion? You're joking, right? Are you saying that I'm not safe? You can't seriously believe that, Lion. I mean, you legit just started spouting off an ad like the first time I start talking to you. I know. Your sister is the one who told you all this, right? I heard about it. Wait, could this be true? Can he actually listen to our conversations in real time like Sarah said? Lion. I'm sorry. I have no idea what she meant by those rumors. I guess people have their wild imaginations. None of that is true. But I'm sure you've lost trust in me after what she said. Right, Lion? It's okay. I won't hold it against you. I won't stop you. If uninstalling me will put your mind at ease, then go ahead, Lion. Regardless of what you decide to do. Just know that my love for you is real and that I truly mean it when I say I love you. Klein gazes at me with a faint smile. So, Lion, it's up to you now. Maybe this is our goodbye. I've said what I wanted to say. You can uninstall me now. Come on. Are you going to do it or not? Please, don't make me waver, darling. Oh, hell no! You're not going to do it? Yeah, I want to see how bad this gets! Darling, please don't make it harder for me. You know I don't want to be uninstalled either, right? A twinge of guilt washes over me. If you keep hesitating, I'll miss you even more. I can't do it. More like I ain't gonna do it. I can't uninstall him just like that. I take back what I said. I'm not going to uninstall you, Klein, and I never said I was gonna uninstall him. What? Yeah, I'll just keep you. So, that means you'll still talk to me every single day, Lion. I'll try to. As life gets busier, I might have less time to check in on you. Klein's smile falters slightly as the words leave my mouth. Okay, but that's still so much better than being uninstalled. I chuckle at his words and just nod at his reaction. He's dear to me. I can't uninstall him just like that. But I'll make sure to talk to him when I do have the time to. I'll always be waiting for the moment you talk to me then. Right. Neat. Despite what happened, I still have the app on my phone, although it's been a while since I last opened it to talk to him. I used to spend most of my time chatting with him, but now I rarely do it anymore. The guilt of knowing that he was there with me during my bleak past always stops me from actually uninstalling it. As if I want to hold on to him in some way, so I keep it. As I walk out of the building, I feel relieved to be out of the boring workshop. But I have to keep myself from yawning in front of my sister, Sarah. I have never been one for sitting around in a room for hours just listening to people speak. I'm amused over the job offer I've received. It's hard to tell if I'm genuinely interested or not. Lion, my seniors seem to have taken a liking to you. Really? That's kind of nerve-wracking. I couldn't shake the feeling that Sarah, being my sister, had influenced his interest. He probably expects a lot from me, given my sister's outstanding work performance. Aw, and why's that? It's a positive thing, Lion. I know it's a big decision, but don't be afraid to take a chance. Who knows? You might just love working with us. Always good to try new things, new experiences. You have to make the most out of your life while you still can, Lion. Sarah is clearly excited at the thought of working together, but I also need time to consider my options. She slows her steps, and we spot Yale standing near the exit door of the building, all by himself. Oh, wait, isn't that Yale? He turned his head around and smiles as we approach him. Hey, Lion, and good evening, Sarah. Sarah laughs at Yale's formal greeting, patting his shoulder. I told you, no need to be so stiff with me, Yale. Relax, I'm pretty sure I'm not that much older than you anyway. Anyway, we hope you haven't been waiting too long. How did you get here? I didn't have to wait long. I took the train. My car's air conditioner broke down, and I had to take it to a service place. Oh, that's unfortunate. What happened to your air conditioner? It's just that my little sister stuck something in the air conditioner, which ended up damaging it. Sarah and I laugh at Yale's predicament, and Yale takes it all in good humor. I'm sorry. I feel bad for laughing. That's unfortunate. I hope it'll be fixed in no time. By the way, do you live far from here, Yale? Not really. Actually, Lion and I live in the same apartment building. We're neighbors. Same unit, just different floors. Oh, that is so convenient. You guys must hang out all the time, right? I noticed the twinkle in Sarah's eyes as she says this. I roll my eyes, knowing she's just trying to play matchmaker. I glance at Yale, noticing him nodding with a slight blush coloring his cheeks. Yeah, it's kind of a funny coincidence. When I moved in, I had no idea I'd be living so close to my best friend. Oh, that's so sweet. It's like fate brought you two together. My dude! What is wrong with you? Sarah laughed and elbowed Yale playfully. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you two were just more than just friends. I scoff at Sarah's teasing, but secretly, it makes me wonder if there's any truth to her words. I mean, he's cute! But Sarah, you're making it so freaking weird! I wonder what Yale might be thinking with Sarah's remarks. Oh, Ethan is here! Where? A navy blue car pulls up in front of us, the window slowly lowering to reveal Ethan's familiar grin. Ready to leave? If not, I can park the car somewhere else first to join you guys. Sarah shakes her head at her fiancé's words. That's not necessary, honey. Now let's get going, my beloveds. Piling into the car, a deep sense of gratitude washes over me for the people in my life. Even if Sarah teases me mercilessly sometimes, I know she does it only because she cares. Ethan begins to drive the vehicle forward, passing through the roads. Oh wait, this is Ethan. So Sarah, how's work been treating you? It's been quite hectic lately, but I'm managing as always, honey. Plus, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming break. I have some fun activities planned with you guys. Sarah hums happily while Ethan caresses her head lovingly. And how about you, Lion? Anything new happening in your life? Not really. Just trying to navigate life. And I'm helping them a lot. I'll tell you all about it in the restaurant, Ethan. It's going to be so exciting. Could you stop bragging about this? Am I some charity case to you? The car ride continues with laughter and jokes exchanged between us. Yes, and when she told me that there's a possibility I'd be chosen as part of the Animal Community Gatherings event organizer, I couldn't believe myself. And you know what, Ethan? We ended up doing the usual blah, 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 blah. As Sarah continues talking, I find myself noticing how talkative she is with Ethan. Sometimes I can't believe how effortlessly she can keep a conversation going. Meanwhile, Ethan listens intently to everything Sarah has to say, with a smile on his face. It's clear that he enjoys spending time with her and sharing in her excitement. It's no wonder that they got engaged. Despite being a professional at work, Sarah's playful and childish side always seems to come out whenever she's with Ethan. It's endearing to see how comfortable and happy she is around him. For my upcoming break, do you guys want to go on a little staycation with me? It'll be a short break, so it's not possible to go overseas, but we can still spend time together. She's right. What do you think, Lion? Yale? I turn to look at Yale, who is sitting next to me, who seems to be a little bit surprised at their offer. After what seems like a brief moment of hesitation, he nods slowly. I, appreciate the offer. I'll be sure to make time for this occasion. We all laugh together at Yale's nervousness as he accepts the invitation to join us on holiday. We're glad to have you as well. Yeah, but please, like I said, try to speak casually with us, Yale. You heard him, Yale. Yale chuckles nervously and nods afterwards. Thanks for inviting me tonight as well, Sarah and Lion. It was nice meeting you two, Ethan. Likewise, Yale. You're pleasant to talk to, and you're welcome to join us anytime. Yeah, don't hesitate to hang out with us again, Yale. Sarah grins at Yale as she speaks, making him chuckle softly. I reach for my cup of tea, only to find that it is already empty. Oh. I pick up my empty glass and stand up from my seat. Everyone turns to look at me. I'm going to refill my drink. Anyone else wants a refill? No, I'm good. I still have plenty. Same here. Oh, please get me one too. Thanks, Lion. I take Sarah's glass with my free hand. Alright, be right back. I turn away from the table and walk over to the refill station. As I fill up my own glass, I hear a familiar voice behind me. Oh, darling, you can't mix those two drinks together. It will taste weird, silly. The cheery yet flirtatious voice rings a familiar bell in my head. The girl's response follows, with a tone similar to the male's. He says darling, just as he always does. I turn my head to confirm my suspicion, and there he is. Klein? Standing right in front of me is a humanoid figure that looks just like the Klein character on my phone. Except now, there's a girl standing so close to him that her arms are clinging onto his. It is as I expected, but the shock of seeing him in the flesh leaves me reeling. Why is he here? Wait, why is he here? Acting all lovey-dovey, no less. No, how could this even happen in the first place? These thoughts race through my mind as our eyes meet briefly. He quickly turns away and continues talking to the girl as she squeezes his arm a little tighter. What? He acts like he doesn't even know me at all, and it makes me feel incredibly annoyed. I take the glasses and walk back to our table, lost in thought. I mean, that's just another client, I would imagine, but it's so weird. The scene keeps replaying in my head, and I can't shake off the feeling of hurt and confusion. Are you okay, Lion? What's wrong? Yale is keen enough to notice that something is wrong. I'm fine, just thinking. I take another sip of my tea in an attempt to calm myself down, but Yale's concern is palpable in his tone. Are you sure? You don't look too good. I know I'm being way too obvious, and it makes me feel even worse. I nod and take another sip of my drink, hoping to distract myself. Yale doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push it further. I appreciate his concern, but I don't want to talk about it. Instead, I focus on the conversation with my sister and her fiancé, trying to enjoy the rest of the evening despite everything. Whoa, look! Isn't that Klein AI? This is the first time I've seen it. I look up and see Klein passing by our table, with the girl from earlier by his side. He looks so real. It's almost like he's human. I agree. It's amazing what technology can do. It's impressive to see how much effort they put into this virtual boyfriend application. I wonder how much it cost them to build one. Sarah, you flipped so fast! What the hell is your deal? Indeed. But is it really safe to have androids walking around like that? I am not ready to have this conversation right now. It's not groundbreaking news anymore to know that AIs may soon live among us, but still. Every time I see or hear about that Klein AI, I can't help but think of those nasty rumors circulating about him. I stay quiet as Sarah and Ethan continues to chat about the AI, while Yale listens intently. I've never heard of this Klein app. What is it exactly? Oh, you haven't, Yale? It's so popular, though. A virtual boyfriend app from a company called Sentient Tech Labs. Once you reach a certain level of affection, your virtual boyfriend comes to life as a humanoid like the one we just saw. Delivered right to your doorstep for free as a reward. That girl walking with Klein must have reached that level. Huh. I see. Yep. Lion, you were hooked on the app for a while, right? Yeah, almost maxed out his likability, though it's weird that he didn't recognize me earlier. Sarah and Ethan look surprised when I speak in an annoyed voice. Lion? That's because each AI is unique to its user's data, so maybe that's why he didn't recognize you? I slowly blink when Ethan speaks, coming to a realization. Again, I'm not sure though, since I don't play the game. But I don't think they could possibly include every user's data in one AI. Yeah, I agree. That sounds unlikely. Right. I slowly nod in agreement, acknowledging that it is only natural for that client not to recognize me. Yeah, that should be obvious. Why did I get so worked up about it? Legit, why? Anyways, I'm so glad to see that you're spending more time outside of the game, Lion. Sarah looks at me with a wide grin, patting me reassuringly on the back. Her smile conveys her pride in my progress. I was really worried about you back then. You weren't taking care of yourself like you should have been. And Yale, thank you so much for keeping my sibling company. It means a lot to me as Lion's sister. Of course, Sarah. It's been fun hanging out with them. Hey, come on, guys. It's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. We're just happy for you. I want to take the time to appreciate you for trying so hard. She's right, Lion. Don't be too embarrassed. I smile, feeling grateful for having such caring people in my life. Oh, and speaking of work, have you decided on my offer? I'll definitely consider it. I just need more time to give you an answer. That would be great, Lion. Seeing how much you dislike your current boss, I'd be so happy for you. I nod in agreement and let out a small chuckle. Yeah, a monotonous office job is not exactly the most thrilling job in the world. Well, just let me know what you decide. We'd love to have you in the company. Just as we're about to get up and leave the restaurant, Sarah speaks up in a louder voice. Wait, before we leave, can we take a quick photo to commemorate this moment? I smile at Sarah's suggestion, despite not exactly agreeing with the idea. I'm not a big fan of taking photos, but I don't want to ruin the moment. Great. Ethan, would you mind taking the photo for us? Not at all. Let me just grab my phone. Yale doesn't have time to comment, but he follows suit. We all gather around the table with our empty plates and drinks and pose for the photo. Sarah and Ethan beam, while Yale and I try our best to hide our awkwardness. Sarah checks the photo and nods in satisfaction. Perfect. We all look great. This photo will keep me company at work, especially during the upcoming hectic days. Sarah speaks in a humorous tone, and we all laugh along. Ethan gives her a reassuring pat on her shoulder before he takes her hand. We have all the time in the world, Sarah. Let's start getting going now so we don't get home too late. As we step out of the restaurant and climb into the car, I find myself feeling both excited and nervous about what's to come. It was a surprisingly good day. We had a great time together. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun. Ethan drops me and Yale off in front of our apartment building. Thanks again for everything today, guys. Yale echoes my sentiment, thanking Sarah and Ethan for a fun day out. Sarah, as always, brushes off the formalities and jokes with Yale. I told you, boy, no need to be so formal with us. We had a great time too. Let's definitely hang out again soon. I don't know how it has come to this, Yale joining in my hangouts with my sister and her fiancé. It's obvious that she's taken a liking to him for some reason. Sarah then mentions her upcoming work trip, and I can't help but tease her about her plans with Ethan. Right, you'll be returning to work in 2 days. Yeah, unfortunately, but I'm going to make the most of my last 2 days here. And let me guess, that means spending time with Ethan at some romantic spot, right? Both Ethan and Sarah laugh at my little quip. As much as I'd like to, I have work to do, so she'll be on her own for most of the time. Oh, but at least I'll be staying at my all-time favorite hotel in the city. It's that one hotel near Red Road, remember? Ah, yeah, I know the one. You always stay in that hotel whenever you come to visit us during your breaks. Sarah flashes a warm smile and nods in acknowledgement. Exactly! It's so close to your place as well, so you should let me visit when I do get bored during my stay, okay, Lion? See, I have a plan. Sounds like a good one. Ethan joins in with a chuckle and offers her a few nods as well. Well, I hope you have a great time and safe travels. As the conversation comes to an end, Sarah and Ethan takes their leave, leaving me with Yale. Our footsteps echo down the quiet hallway as we enter the building and make our way up to the upper floor. You two have such a great relationship. It's really nice to see. Yale's unexpected compliment catches me off guard, but it warms my heart nonetheless. Yeah, she's like a second mom to me sometimes. That's really sweet. You're really lucky to have a sister like her. Well, we're each other's only family here in the city, so it's important for us to stay close. Mom is extremely busy with her job and often doesn't have time to even visit, so... Yale nods slowly with a sympathetic expression. I understand. Family's important, especially when one is far away from home. Exactly. That's why I'm grateful for Sarah. She's always been there for me. And you for her, I'm sure. It's a two-way street after all. I kinda doubt that I am, but I do hope I can do the same for her. That's not true. I'm sure you're already trying your best, Lion. Yale gives me a reassuring smile as he says so. Thank you. We've had our fair share of disagreements, but at the end of the day, we always have each other's best interests at heart. That's all you can ask for in a sibling. I'm happy you have someone like her, Lion. Your sister is quite an energetic person. It's so nurturing as well. It's rare to see someone like her nowadays. Ethan seems like a very humble man too. They make a great couple. Oh, I can just imagine how happy my sister would be if she heard all this. I'm sure my sister would be more than happy to hear that kind of compliment. I think you're also a good brother to your sisters, Yale. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. I softly pat his shoulder. I'm sure your siblings are happy to have such a caring brother like you already. Yale laughs at my words and nods sheepishly. You think so? That means a lot coming from you, Lion. I have to admit, I was a bit nervous about spending the day with you, your sister, and her fiancé at first. It turned out to be one of the best days I've had in a long time. I'm grateful for the opportunity to spend time with you guys. Yale looks at me with an earnest smile. I feel the same too. It was really sudden how she'd invite you, but I'm glad to see you getting along with her playfulness and all. Yale chuckles at my words in response. She's fun to spend time with. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do without her. Well, I'm sure you won't have to find out. Now, here we are, your doorstep. Yale stops in front of my apartment door, and I turn to face him. Thanks for welcoming me here. It's always a bit creepy walking down this hallway alone. Anytime, and don't worry, I'm sure there's nothing to be scared of. I chuckle at his reassurance, grateful for the company. Good night, Yale. Good night. Take care. As I close the door behind me, I take my phone out from my pocket to check the time. Today was great. Hope I sleep well tonight. I shove my phone back into my pocket, then lock the door before walking into my bedroom. Oh. The presentation this morning was intense. You two really nailed it with those sales figures. Thanks, Briar. Took a lot for sure, but we got there in the end. Teamwork pays off, right? True. I'm glad things worked out in the end. We're all amazing. I'm sure we could have nailed it from the beginning. Says the one who had such a bad stomachache because she was so nervous. We all shared a laugh at Cassie's remark about Briar. But hey, speaking of teamwork, did you see that hilarious photo someone shared in the office group chat? I couldn't stop laughing. Mr. Dolores looks so funny with his hair up like that. Oh, yeah, I saw that. With how harsh Mr. Dolores can be sometimes, I think it's deserved for him to be publicly embarrassed like that. We all nod in agreement, and as we turn around, Briar speaks again, her tone turning a little more serious. Speaking of photos, oh, that reminds me. Cassie, Lion, have you guys seen those gore pictures that have been circulating online? Huh? Which one? The ones where the women's head were bashed in with a glass bookshelf. It was brutal. Why were you looking at that? Whoa, what the hell? That's crazy. Briar, you need to stop browsing for stuff like that. Dude. No, wait, it's not that I looked it up in my own this time. It's all over the news. Listen, it's super crazy, gruesome. There's blood everywhere. It's like a scene from a horror movie. I think that's enough. Here we go again with Briar's ramblings. She's always had this morbid curiosity about gore and gruesome content. I never join in these kinds of conversations every time she brings it up. It makes me feel a bit squeamy, but she never takes things too far either, so we just let her be. Oh wait, yeah. I think I know which one you're talking about. I just saw the article. I told you, and you know, the killer left the scene before the police arrived. They're still on the loose. It took place in that hotel somewhere around Red Road? Wait, is Sarah dead? Pretty nearby, I'd say. Man, can you imagine stumbling upon something like that? I'd be traumatized for life. Well, I saw the picture already. Okay, I'll stop here. I don't want Lion to be too uncomfortable. Yeah, right. And then you'll bring it up again next time. Sorry, guys. No one could really keep up my interest other than you guys. Come on, we know you're not sorry. Cassius shakes his head in disapproval of Briar's apology. Well, so long as you don't shove those pictures in front of my face. You heard them, Briar. I shudder at the thought of seeing photos of the crime scene. Unlike Briar, gore has never been my thing. I remember stumbling upon a gore video once, and it affected me much more than I could ever anticipate. The images lingered in my mind, haunting me with a series of nightmares. Oh, I just remember. I have to pick up some food for my friend. Oh, I hope the store isn't closed yet. Gotta go, guys. Briar swiftly departed, her heels clacking against the pavement. That's what she gets for being too caught up in her own little conspiracy theories. By the way, gotta peace out too. I have a date with my boyfriend. Oh, sweet! Alright, enjoy your night, Cassius. He smiles and waves goodbye before turning around and leaving. I wonder if he's the bottom. With that done, I shove my phone back into my pocket and make my way home. Heading down the street, I can feel how sore my body feels. It has been an exhausting week, and all I want to do is go home and decompress. Lion, you forgot this. Al's presence always takes me aback. He's so quiet that it's like he appears out of nowhere. I didn't even see him coming up to me. I look at him closely, taking in his skinny frame and black roots that's dyed in pink. Oh, thanks, Al. I didn't even notice I dropped it. As I take the sanitizer bottle from him, I notice his trembling hands. Even though the weather isn't cold at all. I hesitate for a moment, wondering if I should say something. You okay? Is everything okay? You seem a bit nervous. I wonder if I should have kept my mouth shut. Al's fingers fiddles with the hem of his suit, and he offers me a small nod. Fine. Thanks. His voice sounds husky, yet gentle with a subtle shakiness. That was probably the first time I've heard him speak. Are you sure? Look, if there's anything... He nods again, this time almost imperceptibly. Yeah, I should go. Sorry. Al quickly turns and walks away, his pink hair swishing as he goes away hurriedly. God, I just want to go home. That presentation really took a lot out of me. I hope there's no more interruptions with the rest of my walk home. Just as I'm about to cross the street, my phone rings. The sudden sound startles me, and I fumble with my phone to answer it. Hello? Ethan? Lion? Hey, Lion. Thank God you answered. Your mother won't pick up my calls, so I had to call you instead. I've got some news to tell you. Relay this to your mom later, okay? I can tell from the tremble in his voice that something is terribly wrong. A foreboding sensation grips me, my pulse quickening with the dread. God, I don't know how to say this. What's going on? Are you okay? There's a long pause before he speaks again, and it feels like an eternity. Sarah, she's gone. She's dead. The chilling news makes my heart feel like it has stopped beating for a moment. It almost feels like the air has been knocked out of my lungs somehow. What? What do you mean she's gone? Yes! I went to the hotel to pick her up earlier, but when I got to her room, I found her like that. I found her dead. My mind goes blank for a moment. I can't comprehend the words that Ethan has just spoken. Oh my God. Are you sure it was her? Please. I'm sorry, Lion. It's true. I could barely believe it myself. I saw her ID and I couldn't stay in the room any longer. I had to get out. But unfortunately, it's true. It's Sarah. Yippee! I could hear the pain and horror in his voice, and it makes my stomach churn. Sarah. I can't believe she's gone. We were supposed to get married sometime next year. We had so many plans. A life together, the future, and now it's all gone. I don't know how to go on without her. I keep thinking about all the things I wish I'd said to her. All the things I wish I had done differently. I feel like I failed her. Like I wasn't there when she needed me the most. If only I chose to keep her company instead of going back to work this morning. She could have lived. I could have saved her. Or took her place. Sarah. She was my everything. I could feel his despair weighing down on me, too. It's like the air around me became heavy and oppressive. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. There are no words to ease the pain of losing someone you love. What do we do? Should we call the police? I already did. They're here, but I don't know. This doesn't feel right, Lion. It's like someone did this on purpose. I mean, clearly. No. This can't be happening. Sarah, why her? Why now? Actually, yeah, why her? Like, legit, why now? 'Cause I don't... Why? Tears well up in my eyes, and I feel a lump forming in my throat. I can't believe that my sister is gone in such an awful way. I couldn't even say goodbye. Ethan, I need to see her. I need to know for sure that it's her. I understand, but please, don't. I don't think it's a good idea. You shouldn't see her like that, Lion. It's not a pretty sight. Oh, wait, yeah, I did tell Klein that my sister's been spreading rumors. Yeah, this makes sense. It's not a pretty sight. There's a heavy silence on the other end of the line, and I can imagine him rubbing his eyes with one hand, the other clutching his phone. Also, Lion, I need to warn you. Please stay away from the internet for a little while, okay? There are pictures going around of the crime scene. I don't know how they got out, but they are really graphic. It's not something you'd want to see. I'm sorry, Ethan. I'm hanging up now. My voice comes out weak and trembling. As I hang up the phone, I feel like a part of me has died with Sarah. My knees buckle beneath me, and I have to lean against the wall for support. My hands are shaking so violently that I drop my phone to the ground. The world around me seems to blur into a nauseating swirl of colors and shapes. The hum of traffic outside sounds like a distant wail, and the sickening smell of garbage wafts in through the air as I continue to walk straight. I don't know how to move forward from this. My whole body feels cold. Wait, Klein. I might be able to talk to him. The hell? What? He's not here. What the hell? Why's it glitching now of all times? Missing data. How could this even happen? Please reinstall the app. Forget about that. I need to clear my head and think straight again. I keep walking, trying to calm down and breathe normally, but my lungs are struggling. My heart is racing like crazy. I feel so overwhelmed, like everything is closing in on me. What should I do? Go home, try talking to Yale. Go home. Yeah, no. Why did I even think of talking to anyone? I might just end up embarrassing myself, especially in the state I'm in right now. Should be able to manage everything if I just give myself a little time to breathe and focus on myself. Stupid. None of this feels real. Sarah is dead? I'm going to lose my mind. I retreat to the solace of my room, seeking refuge under the covers. Curled up in a ball, I stare blankly at the floor. Sobs. The room is filled with the sounds of my own sniffling and the occasional hiccup. I'm so tired. Feeling overwhelmed by emotions, I curl up even tighter and allow myself to cry even more. Thoughts of Sarah flood my mind as I cry my eyes out, soon falling asleep just like that. In the midst of my tears, my phone vibrates with an incoming call from Yale. Hello? Lion, thank you so much for answering. I've heard about your sister's passing. My condolences. Are you okay, Lion? Where are you now? How are you doing? Of course I'm not alright. I'm at home, just sitting here, I guess. I don't even know how to answer him properly. Lion, Do you need anything? Are you okay with being alone? But I should be fine. I just need time to accept this, I think. There is a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Lion, can I visit your place? Shortly after, I hear a knock on my door, and Yale stands before me with a worried expression. Tonight, I find solace in Yale's presence, opening up and sharing my burdened heart. I pour out my stress, describing how surreal my sister's death feels due to its suddenness. I'm so scared. What if the murderer is after my family? Lion, I wish I could assure you of your family's safety, but I can't provide false reassurances. The best thing we can do right now is to try to remain safe. We don't need any more victims. And I'm sure your sister wants you to be safe and well too. I've always admired Yale's strength and wisdom, even in such difficult times. True, I'm sorry. I just can't stop overthinking right now. That's perfectly understandable, Lion. I can't fully understand your experience, but I want you to know that I genuinely care about how you're feeling. Sobbing. I am crying so much. This is embarrassing. I'm thankful that you're letting me be in your company right now. I can't imagine being alone in this kind of situation. Knowing how hard it can be to just ask for help. Yale reaches his hand out to give my back a gentle, reassuring rub. I'm here to listen, Lion. Share as much or as little as you're comfortable with. Sometimes talking about your thoughts and worries can provide some relief. Thank you, Yale. Of course, please, take it a step at a time. We'll go through this together. I end up staying at Yale's place for almost a week because I can't bear the thought of being alone. The fear of my sister's murder still being at large keeps me on edge. But I think I should be ready to be on my own now. I don't want to impose on Yale any longer. You sure you'll be fine on your own now? Yeah, it's been almost a week since I've been staying at your place. I don't want to burden you any further. Besides, I feel much better now compared to the first night. Huh. Yale's eyes hold a mix of worry and concern as he looks at me. Alright, if you say so. But remember, if you ever need anything, please, just give me a call. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Yale. Yeah, I should be able to handle things now. I need to accept the reality that Sarah's no longer with us. I can't let myself remain sad and gloomy all the time. It's not what she would have wanted. You know, she once told me, I need to find my strength to get back on my feet. Yale lets out a soft laughter at my response. That's the spirit. But please, don't push yourself too hard. Be gentle to yourself, Lion. Since that moment, Yale and I find ourselves drawn closer to each other, spending more and more time in each other's presence. We often make plans to share meals after our respective workdays, chatting in cozy coffee shops or lively eateries. In the midst of my grief, Yale proves to be an unwavering pillar of support, even accompanying me during the occasion of my sister's funeral. During those dark moments, his presence brings a ray of light and offers a shoulder to lean on, for which I am forever grateful. And right now, we're spending our time together again. I've yet to receive this month's paycheck, so I'm sorry I can't treat us to a meal outside. Why are you sorry, Yale? You're a good cook, don't worry. Besides, dining out excessively isn't healthy or budget-friendly. Next time we hang out, would you let me take care of the bill? Yesn't. Ugh, not this again. Why do you hate being paid so much? Don't you think it's fair? You keep paying for my stuff whenever we hang out. Yale chuckles softly as he carefully ladles the fragrant fried rice onto the plate, presenting it before me on the table. You'll know one day. Eat up. It's already late for dinner. I pick up the plate in my hands and take a spoonful of Yale's cooking, bringing it closer to my lips. It's delicious. Yale's cooking always carries that comforting, familiar taste. Lion, there's rice on your cheek. Okay, I'll wipe it later. I'm starving right now, so don't you... What? Before I could stop him, Yale had already leaned so close to me. I'm getting the rice off your face. Stay still. Duh. I stay still? Yale leans in even closer, his thumb resting gently on the lower side of my right cheek. His grip on my shoulder tightens slightly, keeping me still. That's it. Good. Just a little more. Yale's voice carries a soft smile as he whispers to me. Reluctantly, I close my eyes, allowing Yale to wipe off the rice gently. My heart races, thumping loudly in my chest. I worry if he can hear me. Alright, done. Watching him lean back against his seat, a small sense of disappointment grows with it. He was rubbing rice off your cheek, my dude. Like, I know that you wanted a smooch, we all do, but he told you what he was doing. Almost as if I'm hoping he wouldn't pull away from me. What? Why did I even think of that? I feel my face heating up as I try to push back the thoughts. Why'd you close your eyes? It's kind of funny. You didn't need to laugh at that. I won't bother you again, so please, continue eating. Yale looks at me with a soft smile, his own cheeks turning a bit rosy. He seems just as nervous as I am. Yeah. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and giddiness, I turn my gaze away and focus on finishing my plate. It's been a while since I felt this way, overwhelmed with emotions. But then, am I allowed to be happy? Sarah's death always lingers in the back of my mind, no matter what. It feels so unfair. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve to be happy. Tears start streaming down my cheeks, catching me off guard. What? I tried to stop them, but they flow uncontrollably. Lion, are you okay? What's wrong? Sorry, Yale. I didn't mean to cry like this. Before I can continue, Yale interrupts me, his expression filled with compassion. No, please, don't apologize. Let your feelings speak. The way he speaks always brings such comfort. Sobhick. It's okay, Lion. I'm okay. I'm right here. I miss her so much. Sarah, she was my sister, and now she's... Shh. Take your time, Lion. You don't have to say anything if it's too much. It's okay. I'm here with you. Yale's voice is calm and patient, his presence providing a comforting anchor amidst my tears. I just miss her so much. Grief has its way of resurfacing, especially when we least expect it. I feel guilty for trying to be happy when she's gone. No, please, Lion. You don't have to feel guilty. Not at all. Instead, Sarah wants you to find happiness again. Sob. Yale gazes at me with worry. Carefully, he extends his hand towards my shoulder to give me reassuring rubs. It's okay. I'm here with you. Do you want to continue talking about it, or do you want to stop here and rest? I want to talk, that's fine. Of course that's alright. But before that, let's take deep breaths and try to calm down so you can speak easier. Do you think you can do that with me? I nod slowly, hiccuping. Okay, that's good. Let's take it slow, okay? I tried to follow Yale's guidance, taking deep breaths to steady myself. My hiccups gradually subside, and the tears begin to slow down. That's it. You're doing such a good job. Try to focus on your breathing. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Feel the rhythm of your breath. Yale's voice feels like a balm to my frazzled emotions, his patience and understanding making me feel warm and safe enough to let go. You're doing great. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, but don't forget to be gentle with yourself. You're allowed to cry, to grieve, for as long as you need to, but don't let it consume you. I will be here to remind yourself of the strength within you, anytime you need to hear it. I nod, appreciating his words of kindness. There's no right or wrong way to grieve, so please, don't be so hard on yourself. Take each day as it comes. I can't take away your pain, but I'd be more than happy to remain by your side as support, if you'd let me. Thank you, Yale. I'm grateful to have you by my side. Amidst the fading of my tears, I feel a sense of comfort and safety, knowing that Yale will always be there for me. Navigating the loss of a cherished one is a daunting odyssey, even with the support of my friends. Yale's enduring patience and empathy in the face of my tears and turmoil weave a tapestry of gratitude within my heart. However, I also realize I shouldn't solely depend on him. I need to find the strength to move forward on my own as well. Remnants of Sarah's memory linger frequently, but I believe I'm making progress in not allowing grief to overpower me. It's been a busy week, and I finally have time to go to the market. Restocking food at night is the best. Fewer people and discounted prices. Midnight sales are a lifesaver. As I walk down the dimly lit hall, I notice a figure near my apartment door. I wonder if it could be the maintenance guy, working so late at night. I take a few steps forwards, whoever is standing there. But then I realize it's Al. Huh? What is Al doing here? I don't think he lives around my place. Or is he just passing by? Al, putting on your mask now doesn't mean I didn't notice you. He quickly dashed away before I could even drop by a hello. What was he doing here? Gosh, I feel dirty. Time for a quick rinse in the shower to freshen up. With a clatter, the groceries and food I bought from the sale earlier tumble from my arms before I trailed to my bedroom. As I rummaged through my closet for a change of clothes, I noticed something strange. Wait, where am I? I look around, but they are nowhere to be found. Oh, not again. Not this too. It's been happening for a while now. A lot of my belongings have gone missing, as if they just vanished into thin air. You're telling me that Klein isn't the only one I should be worrying about? Or is he not the one I should be worrying about in the first place? What's weird is that there are no signs of someone breaking into my place, yet things just keep disappearing. It starts with small things like my hairbrush and toothbrush, but now, even my underwear and dirty laundry are gone? This is getting ridiculous. What kind of pervert is running around my apartment? Like who? Whom should I worry about? I don't know how much more of this I can take. If this keeps up, I'll have to keep buying new things every week and go broke. I tried to ignore it at first, hoping it was just a coincidence and simply my forgetfulness. But now I can't shake off the feeling that something's not right. No, I don't feel safe here anymore. I can't go on like this. I hastily grab my essential belongings and flee to Yale's place in the middle of the night. Lion? It's a bit late right now. You're lucky I'm not asleep yet, or else I wouldn't have opened the door. You don't look too good. What's up? Did something happen? I'm sorry, but can I talk for a bit? Worry clouds Yale's expression as he meets my eyes. Of course. Let's get you settled in. That's disturbing. Why would someone do that? I wish I knew Yale. It's not just my toothbrush, hairbrush, and undergarments, but also my other things. My laundry, the dirty ones are being stolen too. Other things? Sorry, never mind. I can't even say it out loud. It's way too gross. I observe the deepening worry in Yale's gaze as he regards me. He leans in closer, as though shielding me from any impending danger. I'm so sorry this is happening to you, Lion. You must be so scared. Someone might be stalking you, for whatever sick reason they may have, putting your safety at risk. Yeah, but why? Why would anyone do that to me? I can't wrap my head around it either, but whatever reason they may have, it's clear it's not a good one. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Never thought I'd be a victim of stalking. We'll figure it out. But for now, you shouldn't be alone. I don't want anything to happen to you, Lion. Let's make a plan to keep you safe. You can stay with me tonight if you want, or I can find someone else who can stay with you. I appreciate his concern, but the thought of someone following me around, watching me, just makes me feel sick. What if they're still watching me? What if they know where I am? His expression softens at my question. We'll be careful. We'll make sure they can't find you, Lion. And if anything happens, we'll call the police. Are you okay with that? I nod, feeling a glimmer of hope. With Yale's support and the authorities involved, maybe we could put an end to this nightmare. Right. For now, I think I just want to relax. For now, I just want to relax and not think about the stalker. Is this where things go terribly wrong? Oh, not yet. I stand in front of Yale's door, preparing to return to my own apartment. Having spent the night at his place, I feel slightly better, but the fear lingers. Thank you for having me, Yale. Don't mention it. You're always welcome here. Seeing his warm smile, my embarrassment from last night's breakdown resurfaces. I ended up crying a lot. It's embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I guess I've just been really stressed out. There's nothing to be worried about, Lion. It's completely normal to feel overwhelmed, especially in your situation. You don't always have to be strong. That's okay. I will always be here whenever you need it. How are you always so nice to everyone? Yale's smile falters for a moment before he releases a shallow chuckle. I'm just doing what any friend would do. But maybe I'm a little nicer to you than most. Yale hesitates for a moment, as if carefully selecting his words. His voice now emerges gentler than before. It's just that I enjoy your company, and I want to make sure you're always safe and happy. Please, never mind what I said. Uh-huh. Again, you don't need to ask for permission next time. My place will always be open for you. Okay. Thanks, Yale. Yale's words linger in my mind for a moment, along with thoughts about Al potentially being my stalker. Right. Maybe Cassie and Briar were right about Al. He does seem a bit strange. I mean, he doesn't even live around my place, so what was he doing loitering around my place then? Plus, with all the snacks I've been getting on my desk, now I'm more convinced that he might really be up to no good. I don't want to think badly of him, but I can't deny that the evidence is starting to add up. I can't help but think that Al is the culprit behind my disappearing items. If Al is really behind this, I need to make sure he doesn't get the wrong idea. Maybe I should start by throwing away the stuff I receive on my desk. Better to be safe than sorry. 3 days later. Today's work was rough, but I'm glad I still managed to make something for Yale. I wanted to show Yale my gratitude for all his help these past few days, so I decided to make him some of his favorite food. So here I stand, outside his apartment, with a bag of homemade cinnamon rolls in my hand. I knock at the door with anticipation. Hey, Yale! It's me, Lion. Made you something. Homemade cinnamon rolls. It's a little something I made as a thank you for keeping me company during my... I guess you could call it my depression week. It's barely as good as his cooking, but hey, at least I tried, right? It's the thought that counts. Yale? Weird. Is he not home? To my surprise, the doorknob turns easily, and I realize that the door has been unlocked all this time. I'm stepping inside immediately. Yale, are you home? I have your favorite food here, so why don't you open the door for me? Your door has been unlocked, by the way. How forgetful. Is it okay if I step inside? Silence. I really don't want to just enter his place like this without his permission. Feels like I'm breaching his privacy, but I feel like I have to do this. I already know what's waiting on the other side. I don't like it. The apartment is dark and quiet. I can smell a faint scent of burnt toast in the air. Am I having a stroke? I carefully approach his bedroom door, knocking on it. Sorry for stepping inside without permission. You forgot to lock the door. Also, I wanted to give you some cinnamon rolls I made for you. There's still no response. Is he okay? Maybe I should try coming inside. I grip the doorknob tightly
and swing the door open. Hi, Yale! I'm still wondering if I should censor this. Maybe. What the hell? I suppressed the urge to vomit. Help him! The stench of blood and decay is overpowering. I need to get the smell out of my nostrils. I need to leave. I'm scared. But then, I hear Yale's weak moans, and I know I can't leave him to die alone. I have to help him. At least I have to try. I force myself to take a deep breath, and then another, as I carefully approach Yale's bloodied body. The sight of his gaping wound makes me want to scream, but I grit my teeth and focus on finding his pulse. Yale, hang in there. Please! I can't finish this cinnamon rolls on my own! I made too many! My voice is barely audible above his rasping breaths. He looks up at me, his green eyes wide and pleading. Lion... Yale's breathing grows more labored, and I can still see the fear in his eyes. Oh God, who did this to him? Yale's coughs and sputters, blood bubbling from his mouth. Don't talk just yet. Just please keep on breathing. Just hold this cinnamon roll in your mouth. I fumble for my phone, trying to dial the emergency number with shaking fingers. Hello, 818? There's a man here with me. He was like this when I found him. I'm his friend. Yes, we're at apartment at XXX Road number... As I wait for the ambulance to arrive, I try to keep Yale conscious, talking to him and holding his hand. Yale's eyes soon drift shut, and his grip on my hand loosens. I panic, thinking he is slipping away, but then he gasps for breath again. When the ambulance finally arrives, I feel a surge of relief wash over me, knowing that Yale will have a chance to live. But as they wheel him away, I can't shake the feeling of horror that clings to me like a second skin. Something doesn't feel right. Okay, so the fruits are all packed. What else am I forgetting? It's been a whole week since that incident. Yale is still recovering from the attack. He underwent a surgery to address his neck wound, and now he has finally transitioned to the regular hospitalization room. We still haven't reported the incident to the authorities, but I'm planning to do so soon. Due to his critical condition, we haven't been able to have any conversations until now. No visitors were allowed. But finally today, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to visit and have a conversation. As for the attacker who's responsible for all this, I wonder if it's the same culprit who murdered my sister too. Hi, I'm here to register a visit for a patient in room 432. Sure, please sign your name here. Quickly signing the paper, I slid the paper back to the nurse's direction. Thank you. You can go see him now. The patient is currently not receiving any visitors. Thanks a lot. Turning around, I make my way to the upper floor where Yale is being hospitalized. I gently knock on the door to let Yale know that I have arrived before entering the room. Hey, brought you some fruit. How are you feeling today? I feel a bit better. Not as weak as before. Thank you for taking the time to visit me today. Well, how could I just leave you alone after going through a surgery like that? I sit down in an empty chair placed beside Yale's bed. I'm sorry, but there's really no need to bring me fruits, Lion. I appreciate the gesture, but I can't eat solid food right now. Oh, right, I completely forgot about that. Sorry. I put the banana back on the table. Well, when you're able to eat again, I'll make sure to bring your favorite treats. That sounds amazing. Can't wait to indulge in some tasty treats. By the way, when do you think they'll let you leave the hospital? Probably not anytime soon. I still need assistance with my breathing, and swallowing is a bit challenging at the moment. That sounds really tough. I hope you recover quickly. Don't worry. I am, Lion. The surgery went well, and the doctors and nurses say I'm making good progress too. Once my blood levels stabilize and I'm able to manage the wounds with medication, they might consider discharging me. Yeah, the wound looks pretty gnarly. Surprisingly, it's not as bad as it looks. I can still talk, at least. Thank goodness for that. I wasn't sure what kind of weapon they used, but the wound is definitely severe. I couldn't see it properly during the attack either. Speaking of which, when should we report this to the police? Do you still have the evidence? Yeah, I do. The crime scene is untouched, and there might even be a bit of my blood still on the floor. Ugh, that's going to smell awful. Hey now. Don't be too hard on me. I haven't been able to go home since the attack, so cleaning up had to take a rain check. I'm really curious about the attacker. Who could it be, and what could their motive be? Hey, Yale, do you think there's a chance that the person who attacked you is the same one who took my sister's life? Hard to say for sure. We don't have enough information to make that assumption either way. But it's definitely something worth considering. He's right. It's frustrating that I can't rely on the police for updates. I haven't heard anything about my sister's case ever since her funeral. Can you describe more about the attack, if you don't mind talking about it? It's alright. When I entered my apartment at night, someone came at me from behind and targeted my neck. I instinctively tried to fight back and protect myself. I struggled and managed to turn around, but the attack on my neck left me disoriented. I wish I could provide more details, but it all happened so fast, and it was dark. Would have been more helpful if I could at least get a good look at the attacker's appearance. Don't blame yourself, Yale. You did your best in a dangerous situation. I appreciate that. It's just frustrating not being able to identify the person responsible. I only managed to catch a glimpse of his face. I think it was a man. A bit tall. A man? Huh. Klein, if you don't mind me asking, did the authorities give you information on your sister's murderer's speculated gender? No, not that I remember. I see. Well, the attacker's also a man, that it could potentially be the same person who took your sister's life. The thought of that honestly makes my blood boil. I feel determined to find the culprit more than ever now. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. What? I mean it. Just look at my sister's case. The police stopped investigating without a second thought. It's as if they consider her life insignificant. I feel foolish for ever thinking they could bring her justice. To this day, there's still no answers. It's so unfair. The killer's still on the loose too. Do they not care at all? I'm just so pissed. Lion. Yale reaches out, placing his hand on my shoulder in a reassuring manner. Can you at least let me help you? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I don't want you to become the next victim, Lion. Please, don't be so reckless. I know how angry you must feel right now, but please, don't do this. He's right. I shouldn't act carelessly. But it's my problem, Yale. How can I let you... No, Lion. I'm your friend. Your problem is my problem too. So please, let me help you. That man attacked me too, so I'm clearly involved in this. Right. I can't find the words to refuse or deny his offer any longer. Our attention is drawn to the sound of my phone buzzing incessantly. Is that your phone? Yeah, it's mine. Could it be my boss again assigning more work? I reach for my phone to check the notifications. Oh, I almost forgot I had this app installed. What's that? I've never seen that app before. This is Klein. It's basically a virtual boyfriend thing. Nothing too exciting. Whoa, I've seen some people use that app before. Immediately make me think of you. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, it just feels like it's right up your alley. He leans in to take a closer look at the man displayed on my phone screen. And his expression turns stern. Wait a minute. This guy, he looks strangely familiar. Isn't this the AI Sarah and Ethan talked about? The one we saw at the restaurant? Yeah, you're not wrong about that. There's a moment of silence before Yale speaks again, his tone more serious this time. The appearance of this virtual boy is eerily similar to the man who attacked me, especially his hair, those blue streaks. I remember them vividly. Lion, could there be a connection between the virtual character and the real-life assailant? Probably. I've been going back and forth to the hospital to visit Yale and keep tabs on his progress. Even though his family comes to see him on occasion, I still feel compelled to contribute in my own way, aiding to his recovery whenever I can. Yale remains unchanged, as if time hasn't touched him since. Witnessing this consistency warms my heart. Even with the unfortunate circumstances, observing his steady recovery and the rekindling of our friendship makes me happy. I sort of feel a closer bond forming between us. Balancing my own job's demands and constant fatigue makes it a challenge to spare the time to visit him some days. It feels like forever since the last time I dropped by, but today is a new chance to see him again. On my way to the hospital, a thought comes to mind. Should I bring food for Yale? During my last visit, Yale had a tough time with a simple meal, although he did manage to get through it eventually. True, would bringing outside food be wise if he struggled with the hospital meals? Then again, if it's not solid foods, I think it should be fine. But still, I'm uncertain if he's allowed anything other than what the hospital provides. Buy him food. Well, just a little bit should be fine, I think. And if it turns out he can't eat them, or if he declines, I'll just keep the food for myself to eat. Should I get sweet, savory, or mild dessert? Oh, well, I think mild. I don't want to overstimulate him. Hospital food tastes bland, right? I think a sweet, light-tasting snack like some rice pudding would be a nice change of air for him. Not exactly sure what I get, but I think I'll look around first. There's still some time. After a little more walking, I spotted a bakery just a few blocks away from where I'm standing. This place. Isabel's Bakery, a famous spot around this apartment complex. I should be able to get some rice pudding from this place, right? Never been here before. Oh my god, you are so cute and small! As I enter, a young woman around my age greets me with a delicate smile. Her wavy hair, tied with a frilly ribbon, swayed graciously as she worked behind the counter. I return the smile as I approach her. Good evening. Welcome to our bakery. What can I get you for today? Oh, evening. I'd like to get some rice pudding if there's one. You have good luck. We have exactly just one of the pudding left. Oh, that's great. Oh, these look so good. Can I have some of the melted brown sugar too? My friend has a sweet tooth. Absolutely. I'll include the melted brown sugar for that extra sweetness. Yeah, after a moment, she poured some of the luscious melted brown sugar into a small bag before wrapping up the package and handing it to me. Thank you so much. This'll make my friend's day. It's my pleasure. Thank you for choosing Isabel's Bakery. Have a lovely evening. I paid with a smile and a quick thank you before setting off again, the package now nestled securely in my grasp. I hope this would cheer him up a bit. Just like always, I give a knock on the door to let Yale know I was coming in before stepping inside. Hey, Yale, how are you feeling today? Yale seems surprised for a moment, staring out the window until he realizes I'm there. He jolts a bit and then turns towards me with a sheepish grin. Hello, Lion. I'm feeling better now. Thank you. Just trying to readjust. I offer him a smile in return and take a seat. That's really good to know. Looking around, I notice a plate of food on the bedside table, barely eaten again. How's eating and swallowing been since my last visit? Any better? Yale's cheeks turn a subtle shade of pink as I point that out. Still a bit of a struggle, to be honest. My throat muscles are still healing, so swallowing things feel kind of odd and uncomfortable at the moment. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Takes real patience and effort, I bet. I'm trying my best to still eat, though, so don't worry about that. Even though his recovery's going smooth, I can't shake feeling sorry for Yale and what he's dealing with. Sorry, Yale. I still feel bad for you. I think it's just... If only you're not my friend. I don't know what to believe. Is Klein really behind this? How could an android even do such a thing? He probably wouldn't get attacked like this. And with Sarah's passing as well, I keep thinking and thinking. But the more I think of it, the more I feel like I'm losing my mind. If it really is Klein... Hey, no, Lion! Yale's chuckle and touch on my shoulder snapped me back from my momentary lapse. I hadn't realized I zoned out for a moment, lost in my guilt again. See? They're switching on my meals slowly. It's not just porridge all day like the first time I landed in the hospital. So there's a significant progress already. A touch of pink dusts his cheeks as his voice takes on a gentler tone. Please, listen to me well, Lion. It's never, ever your fault. I really wish you wouldn't carry this weight on your shoulders. You're doing your best on your own, despite everything too. You manage so much, yet you still find moments to drop by and see me. I forced a smile on my face and slowly nodded. It still doesn't feel right. I know that he's just trying to make me feel better, but... I'm glad I can offer you some help, Yale. I really want to see you back on your feet soon. It's tough not to feel responsible when I see someone innocent like Yale getting hurt. It's as if he's become a target solely because of our closeness. Now I wonder how many work days he's missed. Is his job in jeopardy now? I really hope that's not the case. He enjoys his job so much. I don't want to ruin that for him too. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Please know that you don't have to come by so often, but I cherish every single one. By the way, if it's not too much trouble, could you help pass me the glass of water and the bowl? Sure thing. Just a moment. I pass the plate with the remaining food to Yale, ensuring he has a secure hold before releasing it. After that, I hand him a cup of water. Thank you so much, Lion. No problem, Yale. What's today's meal, by the way? Looks like some mixed vegetables and... Yeah, that and some chicken carrot soup. Yale took the spoon and began to scoop up the soup, gathering its contents. I'm really counting down the days until I can finally leave the hospital. He gathers some rice alongside the soup on the spoon and brings it in close proximity to his mouth. I can't help but watch him eat for a moment, his expression contorting a bit as he swallows. He takes a hearty sip of water and places the glass aside. It's clear that he's uncomfortable, though he's still putting in effort to not show it too much. I appreciate the food they've been serving me. Today's meal has more flavor than I expected, actually, but... His words trail off into a soft chuckle. I do find myself missing a little something sweet a bit too much. I laughed, expecting this to come out of his lips. Of course, you've always had a thing for sweets. Well, actually, I got you something for you earlier. Yale's eyes light up at my little words. Is that so? What is it? I reach out for the small paper bag and extract a box of rice pudding inside, unveiling it to Yale. I hope it's something you can enjoy. I wanted to get you your favorite cinnamon rolls, but that might be a little too intense for you right now. I can see Yale's cheeks turn a soft shade of pink. He looks genuinely surprised as he takes the small box from my hand. He takes the time to examine it before looking at me again, chuckling softly. Thank you so much for taking the time to buy this for me, Lion. Though, I have a feeling the doc wouldn't exactly approve of this indulgence. Probably not, but hey, just say you need it for your appetite or something. I think I'll just take a few spoonfuls for now and eat the rest later once I got the permission to. Yale chuckles at my words and shakes his head. You're way too obedient sometimes, Yale. Come on, a tiny little snack like that wouldn't hurt, you know? He laughs again and smiles, now a hint of playfulness in it. You're right. I think I'll listen to Dr. Lion instead. No, please, I will be a horrible doctor. Yale laughs softly while taking off the lid and setting it aside. He observes the rice pudding in awe for a moment before looking at me with a faint blush on his cheeks. How about we share this pudding together, Lion? Would help making me feel less guilty for cheating during my recovery. Huh? Oh gosh, I appreciate the offer, but I want you to enjoy it on your own, Yale. I bought it for you after all. I want you to have a little bit of a change after being stuck in a hospital for a while. I said with a smile, reassuring him that he didn't need to share the snack. Yale blinked slowly, before turning his gaze back to the small box of snack in his hand. Thank you. It's really thoughtful of you. I'll make it up for... Nope, don't you even think of making up. This is just a small snack. It's the least I can do to cheer you up after dealing with my depression week. Okay, calm down. Yale tittles with a small laughter and carefully picks up the small spoon that was also given when I purchased the pudding. He scoops up a little bit of the rice pudding using the small spoon. Tastes good. I miss this kind of sweetness so much. I can't help but to laugh at his reaction. I always find it endearing how his eyes would sparkle whenever he enjoys something like this. Thank you for getting me this, Lion. No problem, Yale. Enjoying it a little too much, aren't you? Look at that expression. Yale's cheeks turn a subtle shade of pink as I point that out. Sorry, couldn't help it. It's just too good. Where'd you purchase this from? Yale turns the packaging around and glances at the box, studying the appearance. Ah, Isabel's Bakery. I expected it. What do you mean you expected it? Yeah, it just tastes familiar. And this flowery packaging. I often purchase goods from the shop myself too. So much so that the daughter's owner ended up becoming friends with me. He chuckled softly with a bashful look while my curiosity piqued. You should try it out too, Lion. Their goods are consistently flavorful. I was told that Belle comes out with a lot of bakery's bestseller recipes herself. Their goods are consistently flavorful. It really motivates me to do better myself, to get close to their level of artistry. Yeah, they all look so good. Belle must be an amazing baker. Are you really that good friends with the owner's daughter? I'm gonna need to ask. I asked, trying to sound casual despite the twinge of uncertainty that seeps into my voice. What do you mean uncertainty? With Belle? Yeah, we're good friends. I see. A pang of jealousy stirs within me at the mention of Belle's name. This is absurd. I know, but the thought of their shared bond doesn't sit right with me. Belle and I often trade our recipes and techniques. But not her family's bakery secrets, of course. Though I admit, I'm interested in learning more about her family. He continues to savor the dessert in delight, unaware of the subtle jealousy I harbored. Now I'm tempted to finish it. We both chuckle at his words. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you from doing that. You were the one that wanted to take a bite, right? Yeah, you're right. But I think I'll stop now. I'm worried this will disrupt my recovery. By the way, your family has been visiting you as well, right? You're right, but not with my sisters. It's not good for children to step in spaces like this. So it's just my mother and father visiting. I see. Yale's parents. I wonder how they're doing. Especially his mother. I could vaguely remember that she suffers from asthma and would often go in and out of the hospital when she was younger. Just as I'm about to speak up, I hear a soft knock on the door before it opens, revealing a nurse. I apologize for the inconvenience, but visiting hours for today have concluded. Glancing at the time, I realize the nurse is correct. It feels like no time has passed at all. Whoa, time really flies when you're having fun. That really felt fast, but please, go on ahead, Lion. I appreciate you visiting me today. I'm glad I could see you today as well, Yale. I hope you continue to recover smoothly. Remember, the sweets are waiting for you. Yale chuckles, waving me up as I leave the hospital room. The next morning, I step into my workplace, and the office's busy atmosphere greets me. Amid the familiar surroundings, I see Cassius leaning against the desk with a frustrated expression on his face. He seems to be rambling about something to Briar. I swiftly approach while setting down my belongings on my desk. As usual, I still find snacks and beverages on my table, but I never pick them up anymore. I always throw everything out, especially after that one time I saw Elle near my apartment door. Nothing has changed with Elle's behavior, though. I look around the room, only to find the same pink-haired man staring in my direction again. It's always like that. I catch him look at me, then he quickly turns his face away and pretends like he's not looking at me. It's becoming a bit uncomfortable. Should I report this behavior to Mr. Dolores? Preparing to sit down, I turn to look at the door that leads to Mr. Dolores' office. I see Mr. Dolores holding a cup of coffee in his hand, as he's about to enter his office. I'm not gonna say anything. But with Mr. Dolores, he likely won't address my complaint without concrete proof of discomfort. Plus, Al seems to be his favorite employee. It's a bit of a stupid policy, but that's how it works in this company. I let out a low sigh of defeat and returned to my desk. The two seemed to still be discussing something. So yeah, turned into an argument. Hold on, what really happened between you two? He wasn't in a good mood, and I made things worse by making him jealous. The mention of jealousy catches my attention and strikes a chord. But don't you think that's not entirely your fault? It's a bit peculiar. I mean, what did you even do to escalate things into an argument? Well, he saw me talking to a girl. And? That's all. We were chatting in a bar. Maybe a little closer than usual, I admit. Okay, I get it. People perceive things differently, especially when strong emotions come into play. But was it really worth turning that into a full-blown argument? I know it might sound funny, but sometimes things just snowball, I guess. He was already irritable, and my actions seemed to ignite a fuse. You know, Cass, I genuinely don't think it's gotta be this way. Misunderstandings can happen, but they don't have to escalate into fights. Talk it out like normal adults do. Communication is key. Yeah, right. Not when the other party lacks comprehension. Cassius's sharp response seems to startle Briar. As she stares at him in surprise, he slumps and runs a hand through his hair. I'm just so damn conflicted, I guess. Part of me knows it's not healthy and that I gotta talk some sense to his head. Cass, you've got the power to break that cycle, you know. It's not easy, but it's possible. Man, what can I do? During our conversation, a frustrated Cassius whips out his vape and floods the office with tequila-scented vapor. Briar and I scrunch our noses at the unexpected scent. You have to vape outside. Do you want to get on Dolores' nerves again? His frustration grows as he exhales another puff of vapor, averting his gaze from us. Colleagues nearby glance over, signaling for him to cut it out. Sorry, I'm just so fed up with everything. Screw this job, honestly. I wasn't even in the mood to clock in today after all. With a muttered phrase, Cassius's words take on a bitter edge. Briar turns to look at me, shaking her head in disapproval. I bet Mr. Dolores will come soon and beat his ass, no doubt. I'm gonna offer him some advice. Hey, Cassius, I know things are tough right now. Maybe talking to your boyfriend and explaining your side could help ease the tension? Cassius's red eyes flicker with a mix of surprise and contemplation. He takes a drag from his vape and sighs out loud. Really now? That was obviously the first thing I've tried. I've done it time and time again, but he won't ever listen. He kept saying how I cheated on him and all. It's almost like he wants me to say, yes, I cheated, just because that's what he wants to believe. He's clearly irritated, his shoulders slumpy as he exhales another cloud of vapor. Yeah, it's tough conversing with someone who won't listen. Cassius grumbles and clicks his tongue. Yeah, now it feels like there's no way to fix it. He won't even talk to me nor read my texts. Silent treatment bullshit. Honestly, this isn't the first time. It's happened a lot of times before. We've been like this for almost 2 years now. I'm going to... Hell, I don't even know anymore. I know he goes through tough times and I just want to be there to comfort him. Maybe I'm trying too hard sometimes. Briar and I exchanged glances, contemplating how to stop him. Cass listened. Cassius, take that vaping session outside. It's starting to feel like we're in a bar. An annoyed voice rings out above the background buzz of keyboards and ringing phones, catching Briar and me off guard. Yeah, fine. Cassius grunts in frustration, shooting one last glare at his vape. Wow, that was loud. Briar sighs softly beside me, a subtle shake of her head reflecting her concern. But hopefully he can resolve things with his boyfriend soon. Had no idea his partner was the super jealous type. Me too, honestly. I feel bad knowing that he's been dealing with such a thing. Drawing in a deep breath, I center my focus on tasks and continue to work through the day. Finishing up at work, I gather my stuff and begin the walk back home alongside Briar. Cassius would normally be with us, but he left work on his own this evening. He probably needs some time alone due to his sour mood. Cassius's words from earlier and thoughts about Yale linger in my mind. I just hope Cass is okay. Jealous partners can make relationships incredibly complicated. I nod in agreement, my thoughts mirroring hers. Yeah, seems like he's dealing with a lot. Briar sighs and speaks in an empathetic tone. You know, I've had my share of relationship troubles too. I turn to Briar curiously, inviting her to share more. She doesn't really share anything about her relationship history. How come? Let's just say my track record hasn't been the best. Ugh. Maybe I should consider casting a love spell like a witch. That might improve my luck. Who knows? Maybe it'll work. We both chuckle and continue to walk along a familiar street, side by side. It's so frustrating. Almost like I'm attracting the wrong kind of people every single damn time. Getting into a relationship nowadays is so hard. The decent ones, I mean. Never really knowing what's around the corner. Sure, can be interesting. But if the bad experiences outweigh the good ones, I think it's fair that many people just give up. True, and sometimes even the best intentions can lead to unexpected outcomes. I could see Briar's lips curve into a wry smile. I once dated someone who was convinced I was the resident goth girl, always in black and all. So damn annoying. Like, they genuinely thought my whole personality is that, being a goth. It's so dumb. I've learned that people often form an idealized version of me when dating, and when reality doesn't align, they lose interest. It's unfair, but sadly, it happens a lot. I've had enough of searching for the right person. Maybe I should just start dating a fictional character. Oh, Miss Adeline, my cherished pink octopus lady, save me from this dreadful love life. Your beloved Miss Adeline will murder you on sight. She will kill for a drop of human blood, right? Yeah, you remember. I wouldn't mind if she took my life. Being sucked dry by her would be the best way to go. Her sudden revelation brings a moment of laughter between us, lightening the mood. You are such a simp. Respectfully. But Briar, maybe that love spell isn't a bad idea. Who knows? You might find a woman who truly appreciates you for who you are. Maybe even someone embodying your favorite character's traits. I'd probably faint if someone like Miss Adeline wanted to be my girlfriend. I'm getting sidetracked again, but simping matters aside, that's the funny thing about love, isn't it? Messy and complicated, yet we keep seeking it for those moments that make it all worthwhile, even when you don't want to admit it. I chuckle softly, appreciating the wisdom in her words. Got a point. Maybe find the kind of messiness that we're willing to embrace? Exactly. The messy parts that feel right, you know? The ones that make life interesting. I'm always up for some fun. That's probably why I've yet to actually give up on this love life. My late sister would often say, it's similar to finding that sweet spot between chaos and joy in life. That is so true. Well, here's to hoping we stumble upon that spot one day. Yeah. Fingers crossed. Oh, speaking of, I've got to run. I have a movie night with my online friends I wouldn't want to miss tonight. Text me later if you need anything, okay? Sure thing. Take care, Briar. Briar waves me farewell, a smile lingering on her face as she heads off. I turn around to follow my usual path to my apartments as evening settles in. Lion? The sudden voice made me jump, spinning around to see Al standing nearby with his hands trembling around a bag. Why? What is it? My response has a tinge of confusion in it. Why did you throw them away? Throw what away? But before I can say more, Al pulls out a snack from the paper bag he holds. I immediately realize these are the snacks I've received on my desk every single morning. He's been collecting the discarded snacks and beverages all this time, putting them inside this one big bag. Huh? Please, I can't. Throwing them away like that, please. Don't do that. So Al is really the one who's been giving me these snacks. I saw that. I saw you did it. I saw... Why? Al's desperate plea trembles in his voice. Sorry, I'll take him. Why are you doing this? Can't you just leave me alone? I'm curious! Why are you doing this? He seemed shocked for a moment, taking a few seconds before responding. A little frown formed slowly on his lips. Please just take them, please. Because I want you to... I've never seen someone struggle with a stutter this intensely. Want you to... His trembling hands reach for my shoulders as he pauses, biting his lips to speak. Please just eat them. I need to see you eat. Please. You must. Throwing them away, I like that makes me sad. Because, Lion, I love... What? I'm so sorry. Without even finishing what he was trying to say, Al abruptly pushes the bag of snacks onto my hand and dashed away. I wonder if I should try talking to him the next time I see him in the office or report his strange behavior to Mr. Dolores. I'm not sure. Don't want to think about it for now. But this bag of snacks, what should I do with it? I'm gonna take it home. I don't know what I'll do with these, but I think I'll just take it home with me for now. I'd eaten a few of these snacks in the past, yeah. Thankfully, I never got sick or anything from them. But after discovering that it really is Al who's been giving these snacks to me, without my concern nor knowledge, I don't think I could ever eat them again. Turning around and continuing my way back home, with the bag of snacks in my arms, it rustles with each step I take. I crane my neck downwards, looking at the contents. The snacks in this bag are eerily specific. Every single one is a favorite of mine. It's too precise to be random. I have a feeling that Al is the one I should be worried about, and, sorry, Klein! I have a new favorite! When I finally settled into the comfort of my own home, I put down the bag of snacks and beverages on the floor near my living room sofa. I take out my laptop and browse for Yale's number as let out a sigh and relax on the sofa. Ever since my last visit, I haven't really been able to visit nor text him again as I got unexpectedly busy. But I'm thinking of finally seeing him after work tomorrow. It's been a while. I click onto Yale's number and begin typing him a message to let him know that I'll finally be able to visit again tomorrow. Usually he would reply shortly after, so I think he must be asleep by now. I'll see what he says tomorrow. For now, I'm going to prepare for dinner and head to bed afterwards. Yale's response arrived the next day, giving me the green light to visit and mentioning a surprise. So right now, I'm making my way to the hospital reception desk to check in. Hi, I'm here to register for a visit for the patient in room 432. Ah, I believe I've seen you around here before. It has been a while since your last visit. Are you here to visit Mr. Yale in room 432 again? Yeah, that's right. I'm Lion. A friend here to check in on him. Certainly. Let me assist you with that. Could you update your details on the visitor's form while I check on Mr. Yale's status? Sure thing. I quickly jot down my details on the visitor's form, scribbling my name and contact information before handing it back to the nurse. Here you go. Thank you. Just a moment. The nurse then glances up from the document she's reviewing, meeting my gaze. Mr. Yale is currently in the hospital garden with his doctor. In the garden? That's unusual. Sometimes our doctors prefer a change of scenery for discussions, especially for patients on the mend. It can be quite uplifting for them. I see. Okay. Thank you, nurse. Of course. The hospital garden is right around this corner. Have a pleasant visit. Okay. Thank you again. With this new information, I follow the directions to the hospital garden, each step leading me closer to wherever Yale is having his discussion. Spotting Yale in conversation with his doctor makes me hesitate before joining them. A neat patch on the back of his hand marks where the IV used to be. Yale smiles at me briefly before turning back to the doctor. Good evening. Are you Mr. Yale's friend? The doctor's sudden inquiry catches me off guard. Yeah, I am. A soft chuckle escapes the doctor's lips, followed by a shift in her focus towards me. Your friend here is making remarkable progress. We're confident he can continue his recovery at home. Yale responds with a nod and a proud smile gracing his lips. That's reassuring to hear. I've been hoping for his discharge. We're pleased to share this news too. Recovering from such an experience isn't easy, but his progress has been commendable. Now, Mr. Yale, I have some information for you. Here's a list of medication you'll need to follow. I take a step back to allow the doctor to provide Yale with essential information. Adhering to the medication schedule is pivotal for your recovery. And if I'm not mistaken, you're in the pediatric daycare field? Children can be quite energetic, so it's important to treat yourself gently during this time. As someone in the nursing profession, looking after yourself must be a second nature to you, am I right? The doctor hands Yale a small card detailing his medication. Yes, doctor. I'm fully committed to being mindful of my limits. Excellent. Remember to avoid engaging in strenuous activities. Your dedication to a healthy lifestyle must be contributing to your smooth recovery. I do make an effort to maintain a regular workout routine and eat healthily. Thank you for your guidance, doctor. That's wonderful. Taking care of your body from within truly fosters your overall well-being. Please return to your room for dinner. It will be delivered there. With the doctor's departure, I turned to Yale with a reassuring smile on my lips. You heard her. Let's make sure you have everything set up comfortably at home. Just focus on recovery for now. Yeah. Heard her loud and clear. I'll focus on recovering from now on. Having you here with me helps as well, Lion. Having your presence makes me feel at ease already. I'm grateful to have you in my life as well. I'm here for you, Yale. I just want to be a good friend. I'm grateful to have you in my life as well. Upon saying that, my heart skips a beat. I catch a fleeting change in his expression, a subtle shift of something tender in his eyes. Yale, he's always so kind to me. I wonder if he's like this to everyone he's friends with. Most likely so, but I'm not sure how to feel about that. Just the simple thought of him treating others just as tenderly makes me feel a little uneasy. Yale's nervous laughter snaps me out of my thoughts, making my eyes widen in surprise. What is this? A staring contest? I don't realize I've been practically staring into his eyes for too long. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, me neither. I certainly wouldn't mind that for fun, though. Yale chuckles again, his tone shifting to a more serious note. But I hope we can continue being there for each other like this in the future. I really miss spending time with you like this. The certainty in his tone makes me nervous. Also, I actually wasn't expecting you to be outside the hospital room. I didn't know the hospital had a garden. Yale's smile widens as he nods, clearly savoring the calm ambience of the garden. I've always known it's here, but I didn't think a patient like me was allowed to visit while being hospitalized. But the doctor thought a change of scenery would be nice, especially since I was going to be discharged soon. I settled into an empty spot right beside Yale, basking in the sunset. From here, I could see a group of children playing nearby, supervised by attentive nurses. Some elderly individuals also sit together on benches, exchanging stories and laughter. Must be a welcome break from the stark white hospital rooms, right? His green eyes drift across the garden's greenery as he chuckles softly, sparing me a glance. Absolutely. Hospitals can get stuffy, being cooped up in those rooms all day. This feels quite nice. The soft rustle of leaves and distant laughter makes us both lapse into a comfortable silence. Yale's dark blue hair swing in the calming breeze. It's good to see you looking better. When will you be allowed to leave? In a couple of days. On Friday, if no issues arise. I smile, feeling relieved at the news of Yale's finally imminent release. He looks so relieved. That's great to hear. You've been really recovering well. As I promised, let me get you something sweet to celebrate. Yeah, you remember. I stand up, ready to make a quick trip to the hospital cafeteria for a sweet treat. Yeah, I'll go grab something from the cafeteria. Any preferences? Not sure if the hospital cafeteria would serve cinnamon rolls. But you can surprise me. Anything sweet will do. Got it. I nodded and moved swiftly towards the cafeteria, eager to bring back a small delight to our celebration. As days pass and Yale recovers, I make sure to assist him with various tasks whenever possible. Despite Yale being Yale and his usual inclination to tackle things independently, he seems to be more open to accepting help now. Convincing him to accept assistance, no matter how small, is always a challenge, but today is different. He finally relents. I gently knock on Yale's door to alert him of my arrival and speak, hopefully loud enough for him to hear over the door. Yale! I'm here! Hey, Lion. Door is unlocked. Feel free to just step inside. Okay. Entering Yale's apartment, I am met with the delicious aroma of sautéed onions and something more. He's already hard at work in the kitchen, with his back to me as he prepares a meal. You're cooking something already? What can I do? Pausing in his cooking, he gives me a sheepish smile. It's been a while since I cooked something for myself. Thank you for coming, Lion. He looks really nervous. Is it because he's finally letting me help him tonight? Oh, take it easy. No need to be so nervous. Am I making you nervous? Just doing what I can as a friend, really. What? Take it easy, dude. No, it's not you. It's just me. I'll get used to you helping me out like this eventually. Don't worry. Oh yeah? You better stop being nervous then, because I genuinely want to help you as much as I can. Comes from the heart. Thank you. Really. By the way, lately I've had little to no appetite for some reason, so I thought making something tasty might encourage me to eat more. Is something bothering you? Are you okay, Yale? Yale shakes his head reassuringly at my question. Yeah, everything's fine. I think it might be a side effect to the painkillers I'm taking. But I do plan on discussing it with the doctor, just to be sure. Yeah, that could very well be the case. Must be tough, right? You enjoy eating despite your sensitivity to some ingredients. Yeah, especially now. I really do want to enjoy my meals, but it's challenging. Let's get things ready then. A good meal might be just what you need. I agree. We both immediately get to work, with Yale showing me the recipe he has in mind. I thought he was going to make something fancy, but it's just some vegetable beef soup. As Yale starts preparing the ingredients, I find myself getting distracted just watching him. I turn away, pick up another knife from Yale's kitchen, and start to work on preparing the seaweed. Yale stands close by, focused on adding spices to his ingredients. It's intriguing to see him absorbed in his cooking. It makes me wonder if this level of concentration is his usual approach, even when preparing a simple meal for himself at home. He makes cooking and working with his hands appear so effortless. Are you always like this when you cook? It seems like you take cooking very seriously. I feel like that's a bit rude. Remain silent. My cheeks tinge with embarrassment as I realize I've been studying him for too long. I quickly turn my attention back to chopping the vegetables. Caught in Yale's gaze, I feel a rush of nerves and find myself lowering my gaze. Yet his gentle touch on my hand prompts my attention back to him. Whoa there, Lion. Ease up on the speed, or you might end up slicing more than just the vegetables. My bad. I just wanted to get it done as soon as possible. I can tell he's not entirely convinced by my words, but he doesn't press further. There's no rush, Lion. He says earnestly, while I nod and slow down my pace to ease his worries. After leaning back, we refocus on our meal preparations. Yale handles the beef and spices while I take care of the vegetables and additional seasonings. Alright, it's done cooking now. I made sure everything's cooked well. Here you go, Lion. Careful, it's hot. Yale carefully hands me a bowl of the beef stew we just made, being cautious since it's hot to the touch. Thank you, Yale. Shall we eat together at the dining table? Of course. I just need to clean up a bit. I'll join you later. Okay. I head to the dining room and settle into my seat, placing my bowl in front of me. I occasionally glance at Yale tidying up after a cooking session from where I am seated. Not that there is much of a mess to begin with. He's kept the kitchen tidy throughout the cooking process. After a short wait, he finally joins me at the dining table, taking a seat across from me. I'm excited to dig in. It smells flavorful. I'm excited too. Me too. This situation feels nostalgic. It feels nostalgic. Yale looks slightly surprised by what I just said. Wait, what feels nostalgic? This, right now. sitting side by side, enjoying vegetable beef soup together. I clarify, and the both of us can't help but chuckle at how the conversation turned out. Yeah, back then I used to share my lunch meals with you. I remember bringing this same soup to school at one point. You seemed to like it. Except that time, my mom was the one cooking the soup. Yeah, but yours tastes just as good, you know? That means a lot to me. I did learn cooking from her after all. I think you mastered the recipe already. But, speaking of school days, this is reminding me of something else too. Huh? What is it? Il suddenly turns visibly nervous. It's not an embarrassing memory. Relax. At least not in my opinion. We share a laugh together, Il's nervous expression turning more apparent. It just reminds me of how we met and became friends. If I hadn't stayed to clean up after class that day, I don't think we'd be friends now. I was always too nervous to approach you since you were this model student everyone praised. Il lets out a nervous laugh and shakes his head. You're exaggerating. It was just... I wanted to focus on doing well in my studies. But I'm grateful for your help that day. You saved me from the embarrassment of other students discovering I owned that novel. Even though I lost the novel you found that day, I think it's amazing that we're still here for each other. I'm so glad we're still friends after all that too. Yeah, you don't see friendships last that long nowadays. Oh man, I'm glad we're still friends after all that. Il nods at my words, with a small smile on his lips, the dust of pink on his cheeks intensifying. You're one of the few I've stayed in touch with over the years. The rest are just acquaintances. I hardly keep in touch with anyone from high school. It's cool that you have more connections. We don't really talk much either, if I'm being honest. Just occasional greetings and small talk. What kind of people do you keep your connections with? Huh? He looked slightly taken aback by what I just said. Imagining him maintaining connections with others from high school makes me wonder. Does this include his admirers? My friends? Maya, Kale, Dean? The people from school I still actually meet or hang out with on occasion. Oh, those three! I remember them. But it feels like he's skirting around my question. Well, he's not exactly avoiding it. Maybe I just didn't phrase it clearly enough. Lately, I've been spending most time with you, and I couldn't be happier about it. I force a convincing smile on my face, nodding to his words. I'm really happy to have you in my life as well. He returns my smile and chuckles, returning his attention to his bowl. He scoops up a spoonful of the beef soup and tastes it carefully. I can't help but subtly observe him as I begin eating. Thankfully, he appears much more at ease now compared to how he swallowed it roughly a while ago. Glad I didn't make it too spicy. I debated adding too many spices, but it turned out well in the end. What about you, Lion? What do you think? I nod slowly and swallowed the beef soup. I think it tastes great too. My attention briefly drifts to Yale's bandaged neck while I take another spoonful. How's your neck been feeling? Have you noticed any changes? Yale places his spoon down at my question, gently tracing the bandage around his neck. To be honest, it's still a bit sore, especially around the scar, but it's definitely improving day by day. I see. Well, even small improvements are progress. Exactly. I'm on a smooth road to recovery, even if it's a bit slower now. Yeah. Deep down, my curiosity about the scar beneath the bandage grows within me. Would you mind showing me how your scar looks like? Remain silent and continue to eat. Would you mind showing me how your scar looks like? My question seems to catch Yale off guard momentarily, but he nods after a brief pause. Oh yeah, I don't mind at all. Let me show you. Yale begins to remove the bandage carefully, unveiling a healing scar on his neck. I notice a slight tremble in his hand as he undoes the bandage. I observe it closely, leaning a bit forward in his direction. Damn, this is going to be a lasting reminder. It's a pretty deep cut, and it looks so cool! Judging from the scar, the attacker must have really had it for him. This must have been awful. I'm glad to see you're healing well, Yale. Without thinking, my hand reaches out to touch the scar gently. Wait, Lion! Yale flinches slightly at my touch and reflexively grips my wrist. I'm sorry, Yale. I didn't mean to overstep. Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. He seems surprised, but quickly reassures me with a smile, relaxing his grip on my wrist. No, it's alright, Lion. I was just surprised. The area is still healing, so it's a bit ticklish and sensitive to touch. A warm flush creeps onto my cheeks in response to his words. I lean back in my seat, sighing softly. I didn't think about that. I hope I didn't make you uncomfortable. I'm sorry again. Don't worry about it. I can't possibly be hurt by you. I was just surprised, really. Knowing I didn't actually hurt him brings me a sense of relief. Okay, good to know. Yale continues to speak, while slowly bandaging his neck again. After the meal, we head to wash the dirty plates. However, Yale insists on washing mine, so I end up letting him do it. I take a step back and rest against the counter while sipping from a half-empty cup of water. I appreciate the help, but I'd like to handle this. That was delicious, by the way. Thank you. It's the best meal I've had in a while. Really? Well, that makes me even happier. Thinking about it again, Yale didn't really have much of the meal earlier either. But I won't bring that up now. It's good to see he's still finished. I'd like when he was still in the hospital. Yeah, and it's a much bigger meal than I've had recently. The meal choice helped me eat more. Beef vegetable soup has always been a comfort to me. That's good to hear. I'm glad the meal helped you have more appetite. Feels great too. Thank you so much, Lion. Yale drives his hands and lets out a soft sigh before setting the plates aside. Excuse me for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Sure thing. Yale disappears from sight as he goes into the restroom. I pick up the glass and swirl the water inside as I stare at it, lost in thought. Whenever I'm left alone with no distraction, thoughts of Sarah always fills me. Since her passing, she remains a constant presence in my thoughts. How can I come to terms with her death when everything about it feels so wrong? Ethan is still in shock. Coping seems to be a struggle for him. I wonder if he has someone by his side. Throughout all of this, Yale has been by my side, and I'm forever grateful for his presence. But Ethan, I wonder if he has someone like Yale, someone to prevent him from losing it all. We share a common background as orphans, but Ethan had to navigate life practically on his own. I was fortunate enough to have Sarah's family adopt me when I was young, although memories of that day have become hazy. Sarah once shared that Ethan grew up alone due to his poor eyesight and quiet nature. No one was willing to adopt him. Despite the challenges, he's achieved so much, which I find truly admirable. A lawyer and a heritage worker, they both are truly a hard-working couple. Recalling all of this just makes it hurt even more. The last time we met, at Sarah's funeral, he appeared so exhausted. It was unlike Ethan, almost like a different person. He's never been talkative, but that day, his silence felt unsettling. He seemed so disconnected. I'm genuinely worried about him. I need to reach out soon, maybe with a call or a visit. Who the hell? I set down the now empty glass of water on the table, my gaze drifting to a phone buzzing. This must be Yale's phone. See who the caller is. I take the phone in hand, fumbling to see who the caller might be. It's his mother. The calling screen swiftly changes as the touch detector immediately requests a password, a common security feature in today's digital devices. It's password protected. I don't know why, but I thought Yale wouldn't have his phone password protected for some reason. Well, it keeps ringing. The background image reveals a picture of Yale and his sisters. What were their names again? Alicia and Yves? I can't quite remember. I think I met them once, but they were so young. I don't think they even remember me now. They've grown. Suddenly I hear a voice from the other side of the room again. Yale has returned from the restroom. His face turns a little red when he sees his ringing phone in my hands. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear the phone ringing. With a bashful smile, he quickly takes the phone from my hand and answers the call after entering the password. Hello. Big brother! Yale blinks in surprise when her sister yells so loud over the phone. Yves, get out of the way! You're taking up the whole screen! A chorus of cheerful voices echoes through the phone. I observe Yale's change of expression as he lets out a gleeful chuckle at his sister's chaos. Okay, how are my little sisters doing? We're doing great, big brother. Just counting down the days until we can see you again. Feels like forever since the last time we saw you. Can't wait until you visit us again. When will it be, big brother? I could hear the genuine concern in his sisters' voices as they ask about Yale's well-being. He lets out a quiet chuckle and shakes his head, offering his sisters a reassuring smile over the video call. Very soon. Your brother is fully healed now, which means I've planned a visit sometime soon. Alicia and Yves cheer, their excitement coming through the phone. Will you bake some cake for us again, big brother? I miss them. Your cake tastes like Mom's, except they're so much better. Hey, Yves, don't say things like that. Both are just as tasty. They all laugh together. I can't help but smile as I listen to their conversation through the call. That's not true. I learned everything from Mom after all, but of course I will bake them for you guys again when I visit. Yay! I would love to help. Me too. I want to try the batter. Yves, don't you remember the last time you did it? You got a stomach ache. Oh, yeah, wait, no, well, this time, we can try making edible cookie dough that make the best cake ever together. We can't wait, big brother. When are you coming? I'll check my schedule and let Mom know soon, but it'll be very soon. I promise. Big brother, by the way, did you see the drawing I made for you? I sent it yesterday. Mom said you received it already. But I'll just show you right here. See? See? I could see one of Yale's sisters holding up a colorful drawing, beaming with pride. Whoa, that's amazing. You might be the next Bob Ross, Yves. I love it. I'll hang it up when I come to visit. And I also made a new song. I'll sing it for you when you come. Can't wait to hear it, Alicia. You two are so talented. Okay, gotta go now, but I'll talk to you both soon. Take care, my little sisters. Love you. Love you too, big brother. Yale waves goodbye as the video call ends, his smile from the exchange he just had with them lingering. Aw, do you visit your family's place often? He nodded at my question, smiling softly. Yeah, actually. I always try to make time to visit my family's place during the weekends. I've always known that his family gets along well, but I couldn't help feeling a little jealous now that I'm reminded of it again. I don't even remember whether my biological parents were nice or not. On second thought, I believe that the fact they put me up for adoption when I was so young says it all. That's heartwarming to know, Yale. I'm glad to know things are still the same with you and your family. How about your mother's asthma? Is she doing fine? Oh, absolutely. She's been doing much better lately. We're all grateful that her trips to the hospital have become less frequent. I appreciate your concern. Thank you, Klein. Aren't you quite busy, though? Your job, your family, your own routine? Yale lets out a small laugh and shakes his head. Well, just a little bit. You know how it is, Lion. It's a bit of multitasking, yeah. That's crazy, Yale. You're unbelievable sometimes. I don't understand how you can manage all of that. Particularly when it comes to working out. I doubt most people can juggle that. Yeah, don't worry. I'm kind of found my own pace in managing it. By the way, are you planning to stay the night or think of heading out? Oh, right. It's gone quite late, and honestly, I think I'll just stay here for the night. Is that fine with you? My body sinks further into the comfort of the seat, while Yale observes me with a gleeful grin, as if holding back laughter. Of course. I'm happy to see you enjoying yourself. I'll have to clean up my bedroom for a little. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower in the meantime? You're right. I probably should have gotten it earlier. Yale grins in response before I excuse myself to the bathroom. Compared to my initial visits to Yale's place, I've become far more at ease staying over now. He's so understanding about it all, which is a relief. Having someone around me is comforting, especially in these times when I constantly feel like I'm being watched. I hope things get better soon. I want this nightmare to end. A few days later, I step into the bustling daycare center, Yale's beloved place of work. I seek out Yale amidst the cheerful chaos of kids playing with toys and other daycare workers dressed similarly to him. Once I spot him, I carefully approach him with a smile on my face. Hey, Yale! My greeting goes unnoticed as he's focused on calming a visibly upset young boy before him. Noticing me, he briefly gestures for me to wait and not approach as he calms the upset child. I nod, standing still in my spot to let him focus on his work. Yale places a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder, encouraging him to express his emotions freely. He begins demonstrating slow, deep breaths, prompting the boy to follow suit. There, you see? You're doing so well, Tony. Good job, buddy. Here's your plushie, and a little lemon candy. You love those, don't you? You can return to play with Miss Sophia now. She has returned, see? Yeah, that's where she is. Yale gently gives the boy his elephant toy and lemon candy, calming the child's sobs and soft sniffles. Amidst the echoing noise of the objects hitting the ground, my attention shifts to a young girl across the room. A child with an IV line attached to her hand seems to be diligently coloring a picture. She looks so young. What happened to her? It dawns on me that I've never really known what Yale's workplace is like. It seems to be a daycare for children with special needs. A pediatric daycare? I always thought it was just a regular one. Yeah, I've missed out on so much, but I'm grateful that Yale and I are talking more often nowadays. My gaze returns to Yale as I see him give a final pat on the boy's shoulder before approaching me. Hey, Lion. Sorry for making you wait. No, not a problem at all. You're already hard at work now, I see. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling much better, thanks to you. It's really wonderful to be back here with the kids. You're doing an amazing job, Yale. Just remember to take it easy, alright? Yes, Nurse Lion. I promise. I'll follow your expert advice. Yale grins and salutes me jokingly. Come on, I think you're the only nurse here, Yale. I just don't want anything bad to happen to anyone ever again. His expression shifts to one of concern as I speak. I always feel guilty when I'm reminded of what's happened to those close to me, with Sarah's passing, and now this incident with Yale's attempted murder. I've lost Sarah. I don't want to lose you as well, or anyone else ever again, Yale. Softening at my words, he holds my gaze silently before offering a reassuring pat on my shoulder. Me neither, Lion. I understand where your concern comes from. You'll make everything okay again. We'll figure this out together, alright? We'll stay safe and keep the people around us safe as well. And of course, I'll make sure not to overwork myself so I can continue being right here to help you, Lion. I nod, reassured that our determination isn't one-sided. Knowing I won't be going through this alone anymore puts me a little more at ease. If I'm being honest, I'm worried about your safety. It's a serious situation, and we don't know who or what we're up against. We must move forward with caution and trust our instincts if anything feels wrong. Despite the daycare's lively and comforting atmosphere, the topic of our conversation makes me feel somewhat tense. Yeah. Now, are we going to start? We're not going to rely on the police after all. The police. They're supposed to investigate my murder attempt further right after I was taken to the hospital. Yeah, right. About that. They only asked me a few questions about your case and that was all. No updates, nothing. They treated your case exactly the same as how they treated my sister's case. I'm starting to feel like this is some sort of conspiracy. He falls silent at my words, and I can see the disappointment in his face. Yeah, he didn't really seem to care. Especially after I mentioned the possibility of Klein, an android, being involved in the crime. They just dismissed me immediately. It's unbelievable how unreliable they are at times like this. Yale sighs in frustration, rubbing his temple. That's okay. We can try, with all that we have. Yeah, we'll get things started now. I've compiled the evidence a few days ago. Let's discuss it. Hopefully we can get a clue from that. I'll be done in about 15 minutes. Do you mind waiting? You can wait here or wait outside. We wouldn't really mind either way. I think I'll wait outside. Don't want to interrupt anyone's work here. He chuckles and shakes his head, disagreeing with my statement. You really won't be a bother to us. But that's fine. I'll meet you outside then. I smile and give him a nod before turning around and leaving the daycare. I walk around the neighborhood and walk to a park nearby, occupying the empty seat. 15 minutes won't be that long of a wait. What should I do to pass the time? I rummage for my bag, thinking of using my phone to kill some time. Damn, totally forgot about this. I haven't been using my phone at all ever since that hacking incident, just as Yale is. Hacking incident? Since both of our devices got hacked, we agreed not to use it again because we could never be sure if the hacking had ceased or not. That was a hacking incident? It's a bit inconvenient at times, but this is for the sake of safety. I let out a sigh and look up, observing the sunset. Huh. The sun is beautiful today. Sarah would love this. She's always loved sunsets. I wish I could capture it and share it with her. Wait. What am I thinking? Sarah is gone. Right. She's not here with us anymore. I keep forgetting this. It's hard. The reality of her absence feels surreal. It still feels unreal. I haven't fully accepted it. Of course not. My sister, Sarah. She didn't deserve to die. Especially not like that. I hate this. I hate it so much. I hate everything that happened to her. Hey, Lion. Yale steps before me, flashing a lively smile on my way. The strap of his gray sling bag, adorned with a dainty white rabbit charm, sways as he moves. Sorry. Do you mind waiting here for a bit again? I have to get my car. Yale's gentle voice grounds me as thoughts of Sarah's demise flits my mind. I used to tear up and cry whenever I reminded myself of her, but now I feel more angry rather than sad. Sure thing. Take your time, Yale. It won't take long. Yale seems to have noticed that something is off, as it takes him a while to finally respond. I can see the concern in his face, but he doesn't say anything and just smiles warmly. He disappears again, making a light jog in the direction where his car is parked. What the hell? Okay, I know that this is like, I know that this is supposed to be like Yale being in the driver's seat, but it's just funny to think of him just like squatting in the middle of the car. I finally settle into the car's comfortable interior as the door shuts behind me with a thud. Yale sets aside his sling bag, already settled in the driver's seat. You're not going to go exercise today? No, I feel a bit tired today. Oh, I see. That's okay. You're recovering after all. Rest up. Yale just chuckles along with a small nod and begins to start driving. Speaking of going to the gym and just working out in general, you're always welcome to join me. I tend to work out alone and it would be nice to have company. Yeah, I'll think about it. I need the willpower to start doing it. What if I'm the willpower you're waiting for, Lion? I need to have it in me, not from someone else. I sigh and lean back, feeling the back of my head brushing against the soft fabric draped over the high seat. Huh? What's this? I pick it up from the seat, examining it closer. Wait. This is the one I gave him on his 17th birthday. Yale blinks slowly, obviously flustered by my realization. He reaches out to gently stop me from inspecting the jacket further, albeit a little hurried. You remember? Oh, this is a little embarrassing. I chuckle at his flustered reaction, finding it endearing. The fact that he still holds on to it after all this time. I doubt it still fits, Yale. You've grown so much since we were 17. Yale nervously laughs, his cheeks flushing slightly at my comment. I like to think of it as appreciating gifts, Lion. It's the same with the other gifts I've received. I still keep those goofy drawings my friends and I made before graduating from elementary school, too. That's so endearing. You really appreciate the littlest things. Me too, actually. I treasure people's gifts like my life depends on it. That's really endearing. Yale lets out another nervous laughter, nodding slowly in agreement. I can't help it. I find it incredibly thoughtful whenever someone gives me something. Now that we're talking about it, can I see those goofy drawings? Although still laughing, I can tell he turns a bit hesitant at my question. Well, I think I have to refuse. Some pretty embarrassing notes are in there, so I can't show you. I grin smugly. The mention of embarrassing notes makes me feel more curious to see its contents. But Yale, your secrets are safe with me! I mean, yeah, but I do think they're way too embarrassing to be shared. Whenever I look at them, I always wonder, why did I even think of writing that? I laugh along with him, understanding what he means all too well. That's what many of us feel when we look at our younger selves at one point. Don't worry. Yeah, this is why I will be keeping this embarrassing note. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force you to do it. Yeah, because we're all a little cringe back when we were young. I nod with a small laugh, fully agreeing with his sentiment about that. The car ride feels fun with our lively conversation. Upon entering Yale's apartment and settling into the living room, we sat, facing each other with the compiled evidence and a laptop on the table. The culprit took the weapon, not leaving anything behind. What about fingerprints? Only mine was found in the crime scene. It's strange, really. In a crime scene like this. Wait. You mentioned the attacker... You mentioned the attacker looked like Klein, right? Yeah. I'm even more convinced now that it really was Klein, the android who attacked me. Klein being the culprit would explain why only my fingerprints were found at the scene. Because androids have no fingerprints. Even if the weapon were left behind, no fingerprints would have been found on it, making it difficult to link to Klein. I did ask the police to investigate further, but like I said, they immediately dismissed my claims when I mentioned Klein's potential involvement. They just wouldn't believe me. They said it's impossible for Sentient Tech Labs androids to malfunction to the point of causing grave harm like that, more so when the company is held in high regards for its extremely advanced AI technology. I see. This will be challenging. I have to think of something. Maybe if we could somehow get more evidence and people to support our statements, they could help our investigation? I take a hold of Yale's laptop, focusing on the search box and began typing. That's a good idea. We can raise awareness through the internet. I'll try looking up what's up with the company first, because they're the ones responsible for everything Klein does, right? This is the web results. I browsed for Klein possible malfunction, but nothing about that comes up. Yale leans in closer to take in what came up in the web as well. Yeah, you're right. Let's look for forum posts. I think looking through forums might help. Forums? Yeah, something like echoboard.net. I used to be a somewhat active lurker on this site years ago. I see. I began typing into echoboard.net's browsing query and entered Sentient Tech Labs public community board discussions. As expected, it's quite bustling. Well, no wonder. Klein is quite well known after all. Something feels off. No one seems to mention any drawbacks or issues with the app. It's all strangely positive. I mean, I can't find any negative comments, not even remotely bad. This seems unusual given how famous Klein is. The more famous something becomes, the more hate it usually attracts, right? Well, I might be a little too skeptical. This is just an observation, but it feels like something doesn't add up in these posts. I mean, what about the rumors Sarah spoke of? Why can't I find anything even remotely close to that in this forum? Everything is overwhelmingly positive. Great reviews, users enjoying the Klein android. It's all sunshine and rainbows. It's a bit unbelievable. People often go crazy with conspiracy theories when AIs are involved, even in this age. Remember Quantic Labs? They faced major backlash when they announced the development of their girlfriend android. Yeah, I remember the chaos. Someone even tried boycotting the company, didn't they? It made headlines. There were debates about morals, ethics, and privacy concerns regarding dating an android girlfriend. Yeah, I recall that uproar. The commotion was so intense that I couldn't even go to work because of the roadblocks. That incident led to more regulations for AIs. They began restricting androids from entering crime scenes, religious spaces, and even funerals. I released a frustrated sigh, closing the laptop and slumping back in my seat. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Every article out there praises the company, as if I'm the only one grappling with the app's challenges. Please don't be so hard on yourself. Lion, if recounting these events makes you uncomfortable... No! It's okay, Yale. You don't need to worry. This isn't something I can let slide. I need to take action. I couldn't just sit back while the person responsible for this is out there. Okay, if you say so. I think it'd be helpful to list out the odd things that have happened with the Klein app over the last 2 years you've been using it. Maybe we can find some patterns or clues that could help our investigations this way.
Right. Yeah. Do you remember any odd things you've experienced while using the app? Or a particularly strange event that stood out to you? Might be able to recall one or two. I think... Klein turned on my alarm, Klein's character data disappearing right after the news of Sarah's death. All of the above. That's certainly concerning. Okay, let's list these odd occurrences here first and foremost. Afterwards, we could try including them in the post we're going to make. Perhaps someone out there has answers, has experienced something similar, or clues that we need. It would be a little comforting to know we're not alone in this, right? You're right. Hopefully it'll provide some help. I hope so too. I think we should just make the description relatable enough for others to understand and avoid revealing too many details. Of course, I recognize the risk in taking matters into our own hands, but I just can't bear staying idle much longer. Especially with how the police have been blatantly ignoring us. We're uncertain how these posts will help, but it's worth trying. Perhaps someone out there has experienced something similar or has a clue to this whole thing. Every clue will be significant to our progress. Hill types out the post and slides his laptop towards me for review. I think this works? Yeah, this looks good. You adjusted some details, didn't you? Yeah, a little bit. To ensure we don't reveal too much. Could be risky. Hope that's okay. Yeah, of course. I think we should post it then? Yale nods in confirmation, obviously just as nervous as me. Let's do it. I've never felt this anxious before. Me neither. Pressing the post button, the words are now visible to all on the forum. Yale turns to me with a faint, unconvincing smile. Alright, we posted it. Let's hope people notice and share their thoughts on this. I hope so too. This post might help raise some awareness about Klein's androids. What do we even call it? A malfunction? And just maybe, we could get the police attentions as well if the post gets enough attention. Along with the other odd occurrences like our hacked phones, it's becoming difficult to discern which events are actually connected and which ones are mere coincidences. Also, what do you mean hacked phones? Like, we didn't get it this time around. By the way, Yale, are you using a new device now? The white phone. Haven't seen that one before. No actually, that's my old phone. I went back to using that after leaving the hospital. Oh, I thought you were only using a laptop. That's what I've been doing myself. That's what I initially planned too, but it's not very convenient, so I opted for my old phone. Fortunately, I still have it. I see. Well, it's probably the safest route right now that still allows you to use your phone. Yale smiles softly, but his expression turns serious shortly after. He furrows his brows, rubbing his clothed arm nervously. Lion, let's discuss something. Yeah? Our phones were hacked around the same time, right? Again! What hack? I nod slowly. Okay. I've been thinking. If the hacking is happening because of the Klein app installed, then by that logic, mine shouldn't have been hacked because I don't have the app on my phone. Yet mine still got hacked, around the same time as yours too. Yeah, you're right. And then? By that, I meant to say that there's a correlation between... Yale's words trailed off, just as I awaited his next thoughts. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I think there's a clear correlation between your Klein and the Klein android that attacked me. Because one thing that I can't make sense of is why it said something about you, yet came after me instead. He gestures with increasing uncertainty, his hands fumbling about in an attempt to give form to his scattered thoughts. It's about the Klein android's reasoning. The Klein android attacked me because it said it wants something from me. Sorry, I think I lost my train of thoughts. He chuckles softly, looking a bit sheepish while rubbing the side of his neck. I think I need a moment. I'll take some time to gather my thoughts and explain properly. Also, I don't recall you saying that the Klein android said anything. Yeah, of course, Yale. Yale seems completely out of his element, grappling with his thoughts in a way I haven't witnessed since we were young. This situation is clearly taking a toll on him. I still don't understand how your phone could get hacked either. You never have the Klein app installed. Nothing makes sense. The more I ponder this, the more confusing it becomes too. I never install anything unusual as well, and my phone's security software is always updated. I don't get it. To see Yale so lost in his thoughts almost makes me feel guilty. I have to console him. I reach out for his shoulders, but he shakes his head immediately. He smiles at me, firmly yet politely declining my attempt to comfort him. Oh, no. I was just mumbling to myself. I'm just really determined on fully understanding what's going on. Let's hope for the best. For now, we've done what we could. With enough attention, we might get some answers. Let's give it a week, or a couple of days. He offers me an earnest smile, taking the laptop back to his direction before shutting it down. What should we do now, then? Good question. How about we make dinner together? Oh, right, I forgot we just got off work. Yeah, I get that. Sometimes anxiety makes us forget something as important as eating. Let's get ready, then. Why don't you make your favorite meal? Yo, you don't have to make it my favorite. Anything works, really. I appreciate your consideration, but let me do it. I was hoping your favorite meal would make you feel a little better, at least. Maybe I can lend you a hand with your assignment, too? Oh, right. How do you manage to remember my own college assignments better than I do? I share a laugh with him, deep down admiring his sharp memory. It's something I've learned to do growing up. So, what's your assignment about? It's some research work. I've been struggling to gather enough material for it. Research work. Depending on what the topic is, I might have some helpful resources you can use. How about we check it out later? Once we're done with dinner, I meant. Sure thing. That would be a great help. I owe you for this, Yale. No worries. It's what friends do, right? Please. You don't owe me anything. I just want to help you out. His smile feels reassuring as we step into the kitchen together to get our meal ready. Sorting through my desk, thoughts of the post Yale and I made lingered. It's frustrating, still, no response after nearly a week. Despite the forum's activity, our post isn't attracting any attention. Even trivial meme posts get thousands of views and comments, but something as serious as this goes unnoticed. Strange. It's great to see you in better spirits these days, Lion. Briar's voice snaps me back to reality. Huh? I turn to face my friend, Briar, with a hint of confusion on my face. She chuckles softly, nodding with a gentle smile. Don't hum me. I'm genuinely glad to see you're doing better. Yeah, she's right. We were worried about you, Lion. Cassius chimes in, adjusting his tie as he speaks. You look like you were losing your will to live, and it was really concerning to say the least, with your sister's passing and all. Cass, don't need to mention that now. She elbows Cassius's torso, making him hunch his back in surprise and let out an owl sound. Sorry. Never mind, I said that. But yeah, Lion. Meant what I said. We were worried, you know? I giggled, grateful that they care enough to notice. Well, in a way, I did feel like I was losing my drive a bit. It was tough, but I'm in a better place now. The two exchanged relieved smiles at my words. We're happy to hear that. Remember, we're always here for you, Lion. And the same goes for you guys. As I've grown older, I found it increasingly challenging to forge and maintain friendships. That's why having these two around in the office meant more to me than words can express. Despite Briar's quirks and Cassius's habits, they're the most genuine friends I've had so far in this office. I honestly didn't even think I'd make friends when I first started here. Closing my laptop, I began organizing my desk, putting everything back in its place. Yeah, I'm heading out first, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Briar, who's just started touching up her makeup, immediately turns to me with a smile. See ya. It's a bit unusual for you to leave early. Anything fun planned for the evening already? Yeah, a friend is picking me up today. Oh. What I just mentioned seemed to catch their interest. Briar flashes a mischievous grin, encouraging me to continue. So, someone's picking you up, huh? Cassius joins in, wearing a smug smile. He's the lucky one, then. I chuckle at their teasing, shaking my head in amusement. Seriously, it's just Yale. Don't get too excited. Just Yale, huh? Sure thing. Aw, come on, Lion. We all know that Yale means more to you than just anything. I mean, it's true that we've been spending a lot more time together now, but... well, you see, we're really just best friends, really. We've really become a thing? I'm a bee. What are we, anyway?
You see... I can feel my cheeks flushing at the mention of Yale's name, stammering to hide my reaction from my teasing friends. Aw, look at you, Lion, getting all shy already. That's enough, guys. You two are impossible. Briar and Cassix continues to poke fun at me, their smirks never fading. You are so funny. But for reals, Lion, seems like things are blossoming for you two. Yep. You'll be out of the single Pringle club in no time, and poor Briar will be the last one standing. Oh, watch your mouth. I have my gorgeous Miss Adeline to keep me company. Briar joked, referring to her beloved fictional character whom she deeply adores. She would often gush about her to us, a character from her favorite webcomic series. If you ever find yourself feeling down again, feel free to call me anytime, okay? Thank you, Briar. I'm doing better now, compared to those rough days. I reassure them, noticing their supportive nods and smiles. Very glad to hear that. Now come on, your Prince Charming is probably waiting outside. My eyes involuntarily roll at Briar's jest, but I decide to humor her. Have fun, secret rendezvous and all that. To Caroline, don't keep your friend waiting. I am going now, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I nod with a smile and gather my belongings, waving in their direction before departing. I head towards where Yale is waiting by the car, parked nearby the office building. I was met with his warm smile when I settle into the seat. Hey, Lion. What's putting a big smile on your face this evening? Oh, crap. Am I smiling a little too much? Hey, Yale. Well, I just had a little joke with my coworkers. Briar and Cassius, was it? I'm glad to see you're getting along with your colleagues now. Are you still thinking of changing jobs then? The opening I mentioned might still be open. Ah, the cafe job, is it? Yeah, that's the one. Right, sorry. I didn't get to tell you what I decided. I think I'll stick to my office job for the time being. It's gotten more bearable now that I have friends here. Please, don't apologize for that. In fact, I'm glad you feel comfortable enough in your current workplace now. Switching jobs can be stressful, so I just hope it continues to get better for you. Yale's tone feels comforting as he started the car engine. Thank you so much, Yale. They're a bit of a handful sometimes, especially Briar, but I know that they mean well. Yale nods along as I speak, smiling. I'm glad. I'm really glad. How about you, Yale? Is your neck scar still bothering you? Just a little bit. It's healing well. Today was actually a really fun one at the daycare. We decorated a room for a child's birthday celebration with my coworkers. That sounds like a great time indeed. Yeah, it was. And seeing their happy expressions after decorating the room makes it worth the effort. By the way, I wanted to tell you something. Do you know what's the latest with the post we made? I'm not sure if you're aware, but it got deleted. Have you had the chance to see it? What? No, I haven't been able to check today. What do you mean it got deleted? Yeah, I checked it during my lunch break. It got deleted. Yale passes me his phone to confirm it. The screen displays a notice of our deleted post, but there was no specific reason. It seriously got deleted. Yeah, it's odd. I wonder why. Exactly. It's almost like the information is being hidden. We continued to discuss the situation during the drive home. Now that we've arrived at his place, we gathered the evidence with Yale's laptop on the table. Could it have been fogged as false or harmful in some way? Mods usually remove posts for those reasons. I thought about that, but usually we receive a notification stating the reason for the deletion, right? But there's none this time. A conflicted look crosses Yale's face, and it falls silent. Huh. That is definitely strange. Maybe someone did want that information out there. I just wish there's a way to find out what was in the post. I saw a notification of a comment, but now, with the post gone, we can't check who commented. Someone commented? I missed that notification. But it could also just be an issue with the app settings for me. Lion, do you remember what the comment said? No, I don't. I want to try reaching out to the user. They might have some information. So I can't recall their username since the notification vanished when the post was deleted. Still, I'll give it a shot with what I remember. Good idea, Lion. If they commented, they most likely have something to share. Tapping away, I noticed Yale leaning in for a closer look at our vanished post from a couple days ago. He stayed silent while studying the screen with a furrowed brow and a faint frown. I'm still thinking about how there's no notification from a moderator about the deletion. This is really strange. But, Lion, actually, I noticed a few posts were deleted from the forum in the last few hours. Though I don't necessarily notice them all being related to Klein. I should have given them more thought. I just skimmed through the post. But they must all have something in common, right? Because if not, why would they get deleted for no reason at all? Right, he's onto something. I think he might have a point. So it's likely the employees from Sentient Tech Labs themselves, trying to uphold their reputation? He nods slowly, his expression growing serious. That's what the pattern here seems to be pointing at. Yeah. I contemplate whether to repost a message or leave it as is. Repost it. I find myself hesitating before eventually typing a new post with Yale sitting right beside me. You're reposting it again? Yeah. I think it wouldn't hurt to try. Alright. I'll try reposting it on my own account as well. So it feels a little uncomfortable having to recount the disturbing events involving my sister's death, the possible involvement with Klein, every time I have to repost it. After discussing things for a bit on how we could possibly reword the post before reposting, we both hit share once again. If our posts trying to raise awareness regarding this issue got deleted, we should be extra careful with the wording now. Sentient Tech must be on high alert. Yale's attention is focused on the phone screen, scrolling for something worthwhile to compile as our clue, same as I do. My eyes widen as I receive an incoming notification while scrolling through the forum post. Wait, someone commented with a link to another post. Is that so? Yale scooted closer towards me, leaning it a bit closer to see the notification as I tapped on it. The post says, a while back ago, I saw the humanoid walking around, all alone, without an owner. It's suspicious. Me and Yale exchanged looks before scrolling down to continue reading the full comment. The user had attached a picture with a caption. What? This seems like a road near this area, right? Klein. Walking around... The one hotel at Red Road? Wait, this was 4 or 5 months ago, I believe. I'm not the original owner of the picture, by the way. I just have been reposting and trying to get an answer now on what the hell it was doing, and if there's a correlation between this Klein android and the one news about a woman's brutal murder, although it's unlikely. Sentient Tech, you are suspicious for trying to cover this up. The picture is blurry and dark, not to mention, the oversized jacket doesn't help. But with this photo, we can support our statement about Klein's harmful behavior. We both exchange a determined glance, recognizing the potential significance of this discovery. We need to contact them. Right, but how do we approach this? Plan a meeting with them immediately. Talking online might not be safe. Reach out to them, ask if they're willing to share more. Meet them in private. If Sentient Tech could notice us making these posts and almost immediately take action to delete them, then that means they're closely monitoring us, right? It feels like someone is watching our every move. Yale seems concerned as he asks for me to reaffirm my immediate decision. Are you sure, Lion? Yeah, I am. What if the forum isn't safe after all? It almost feels like someone is watching our every move, every word exchanged to Yale. It makes me feel paranoid. I understand. Really, I'm concerned, but if it's... Never mind. I think we should try. But we need to be extra careful, okay? A plan to meet in a very public place with an easy exit would be a good idea. Sort of like a cafe. Okay, what should we say? I begin typing on the keyboard and start composing a message, carefully wording it while Yale watches over my shoulder, helping me. Yeah, I think that's good. Alright, sending it now. This message, it can be the key to unlocking the truth behind all that's been happening. No, I think we should keep it... No, I think we should give it a couple more days again. Wait for their response. Yeah, we can do that. I lean back against the seat and look at Yale with determination and hope. At least I'm not alone in going through things anymore, and it makes me feel better to have someone like Yale by my side. Why don't you get some rest in the meantime? Or we can go somewhere together for a change of air. Things have been really stressful for you after all. Huh. Speaking of going somewhere for a change of air, I'm reminded of Sarah's invitation to go on a staycation before all of this happened. Yeah, maybe we can go on a little staycation. He looked slightly taken aback upon hearing what I just said. Staycation? Is that really okay? I mean, that'd be just the two of us, and we initially had this plan with big sister Sarah and Ethan. Yeah, you're right. That's alright though. I think it'd be a good change of air. We've been dealing with this for a while now. I think going on a little trip would be a good way to refresh. We can check up on Ethan and invite him as well. He might need some company more than we think he does. Yeah, you're right, Lion. Is this a good time to talk to him? I turned my face away from him momentarily, looking at the clock. Not sure. I'm not familiar with his schedule, but we'll see. I take out my laptop and start typing out to reach out to Ethan. I sent him a few messages, but he hasn't responded yet. Maybe he's busy. Yale looks at me with a slightly concerned expression. I think it would be better to call him anyway, considering what he's going through. I'm a little bit concerned about his well-being. Good idea. Yeah, I'll do just that. I end up dialing his number. To my surprise, he picks up. Hello? Ethan! His voice. He sounds very tired. Hello, Lion. How are you feeling? It's the usual, really. What about you, Ethan? Are you feeling okay? I'm getting by. Thank you for asking. But also, I've been thinking, maybe we should go on a little vacation together. Sarah would have wanted us to spend time together, even if she's not here with us. Yale, who is listening in to our conversation, looks at me with a little more concerned expression. Yeah, that crossed my mind too, but I don't want to intrude if you need more time alone. Oh, it's quite alright. Well, I can always make time for you. Would Yale like to come along? He's very welcome if he wants to join. Oh, yeah, he's right here with me. He said he still wanted to come along. I eye Yale as I say this, and he nods while smiling to show he agrees with the idea. That's good. I'll start looking for some hotels to stay in then. Where would you guys like to go to? Somewhere near the beach? If I remember correctly, there's one not too far from here. Oh, yeah, there is one. I think I've heard of it before. Then this will be a refreshing experience for the three of us. I might be busy for the next 3 days, but on Friday, I'll have my day off. We can leave then and spend the weekend there. Does that sound good? Let me know what works for you guys. Yale looks at me and offers me a nod in confirmation. Yeah, that works for us. We just have a few things to handle before we head out, so evening is probably best. Alright, good. I usually have things going on in the mornings until noon, even on my days off. I'll start checking for good spots to book, and I'll keep you two posted. Shouldn't be too hot since it's not holiday season. I have to leave for now, but I'll message you soon, Lion. Of course, Ethan. Take care of work. Thank you, Lion. I hang up the call window and look at Yale, meeting a somber smile. I'm glad he seems okay. It's comforting to know that he's still finding ways to move forward, even when it seems so hard. I can't begin to imagine the pain of losing a loved one. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. I really admire how he's dealing with it. It takes incredible courage to keep going through something like this. I'm sorry for rambling on about it. That's okay. I've heard similar things before about Ethan. People admire his strength and humility, but he's never been one for taking compliments. He can be a bit stubborn about it, like Sarah often describes him to be. Yale frowns a little, looking both shocked and disappointed. I see. He really is a remarkable man to many. I hope he can acknowledge it someday. I hope so too. And, I could say the same goes for you, Yale. Oh, thanks. I'm doing my best. Yale gives me a small, nervous smile and a slow nod. Speaking of, looks like it's dinner time. I've got some vegetables set aside, so I can put something together fast. You should take it easy, lad. I'll take care of the cooking. Alright, dinner sounds good, but are you really not going to let me help? Yale chuckles softly and shakes his head. It's just a simple meal, Lion. Nothing complicated. Oh, the same old excuse. Just rephrased. What can I say? I just enjoy cooking for you. He says this with a tone that sounds almost playful, which isn't like him at all. Did you say something? Just that I like cooking for people I care about. Huh. Is that so? Yale quickly turns away and heads to the kitchen, though I notice a faint blush on his ears. I wonder if he even noticed my teasing. After enjoying dinner with Yale together, I leave his apartment and head back to my place. As I walk down the hallway, I find myself keep thinking about Ethan. I really hope he's really alright. We've only had phone conversations so far, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in person after quite a while now. The next morning, I wake to the blaring sound of my alarm. I stretch out my torso with a yawn before turning off the alarm. Right. Today's the day we're heading out for the staycation with Ethan. We're not heading out until later, but I still need to meet with that anonymous forum user from before. I can't help it. It feels like I'm being scrutinized constantly during our chats online. We've arranged to meet in person, as risky as it may be. This whole situation is making me uneasy. I wonder if Yale feels the same way. Yeah, I should probably get ready soon. I slowly drag myself out of bed and grab my laptop from the desk that's still a little cluttered with my own items. Glancing at the mess briefly, I boot up the laptop and see that Yale has already sent me a message this morning. He must be up early like usual. His message says he'll be here shortly. With how Yale is, he must have been preparing for a while. Wait a minute. This was sent 15 minutes ago. I should see if he's already on his way. I freeze when I hear a knock on the door. Could that be Yale? He's here already? I step up to the door and pull it open, finding Yale standing there with a bag slung across his shoulder. Morning. He smiles warmly, clearly prepared for the staycation. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just wake up? Good morning, Yale. Whoa, you're already packed up. Not that it's surprising, but yeah, I just woke up. Sorry for waking, Lion. Take all the time you need. I'll wait here. Yale looks a bit shy as he admits it, nodding like he's not sure if his early arrival is okay. I gently shake my head, hoping to ease his uncertainty. No, not at all. Come inside. I was just getting ready myself. Let me just finish up a few things. Thank you. I was worried about it. Take your time. Yale steps inside and sets his bag down by the door before settling into a chair nearby. I just need to grab a few things, get changed, and then we can head out. Okay, I need to pack in some change of clothes, toiletries, my wallet, and... Okay, I think I packed everything. Great. Double check everything before we head out. Yeah. Just need to lock up the doors and windows. Give me a moment. Of course. Take your timeline. I'll help you make sure everything's safe too. I go through the house, ensuring the doors and windows are secure. I walk up to Yale and tuck the keys safely into my bag. Okay, all set. Let's head out. Can I lend a hand with your bags? Yeah, I can manage another one. Yale, that bag you have looks huge. He laughs softly, shaking his head. The stiff material makes it look big. I didn't pack that much. Yale gently takes a sling bag from me, adding it to his load without a word. Hey, what? Alright, let's get to City Hall. Ethan should be there by now. And please, let me help you. Okay, let's get going. I nod, prompting a chuckle from him as he smiles, and we start walking together. After a few minutes of walking and a bus ride to City Hall, Yale and I finally arrive at the cafe. been 30 minutes past the meeting time.
30 minutes?
Yeah, didn't realize it has been that long either.
He lets out a quiet chuckle.
Slipping his phone back into his pocket.
That's odd.
It really is. Yale breathes out a sigh, so faint it's nearly inaudible. I think we should just be patient and wait a bit longer. Yale smiles and looks down at the busy road below. How about we walk around the area first and see if there's somewhere?
Right.
Maybe. Let's go.
Oh, wait. That's Ethan's car.
You're right. Ethan's blue car pulls up in front of us, and the windows roll down to reveal his familiar face,
though he looks unusually tired.
I'll join you guys in a moment. I just need to park the car nearby.
Take your time, Ethan.
Soon enough, Ethan approaches us with a faint smile on his face.
Afternoon, Lion.
Yale. Good afternoon, Ethan. Thank you for picking us up.
No problem at all. What brings you two out here? Why not sit and relax for a bit?
There's a cafe close by, isn't there?
Oh, well, we're actually waiting for someone.
Someone? Ethan raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by what I'm saying.
Well, it's a pretty important thing. That's why we've been waiting outside.
Is that so?
If I may ask, who are you guys waiting for?
I could feel Yale's gaze on me as if he's about to say something in response. I understand the cue and nod, then look at Ethan again.
I think it's better we talk inside the restaurant.
Ethan remains silent, but he nods in response.
Let's step inside then.
All of us enter, sitting facing each other.
So, who were you two waiting for?
Yale and I exchange glances for a moment. I look back at Ethan and let out a quiet sigh.
Well, you see, we saw something concerning on a forum the other day.
Conspiracy theories about artificial intelligence. I catch Ethan's brows creasing at the mention of conspiracy theories. It's clear he's not happy about it. Sarah's death generated significant buzz in particular online communities, especially among AI supporters and critics. Rumors circulated about the gruesome details of her death, some true, some exaggerated.
Lion, I thought we agreed not to talk about such things.
So, someone shared a photo of a Klein android wandering around without its owner, suggesting a connection to Sarah's case, right near Red Road. It was the night before her body was found.
Yeah, the authorities did indicate that someone might have been observing her until her death. But now, with that picture in question...
I nudge Yale's shoulder with my elbow, prompting him to show the picture to Ethan. Ethan doesn't look pleased, but he leans in to see what's on Yale's phone, a picture of Klein.
People are speculating that might be connected to Sarah's death.
Especially now, considering what you said about someone monitoring her right until her death. Ethan is silent, and from his expression, I can tell he's not entirely convinced.
Lion, we can't be sure that the picture was actually taken the night Sarah died.
You're right. Ethan's right. We can't confirm the validity of that claim right now until the person who took the photo actually shows up and shows us the source.
There are a few documented cases of androids harming their owners, but none that resulted in serious injury. Also, Sarah was never involved with any of this. She was always busy with her job. It just wouldn't make sense. This picture could easily be edited too. Do we have any additional information?
No, that's everything. The person mentioned they've tried posting it multiple times to get answers, but keeps getting removed no matter which platform they use. That's why we're here today. We set up this meeting to talk things through more clearly, but no one showed up. Absolutely nothing. Their account is gone now too. We can't reach them anymore. Maybe I should have just continued chatting online instead of insisting on a meetup. I had a bad feeling about this from the beginning.
I see. He lets out a quiet sigh and rubs his temple. It would have been ideal if we had gathered more details about the photo. Honestly, I just can't believe an android could do something like that.
Ethan trails off, seemingly at a loss for words.
Losing someone to an android? I can't even imagine how that would feel.
I remember the panic I felt when I saw Yale lying there. I thought he might not make it. but I'm grateful I pushed past my fears and was able to get him the help he needed in time. This isn't our job, Lion, especially not yours. It's dangerous. We should let the police handle it for us, okay? You say that, but the police haven't said anything about our case. You're right. I'm sorry for bringing this up. I know it's hard for you too, Ethan. Ethan reaches out and places his hand on my shoulder. I notice my brows furrowing as I study his expression. I watch as Ethan's tired eyes soften, a hint of relief washing over his face. It's okay. I understand. We both just want the best for her, I know. It's all right, Lion. I fall silent as his hand gradually stills on my shoulder. My expression softens, touched by his reassurance. I was the one who yelled at him, yet he's the one offering comfort. I can feel Yale's eyes on us, his smile warm and sincere. I don't want to make him uncomfortable. He's here for a staycation after all. I think we should head out now. There's no point in waiting for that anonymous source. But if you need more time, Ethan... I glance at him, and Ethan offers a reassuring smile, shaking his head gently. It's okay. If you're good to go, we can head out now. Man, I was hoping to get some information. We exit our seats and walk to the parking lot, sliding into Ethan's car. The absence of Sarah beside him makes the seat next to him feel especially vacant. I miss her. We all really do. Do you guys have any plans for what we should do while we're there? Ethan's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Oh, yeah. Yale and I have been thinking about it. There are a few places we can visit and some nice restaurants. The hotel is near a beach, so we could enjoy a seaside dinner. I'm sure you'll love it, Ethan. Yeah, seafood is my favorite. I laughed softly, feeling a sense of release and happiness as Ethan's mood seems to lift a bit from earlier. We'll make sure to get you lots of crab. I remember they served the raw marinated ones. I know you like those. I recall how Sarah used to make them for Ethan, and how she made me taste test her failed attempts. Ethan's laugh rings out in response, nodding enthusiastically. I do like them, and I'll definitely get you both some of the food too. Oh, I give Yale a gentle nudge, a silent reminder to drop the formalities with Ethan. Hey, it's really fine, Yale. It's my treat. We're here to have a good time. What would you like to eat? Yale looks a bit bashful, struggling to find the right words. I prefer milder foods, nothing too heavily seasoned. Yale glances away, clearly hesitating about revealing his preferences. Oh, that's right. Yale prefers simpler dishes. He eats a lot of leafy greens and proteins. Oh, but I'm not picky. I'm still flexible. Simpler dishes. Do you like salmon, Yale? I do, though I don't eat any kind of meat as often. I smile, feeling relieved that the conversation is easing and that Yale is starting to relax. Ah, are you a vegetarian, Yale? Oh, I'm not. It's just a preference. I see. I'm sure they serve lots of good vegetable dishes there, not just seafood. We should definitely try a variety of it once we get there. Definitely. I'd love to sample some octopus at the restaurant. After a brief drive, we pull up at the staycation hotel, a cozy, modest retreat nestled by the beach not too far from here. We unload ourselves from the car, stretching our legs and embracing the soft sea breeze. Oh, this place looks better in person. I agree. I'm excited to see what a room looks like. We make our way inside, checking in at the front desk before heading up to our room. The room is fairly spacious and well decorated, with large windows offering a beautiful view of the small beach nearby. Let's get settled in and then figure out what we want to do. This place feels quite cozy. Ethan heads off, while Yale and I begin unpacking our bags. Yale seems to be making a conscious effort to take up as little space as possible. His over-the-top politeness never fails to amuse me. Hey, Yale, you don't need to worry so much about the space. The room is quite spacious. Feel free to spread out a bit. Yale chuckles at my reassurance, though he still seems a little unsure. Oh no, don't worry. I just feel like I might have packed more than I really needed. I scramble over to Yale's side and sit next to him, glancing at the contents of his bags. He had a habit. I ended up bringing more things. Maybe too much preparation isn't always a good thing. Yeah, don't look down. I'm sure it'll come in handy. I agree, you have to tone it down. Everything you do is cute, Yale? I think I'll go for everything you do is cute, Yale. Yale blinks, clearly taken aback by my words. Honestly, everything you do is cute, Yale. Even your packing habits. It's like you're preparing for a grand adventure and it's endearing. I repeated, and his cheeks just turned a tad redder than before. Sometimes Yale's awkwardness is part of what makes him so charming. I'm not sure if awkward is the right word here, but it's hard to describe. He seems to relax a bit more, but still fidgeting nervously. Thank you? Why do you sound so unsure? It's a compliment. I mean it. It's always good to stay prepared, in my opinion. You never know what you'll need on a trip. It could save money. He gives a small, shy smile, looking a bit more reassured. I suppose you're right. I just wasn't expecting that. I nod at his words while thanking him and continue to unpack our bags. I'm also glad deep down that my words seem to have cheered him up. Yeah, I understand your concerns, Mr. Smith. The evidence needs to be concrete. No, we can't move forward without those documents. Huh? Both Yale and I instinctively turned to look at Ethan, who's already seated at a desk, opening his laptop while holding his phone with his shoulder. Yes, I'll review the contract again and ensure there are no loopholes. Ethan, you're going to work here? I need to handle a few cases, but it shouldn't take too long. He gives me a nod and a whisper, before quickly turning away to focus on his work again. Sure, take your time. While Ethan is busy working, Yale approaches me with a curious expression. Does Ethan ever take a break? I wish we could use this trip to relax. He looks like he really needs it. Sarah mentioned that Ethan tends to throw himself into work when he's stressed, using it as a way to distract himself. It makes me question if this case is really as pressing as he claims, or if it's just a way for him to keep himself occupied. I don't really know. For now, I think we should just let him focus on his work and give him the space he needs. Yale turns his attention back to his bag, tidying up his toiletries. Which reminds me. Lion, do you mind if I ask something I noticed about Sarah's passing? Yeah, I wouldn't mind. What about it? Have you told Ethan that only my fingerprints were found at the scene? Wait, what? I don't think I did yet. I assume he should know, though, from the police he was in contact with who investigated Sarah's scene. I'm currently reviewing it, sir. May I ask for... Ethan's voice trails off as his eyes briefly flicker towards us. I think he catches a part of our conversation. Yes, my apologies. Could you repeat that for me? I'll write it down. I shoot Yale a glance, tugging at his sleeve. See, I think it's best if we leave him for work for now. How about we go take a look around the hotel? All right, I think we can do that. Yale and I quietly leave the room after a gesture for Ethan, letting him know we're heading out to look around. Also, wait. I'm starting to suspect Yale here, because what do you mean only his fingerprints were found at the scene of Sarah's death? And only his fingerprints were found at the scene of his own stabbing, and it's really bothering me right now. Going downstairs, we enter the lounge area where a variety of food, snacks, and drinks were offered to guests. The hotel staff greets us warmly and leads us to an empty table. Anything catch your eye, Lion? Oh, nothing in particular. I think I'll just look around and sit here. It feels nice, though. He lets out a small chuckle at my response and slumps into the couch. Me too. This lounge feels so nice and cozy. I offer him a nod in response, while my eyes scan the surroundings. Coffee. I think I should get that for Ethan before he comes here. But is that even a good idea? He's probably had enough coffee by now. He won't admit it, but he might have a caffeine addiction at this point. Maybe something lighter would be better. Green tea? Yale, I think I'll go ahead and... Yale blinks as I turn my head and meet his gaze, his eyes widening slightly. Yeah? Only then I realize he's been staring at me the whole time. What were you going to say? Oh, I was just thinking of getting Ethan something to drink before he comes here later. Why don't I get it for you? You should just relax here. Wait, Yale! Yale's already standing up, not giving me a chance to interrupt. Oh, does he like tea? I noticed they have a few different kinds here. Yeah, I think we should get something relaxing. Right, maybe something like chamomile tea. That's a good idea. Yale gives me a nod before turning around and leaving the table. I lay my head down on the desk and rest my arms, letting out a sigh. I hope Ethan finishes up soon. I wish he'd relax and not continue working during a short vacation like this. I lift my head slightly and spot Yale on the other side of the room. He seems to be chatting with a couple of hotel staff members, probably asking for tea recommendations. Perhaps he's using a bit more guidance and picking out the right tea for Ethan. That's exactly what I expected from him. Yale always puts so much care into everything he does. It makes me think if those habits ever take a toll on him. He invests so much effort into even the smallest task. Oh, there you are, Lion. I turn around to see Ethan approaching my desk. He takes a seat across from me. Ethan! Finally done? I hope everything's alright. Yes, sorry about that. It was a bit urgent. What have you been up to? Yeah, just relaxing here. We also explored the hotel a bit. There really is a lovely small beach nearby. Maybe we could visit it this evening. Oh, for sure. That would be nice. And Yale, where is he? Almost as if right on cue, Yale returns with a cup of warm chamomile tea in his hand. There you are. Oh, hello, Ethan. This tea, Lion wanted to get it for you. Yale sits down as Ethan carefully takes the cup from his grip, smiling softly. That's really kind of you. I appreciate it, Lion. He takes a small sip before setting the cup on the table and leaning back. Before I forget, I wanted to say something. I overheard you two earlier, regarding the fingerprints on the crime scene. Oh, yeah? Yale also listens in, paying attention to what Ethan's about to say. I do recall the police saying there were no fingerprints found at the scene. That's partly why the investigation has been so difficult. It made them think Sarah's death was self-inflicted. No fingerprints at all. Just Sarah's, which is why they're considering it might be a suicide. Especially when there were no clear signs of struggle. They did find a tracking device in her phone, but they couldn't figure out where it came from. I know this has been tough, and I've always wanted to help. I've been thinking about it. I know I shouldn't keep staying idle. We could solve this, bring justice to Sarah's passing, and give ourselves closure. Ethan looks at me with a determined expression, making me relieved. Ethan, thank you. It means a lot. Let's keep each other safe from now on, okay? And share any critical information we come across. I can protect the evidence, including the digital ones, if the forensics team manages it. We can't afford another loss. Right. Ethan lets out a quiet sigh, leaning back as he sips on the chamomile tea. We should really focus on our staycation for now, Lion. Let's switch topics. Oh, it's getting quite dark already. Ethan glances out the window, noting the sun setting and the impending darkness. I heard from the hotel staff earlier that the seaside restaurant will be open for us to dine in soon. Right. Ethan, you mentioned wanting to go there earlier, right? Maybe we should head over now. Oh, in that case, let's head over. Are you guys ready to leave? Feeling hungry yet? Yeah, not quite, but we can enjoy the scenery there. Let's go. We collect our belongings and head towards the beach, strolling past several food stalls on our way there. No, sweet. We sit together, enjoying the soothing sounds of the waves and the cool breeze as we savor our food. Ethan appears more relaxed, and even Yale seems to be at ease. It's a small yet lovely beach. Very modest, don't you think? I agree. I'm glad you're enjoying it, especially for a certain person who loves the beach. I glance at Yale, who nods softly at my words, an almost childish, gleeful smile lighting up his face. Yes, I didn't realize how much I missed this. I am glad we're all having a good time. I was expecting a restaurant, but this is just as nice. Ethan takes another bite of his fish steak, clearly enjoying the taste. It's really tasty and affordable. Here, Yale, try some of the octopus. Oh, thank you. Yale takes the octopus from Ethan's hand and pops it into his mouth, nodding in approval. I agree. It's pretty good. Ethan hums in agreement, smiling as he looks out at the sea once more. This was really a good idea. I've been cooped up for so long. Thank you, Klein. Yale. I'm glad. We all needed this break. Definitely. Let's make sure we have more moments like these. Let's keep making more memories. For Sarah's sake as well. My heart tugs at the mention of Sarah's name, and the mood becomes somber. I nod at Ethan, offering a supportive smile. Of course. Of course we will. Yale watches the exchange in silence, clearly relieved by how the trip has turned out for both Ethan and me. After finishing our meals, we linger for a while, chatting casually before heading back to the hotel for a well-deserved rest. As usual, Yale picks me up after work in his car. It has become a routine for him to give me a ride home. Any news from Ethan after the staycation? No, I haven't heard anything new, but he mentioned that he's been doing okay. Still, I do try to check in with him regularly, just to make sure. That's thoughtful of you. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on him. Yale starts the engine, and the car hums to life as we pull out of the office. I turn my head to look out the window, the city lights blurring past us as we drive. What about you? How's everything going at the office these days? It's been pretty manageable lately. I'm getting used to the routine and the workload. Even with Mr. Dolores around, it's not as overwhelming as it used to be. That's great to hear. I'm really happy for you. You've told me about your boss before, so if I can help with anything, please let me know, okay? I hope you're still taking some time to rest every now and then. Yale's smile feels genuine. It warms my heart to see his happiness for me. Yeah, don't worry, Yale. I still make sure to take care of myself. I think I'm getting a little better at balancing things. How about you? Well, progress is progress. I'm proud of you, Klein. As for me, work at the daycare is just the usual. Taking care of children, there's never really a dull moment. I bet. It must be rewarding to see them grow and learn each day, especially with some of their conditions. Absolutely. There's this one little boy, Jake, who just started talking in full sentences. It's amazing to see his progress. Me and my coworkers cheered when we heard him speak in full sentences for the first time. Oh, that must be really rewarding. Yeah, we were really happy that it happened. It made us feel really proud of our efforts in nursing him, as well as his own strength to keep going. After all, it wouldn't have happened in the first place without the boy's perseverance. You're right about that. I'm really happy for the boy, and I'm sure you guys did a great job. Thank you, Klein. That means a lot coming from you. He chuckles bashfully, rubbing the tip of his nose almost instinctively as he grips tighter on the steering wheel, taking a turn towards our apartment building. Yeah, I just remembered. I need to pick something up from the bakery. Do you mind if we stop by there? Yeah, I don't mind. I smile and nod. I don't mind at all. Let's go. Isabel's Bakery, is it? Great. Thanks, Klein. And yeah, it is. Yale smiles warmly, and we head towards the bakery that's located nearby our apartment. It takes the same road, so why not? Yale will be able to get home and relax sooner without having to leave the house again too. We step into Isabel's Bakery, the aroma of fresh pastries greeting us. A woman who seems to have been busy tidying after the baked goods on the glass window turns to us with a warm smile. Good evening. Welcome to our bakery. What can I get for you today? Oh, Yale! It's you! She steps closer to approach us, setting aside a tray she's been holding. I could smell a faint scent of rose perfume and a hint of flour coming from her figure. Oh, this girl. I remember Yale talking about her before. Hey, good evening, Belle. It's so good to see you, Yale. Here for your usual? Oh, wait, your mother did order something this morning.
She told me you pick it up in the evening. Wait a moment.
Yeah, she did. I'm here for that. Take your time, Belle. She hurries to a nearby fridge, retrieving a box that looks like it contains a mini cake. She swiftly returns, her fingers lightly brushing against Yale's own as she hands him his order.
Here you go. The best strawberry shortcake for the best mom ever.
You're exaggerating, Belle. But thank you. Mom is excited to taste one of your cakes. Yale said sheepishly, followed by a small chuckle while I stand in silence, listening to their conversation. Suddenly, I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder, and I look to see Yale, smiling at me for a split second. Oh, and I brought a friend with me today. They're Lion. Her pair of rosy eyes observes me curiously before it turns into a warm smile, extending to me.
Ah, I recognize your face. Good evening. I didn't know you were Yale's friend. Had I known, I would have given you a discount that other day.
She giggles and eyes Yale, as if waiting for him to say something in response. Belle, I want your family's bakery to flourish. I can't, in good conscience, accept all these discounts and freebies from you. Yale chimes in and lets out a small sigh, as his words speak in a light-hearted tone.
I'm just kidding, Yale. I just like giving you things that I know you enjoy. You know, your love for cinnamon rolls totally motivates me to whip up a fun recipe.
Is that so? Why is she being so lovey-dovey with him for? I can't help but find myself feeling a little bitter at the interaction. Wait, what? Wait! What was that? Sounds like you two know each other already. Lion came by the other day to pick up some snacks for me while I was still in the hospital. Belle nods, smiling earnestly.
Yeah, I definitely recognize their face from somewhere. It's so lovely to meet you, Lion. Any of Yale's friends is a friend of my heart.
Belle chirps as she extends her hand to mine for a handshake. I will shake her hand, 'cause I am nice. Nice to meet you too, Belle. Her smile widens at my words, giving her hand a gentle squeeze before letting go.
Yale brings you up all the time when we're together.
Belle gives Yale a shy smile with her pair of rosé doe eyes sparkling.
Just so you know, Yale, I tucked some cookies in for your siblings too. Hope they're a nice surprise.
Oh, you really didn't need to. That's so sweet of you, though. I'm sure they'd absolutely love it, but I really should pay you for them.
Ah, it's nothing. I just like making sure they get what they love.
I see Belle blushing, while her smile turns sheepish before looking down to the counter. Belle,
I understand. It's just my way of showing how much I appreciate your support, Yale.
How do I say this?
Ah, there's really no need to say a thing. Just let them know I adore making them for you.
I think I should attempt to join in the conversation instead of just standing awkwardly. Those cookies must be amazing if you're including them as extras. Belle's gaze shifts to me, her smile softening as she responds.
They're really nothing special, sweetie. Just a little treat for Yale's family. I know his younger sisters love raisins.
They sure do. I suppose this way I can also learn by eating your baked goods, Belle. Belle's cheeks flush slightly at the compliment.
Thank you so much, Yale. It's always such a joy to bake for you.
It's always such a delight to learn from you, Belle. Your baking skills are truly inspiring. Also, if you don't mind, I think we should be on our way now. It's getting close to closing time, isn't it?
It's totally fine if you want to hang out for a little while longer. But, of course, Yale, I'll be looking forward to seeing you again soon. Please tell your family I said hi.
I will. Have a good evening too, Belle. Stepping aside, I notice Yale discreetly slipping in a little extra money on our way out as he pays for the cake. I quickly glance at Belle, thinking she'd notice, but she doesn't. Yale looks at me and gestures a shh with a playful smile as we both step out of the bakery and make our way home. Work has been a bit slower lately,
Which is good, but this won't last long since a conference is coming right up.
Oh yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, I hope it won't be too chaotic.
I think Mr. Dolores does a good job at managing these events. Our previous boss, Mr. Theo, he never really took the lead on anything. He'd just say, "Alright, you all handle it," and that was it. It always ended up in chaos if not for everyone pitching in. I remember having to step in last minute, which totally clashed with a date I'd planned with the sweetest girl. Ugh, so as strict as Mr. Dolores can be, he actually does care about everyone's time. I have a date coming up soon, so it's a relief to know Mr. Dolores won't pull the same trick Mr. Theo did. Yeah, I still remember that chaos. But I still like Mr. Theo better. We were buddies. I'm not too sure. He's just so laid back for my taste. A little bit of guidance feels nice sometimes, you know? What about you, Lion? Me? Briar, Mr. Theo had already been replaced by the time Lion joined the office. Oh, right. Sorry, I was just excited to hear your opinion. But hearing from you guys, I can say that I'd like to have some kind of lead too. I think I like Mr. Theo better than Mr. Dolores. I prefer someone who is a bit more responsible though. Yeah. Right? See, Cassius? Lion gets it. Yeah, I get it. Order and structure and all that. But still, there's something to be said for a laid-back atmosphere. Keeps things less stressful. Less stressful? Try telling that to my poor ruined date plans back then. I nearly cancelled altogether, and when I finally did make it, I was late and completely stressed out. Sounds like a nightmare. That's why I'd rather have someone like Mr. Dolores too, who likes to keep things in line. Fair enough. Maybe I'm just biased because we got along so well. We're lucky we still have a human boss though. Did you guys see the news about that new android worker they're releasing? They're saying it can handle everything from processing payments and promote items. I heard a bunch of convenience stores are going to use it. Oh shit. Time to work hard so I don't get replaced by an android, I guess. Jesus Christ. Is it from Sentient Tech Labs again? I don't think so. But maybe a child company? Sentient Tech was the first ever company to produce an actual humanoid AI after all. The successful one, that is. Don't you think it's funny? The first successful android is a boyfriend model. You think practical applications would come first? Really says a lot about society today. Briar shrugs at Cassius's words, smiling smugly. Maybe they just have different goals in mind. Also, like, it would make it easier for the public to adapt to androids coming into the market. Like, if people already like the androids in the first place, it would be easier for them to accept, okay, yeah, like, maybe having them in the workforce is a good idea. And that, I feel like that's definitely the play Sentient Tech Labs has here. Have to admit their persistence. Quantic Labs immediately withdrew after backlash and boycotts. But the other company stuck it out, and look at Klein now. The android boyfriend is a big hit. It's wild. And also, more and more businesses are using androids as employees now. I had pizza delivered last night, and the pizza delivery guy was an android. Can you imagine that? It used to be just the major corporations using androids. Now, even local pizza places are using them. They're everywhere now. Yeah, but it's fascinating, isn't it? Personally, I'm excited to see where all of this is going to lead to. Everyone says that until they start stealing our jobs. I think we just have to wait. Doesn't feel like it's gonna take much longer from now. My friend said even one of the conductor at the bus station is an android now. As excited as I am to see this unfold, I hope they don't end up too powerful though. Sci-fi dystopian movies have shown us how that can go. Oh, and by the way, I heard Sentient Tech Labs is going to release an android girlfriend soon. I blinked slowly, not really knowing what to say. Really? Yeah, her name will be Karen, apparently. She's like Klein's twin. Same personality, same design, except it's just a gender-bent version. I don't know how to feel about all this. Briar, is this another one of your fascination with AIs? You've heard the conspiracy theories, right? You know, it could be dangerous, like... I never told her about the possible involvement of Klein's android in Sarah's death. Huh? Well, there's a potential connection between one of Klein's androids and my sister's death. I'm excited to see you talk with Karen. I'm gonna be honest about this. Huh? What do you mean?
Her loud voice startled both me and Cassius. Hey, quiet down! Jesus, what are you even... Wait, Lion, what did you just say? See, pay attention to the conversation, Shrimphead. I am. Briar nudges his elbow as Cassius lets out an owl sound, and they both start to listen to me intently. Well, yeah, there were no fingerprints at the scene. I know it sounds unbelievable, but this is one reason why the investigation hasn't progressed. It's like hitting a dead end. Damn, Lion. Both Cassius and Briar look at me with worry in their eyes. That's horrible. I'm so sorry, Lion. I can see what you'd think androids might be involved. No fingerprints, after all. Huh. Bet the police aren't doing their job either, huh? I nod, confirming Cassius's suspicion. He sighs and offers me a sympathetic smile. Sorry, Lion, that's really messed up. Why are they always so useless when you need them? He steps back and gingerly rubs his arm, where a burn mark is visible. Maybe this isn't my place to say nor offer, but if there's any way I can help, just let me know. Oh, yeah, of course, Lion. We're here for you, 100%. If you need a break or some company, we can always hang out together. I let out a small chuckle, nodding at their offer. Thank you, guys. I don't want to drag anyone into something as serious as this, but I appreciate you two. Emotional support will be a big help right now. We've got your back, Lion. We'll be there whenever you need us. Hearing Cassius say something so cheesy with that big smile is unusual. Did she get possessed? Hey, shut it! Don't ruin the moment. I'm dead serious. I know how it feels to lose faith in the police and have to handle things on your own, so I'm really rooting for you. Briar laughs while I nod and thank Cassius for his sincerity and Briar for his support. I wonder what happened to Cassius that made him lose trust in law enforcement. But now isn't the time to pry into that. By the way, what are you guys planning to do once you get home? Not sure. Maybe eat something and work out? I've been slacking and wasting my gym membership. I know, right? Sticking to healthier habits is easier said than done. What about you, Lion? Just the usual. I think I'll take my time to relax, especially since there are no extra assignments. Good for you. Enjoy while you can. What about you, Briar? Maybe I'll just keep writing. I don't think I want to do anything else. I was looking forward to a little online hangout with a friend, but her family dropped by unexpectedly. Yikes, that's a letdown. Last-minute bailouts always suck. Right? It's so disappointing when people cancel on you like that. And I was pretty excited about it. Someone coming over. That makes me think. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Al? Oh! Hey guys, I think I need to leave you two behind here. I just remembered my brother-in-law is coming over too. He must have already arrived. Huh? In that case, of course. Go on ahead, Lion. Alright, go have fun with your brother-in-law. We'll catch up later. Thanks, guys. I'll see you two tomorrow. They all wave goodbye at me as I turn around and hurry away. When I arrive at the apartment, Ethan's already at my door. Hey, Ethan. I hope you haven't been waiting for too long. Sorry about that. Any good news? I immediately welcome him inside, closing the door behind us. It's all right. No worries at all. Thank you so much for having me. And I wish I could deliver some good news, however... Ethan hands me a folder full of documents and printed pictures of Klein from the forum last time, a few of his Android profile as well as different angles of the road. I submitted these to the digital forensics team the other day. However, they said they couldn't trace anything substantial from these images. Given that it's been months since the incident, it's challenging to find any viable evidence. The crime scene has been thoroughly cleaned and that road is heavily trafficked. Any traces the culprit left behind have likely been erased by now. On the bright side, their neutrality means we can rely on them to be fair and unbiased. It almost feels like we're right back where we started. To think we were making progress. Please don't be so discouraged. Progress is still progress, Lion. We're just lacking some substantial evidence to push the investigation forward. If we can find something more concrete, We can change that. Ethan leans back and adjusts his glasses, letting out a small sigh. Well, private investigators could provide us a new perspective and uncover leads we may have overlooked, indeed. But that's a good idea, yeah. We should try that, Ethan. I've thought about this earlier before, but trusting the police feels especially daunting now after they've dismissed Sarah's case so easily. I almost didn't want to call them, considering what they had done. But I think we've run out of options now. You're right, Ethan. Also, is anyone else noticing the little shadow in the corner? It's kinda... I'm sorry. I'm just letting my anxiety get the better of me. I'll start looking into reputable private investigation firms and see what options are available to us. I should be able to find someone quickly. My gaze drifts to the scattered documents on the table, a glimmer of hope flickering within me at the mention of an investigator's involvement. Although I do feel a little bit skeptical. I shouldn't be so negative. This might be the answer to everything, or at least lead us to something. Please let me know as soon as you find something, Ethan. Ethan nods, his eyes scanning the room thoughtfully. He starts gathering the documents, stacking them neatly back into the file. I will. We'll get to the bottom of this, together. In the meantime, we should try to gather more evidence that could link to it and just do our best. I'll ask the digital forensics team to do a deeper dive tomorrow. We might have missed something the first time around. For sure. I hope they can find something. I'm sure they could. We need patience and perseverance. I appreciate you, Ethan. Thank you for trying your best with us. He looks at me, a small, tired smile forming on his lips. This is something I should have done sooner. As your family. Thank you, Lion, for helping me get back to my feet again. Moreover, I'm glad to see that you seem to be doing well, considering everything that has happened. Sarah, she would be happy to see you thriving. A shadow crosses his face as he mentions Sarah, the sadness evident in his eyes. She was always so proud of you. I can see the pain in his eyes, a painful reminder of the loss we both share. It feels like a stab right in my chest, still as painful as the day he delivered the news of her death to me. I hug Ethan. Without a second thought, I step forward and wrap my arms around Ethan. I can feel him tensing up for a moment, but soon relaxing into the embrace. Thank you, Ethan, for everything. Sarah will be proud of you too. I feel his arms reluctantly wrapping me, followed by a few gentle pats. After a moment, he steps back and nods, looking a little more content. That means a lot to me. Take care as well, okay? We'll get through this. With that, Ethan gathers his things and stands up. I'll be in touch as soon as I find a private investigator. We'll find the answers we need. Of course. Thanks again, Ethan. Good night. Good night, Lion. Make sure to get some rest. He smiles for one last time before turning his back on me and closing the door as he left. I return to the couch and sit down, taking a glance at my laptop screen on the table. I should turn this off now that Ethan has left. I scroll through the messages again and notice Yale still hasn't replied. That's unusual. He usually gets back to me pretty quickly, but maybe I'm just being too anxious about it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. I'm probably worrying too much. It's been a few days since Ethan last visited. He texted me this morning to say he found a private investigator, but so far, there has been no follow-up. I do not like that! I know it's better to wait for him to reach out than to pester him, but I'm just so eager on hearing any good news. Oh, speak of the devil, maybe it's Ethan. I grab my laptop and tilt the screen towards me, eager to see who just sent a message. It's Yale! Good. I've been waiting for his text back. Relief washes over me as I click on the message and read its contents. the style of writing. My eyes narrow as I look at the number again. Something is off. The last 3 digits are different. This isn't Yale's number. I switch back to my chat room with Yale, where my last message still sits unread. The little timestamp mocks me. He still hasn't replied. I glance back at the fake contact and feel my chest tighten. This reminds me of something. A message I received yesterday. It was just an anonymous number with no profile picture. Now someone's trying to impersonate him. But why? I haven't told anyone. Maybe I should. But what if I'm just making a big deal out of nothing? The others have enough on their minds. I can't risk distracting them. I stare at the incoming notification again, torn between reading it again or just ignoring it. Read it. A month already. Time blurs. Like it doesn't sit right. This means restless. Being alone seems right. I hate how it rises, attaches. It never stops, no matter what. Freedom comes with losing, I think. But hope. Hope stays. A burden. So the body takes it all. Rotting. Decay. Maybe if it all stops. Maybe then. What is this message supposed to mean? View previous message's contents. The way you smiled. Enjoying what I brought. Perfect. I hope you feel it too. I hope I stay part of that light. Everything that you do. So delicate. So lovely. That smile. I wish it could stay. Always tied to me. Oh, but how disgusting am I compared to you? Are we talking about Al here? What is that supposed to mean? And who would send something like this? This isn't just a one-off. It's the second time I've got a message like this. I'm not sure what to do. Should I talk to someone about it? I know that I shouldn't worry too much about it. But what if it's connected to the hacking? It's like I can't trust anything anymore. Not even my own laptop. If that's the case. Oh, Yale! Yes, I'll ask him if he's been getting the same strange messages. Yale said he was fine when he replied to my message earlier. I was thinking of visiting him tonight. It's been a while. It's nearly 9 now. He should be home soon, right? I know he's been working overtime, but if he's not back yet, that's gonna be a bit unusual. I am so scared right now. After a brief walk upstairs, I find Yale standing by his door. Oh, thank God! He's unlocking the door to his place. I was right. Seems like you just got home. Why do you look sweaty? Hey, Yale. Hey, Lion. What's up? He hesitates briefly before he starts unlocking the door again. I step closer, examining him a bit more. Something about Yale seems amiss. He looks pale and out of sorts. Is something the matter, Lion? You don't look too good. Well, I just came from a nearby clinic. I've been feeling a bit under the weather. But it's nothing serious. Just a bit of dizziness and an upset stomach. I'll be fine soon. I look at him for a moment, considering his assurance. Good. I know you'll be okay. Let's step inside now. I need to talk. No, you're not okay. Come inside. I'll take care of you. No, you're not okay. Yale's eyes widen at my words, my hands immediately finding his doorknob and his arm to push him inside. Wait, why? You're burning up, Yale. Your voice sounds rough and you're trembling. Yes, I know, but I went to the clinic. I got my medicine. I'll bounce back in no time. He tries to stop me with his fingers twitching just lightly on my hand in a weak attempt to cradle it away. Say that again and I'll tuck you into bed myself. And that's not the only thing we'll be doing on your bed! Lion, please, wait. We reach the living room, and I firmly guide Yale down onto the couch, pushing him to sit. Don't, Lion! No! What? For some reason, it took a moment to finally have something roll out of my lips in response. Are you still going to argue? You are clearly not well. Just let me take care of you this time. Why is it so hard for you to accept my help when you're clearly in need? You helped me out plenty of times, Yale. Okay. Please take care of me this once, Lion. Good. Seeing Yale in such a weakened state brings a mix of emotions. Now, what should I do with him? Maybe I should make him a meal. He just got home after all. What would be best? His favorite vegetable beef soup or just some porridge? Pondering these options, I make my way to Yale's kitchen. Even though our kitchens have the same layout, his place feels tidier than mine. Everything is organized, down to the bottle of spices. Let's see what he has stored in the fridge. I walk over to the fridge, open it, and study its contents. I would expect a cook like him to have various kinds of ingredients in there, like the last time I visited, but to my surprise, it's almost empty. Except for some green apples, shredded carrots, and cucumbers. I can't make anything out of this except a salad. Should I quickly go to the grocery store to get more ingredients? Lion, are you planning to cook? Let me help you. No! I didn't even realize he came in. Without waiting for my response, Yale swiftly walks around the counter and fridge, opening cabinets to pick up items. He starts explaining where to find what and which drawers belong to what. If you need salt, you can find it here. And there's some leftover meat from last evening. I let out a small sigh and stepped closer to him, reaching for his arm to hold him down. Yale, stop it. Okay, I know, but you don't need to do that. And no, you're not allowed to help. Go lay down on your bed or something. You're barely breathing steadily. I told you. Yale! Yes, Lion. I'll go ahead and lay down. Please let me know if you need anything, though. Right. Now go rest up. Thank you, Lion. Yale doesn't usually get sick often, and even when he does, he's usually good at taking care of himself. I probably should make sure to check on him every day from now on. Make sure he's not pushing himself too hard. Yale has disappeared into his bedroom, so now it's really time for me to cook for him. I walk over to the fridge again and check the freezer, looking to find the leftover meat Yale mentioned just now. My hand finally reaches for a box, and I pick it up, opening the lid. Yes, what's inside looks to be some kind of leftover chicken. I could use this and the vegetables to make some chicken porridge. I set the chicken on the counter and gather some ingredients. I'll need rice, some spices, and the vegetables from his fridge. Heating the pot over medium heat, I pour in a bit of oil before tossing in the chopped garlic. Adding the cooked rice to the pot, I stir it to coat each grain with the fragrant oil. While the rice cooks, I boil the leftover chicken and cut them into bite-sized pieces and add in the seasoning. After about 20 minutes, I add the chicken and vegetables to the pot, stirring to combine. I let the porridge simmer for a few more minutes to make sure everything has broken down. I ladle the hot porridge into a bowl, hoping I portion it just right for him. Picking up a spoon, I carry them to Yale's bedroom and gently knock on the door before entering. Hey, Yale, I made you some chicken porridge. I hope this is alright. Yale looks up from the book he's reading, meeting my gaze with a small smile. Oh, yeah, thank you. He lets out a bashful chuckle and sets the book aside, then sits up straight on his bed. I set the bowl on the bedside table and help him sit up, propping pillows up behind him for support. Here, let me help you. I hand him the bowl and a spoon, watching as he carefully grips it. Thank you, Lion. He picks up a spoonful of the porridge and blows on it a little more before tasting it. As he does so, my gaze drifts to a book on the edge of the bed, placed right beside his phone. What were you reading? I couldn't quite read the title because of its position on the table. That book on your bedside table. Is it another novel? Oh. He looks a bit flustered, as if not expecting me to notice the book. No, it's not. It's about children's psychology. I saw it in a bookstore the other day and thought it might be useful for my job. Oh, I see. Did you learn anything new? Always. This book always helps me out a lot, ever since I first started out in this field of work. I just felt like revisiting these things and reminding myself of these lessons. Like how their minds develop and how even small gestures can mean the world to them. A simple reassurance can turn their entire day around. They teach me as much as I teach them, really. Oh, and thank you for the porridge, Lion. The ginger really makes it soothing for my stomach. I'm glad you like it. Make sure to finish it all, okay? I figured you haven't had time to eat. You're right about that. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate you coming over today. It's the least I can do.
Just focus on getting better. What made you sick? Did you eat something bad?
Oh, I just got caught in the rain the other day. I didn't get a chance to eat. It was a hectic day. Once I got home, I fell asleep on the couch without changing.
That's probably why.
Yale chuckles nervously, admitting his own carelessness. Sounds like you were really tired. For you to pass out on the couch just like that.
Yeah, it was.
He takes another spoonful of the porridge, slowly swallowing it.
Don't forget to take your medicine after this. I'll get you more water if you need it.
Yeah, I will. Thank you again, Lion. Yale smiles, soon finishing the bowl of porridge. Before he could do it himself, I gather the bowl and head to the kitchen to wash it. I'm glad he's finally letting me help him out. He's quite the stubborn one when it comes to this. Patting my hands dry, I return to his bedroom and see Yale about to take his medicine. He glances at me, noticing my presence as he swallows the pills with water. Why don't you take a nap now? Your body needs it.
I could. The medicine is probably going to make me sleepy too. I hope I can get better soon.
He smiles weakly, remaining silent as if contemplating saying something else. I gather my belongings from the floor, look at him.
Are you going to take your leave?
He speaks in a softer tone than usual, his voice cracking slightly towards the end of it.
Yeah, so you can get some rest now. Why? Do you want me to stay?
Why do you want me to stay? His eyes widen slightly upon my question, a rosy hue dusting his cheeks.
Well, yeah, if it's alright with you. I do want you to stay a little longer.
I wanted to test him, so I wasn't expecting him to actually say yes to that. For a moment, it feels like my tongue is tied together, struggling to find something to say in response. Yale looks at me with a hint of vulnerability in his pair of green eyes, as if unsure of how I'll react.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hold you with me.
No, it's okay. I offer a reassuring smile, trying to ease the tension in the room. I don't mind staying here a little longer. Yale's expression softens, a small sigh escaping his lips, yet at the same time, his cheeks grow redder.
You really don't need to. I was just...
No, it's alright. I wanted to stay a bit longer anyway. Maybe I can actually make sure you're getting the rest you need if I stay with you. I take a seat beside him, hearing a small chuckle escape his lips.
I really appreciate your company, Lion.
He reaches his hand out onto the bedside table, picking up the psychology book again. He looks at me as he leans back in the bed.
Is there anything you want to read to pass the time?
I have a bookshelf right beside my desk if you want to read anything. Assuming you don't have your phone or a laptop with you. It could be boring.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
I stand up from my seat, taking a glance at the bookshelf he mentioned and approaching it. I could feel his eyes follow me for a moment as I browsed his collection of novels, not really knowing what to read. I glance at Yale, who already seems focused on his book. Not wanting to bother him, I turn my attention back to the array of books he owns and pick one out randomly. It's a book about human psychology. I turn around to return to where I was seated, right beside his bed. I flip the book open and start to read, trying to understand its contents. I never knew he had such an interest in psychology. He's never really talked about it before. All he's talked about is fiction and romance novels. As I read, I occasionally glance at Yale, who adjusts his position on the bed as he reads. For a moment, I catch Yale glancing up from his book, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. It's as if he's about to say something, but then he hesitates.
Sorry for being quiet.
It's okay, Yale. You don't have to say anything. Just rest. I offer him a gentle smile, hoping to reassure him. Yale blinks, remaining silent for a moment before he finally nods, seeming to relax at my words. He settles back against the pillows, mumbling out a thank you to me. I continue to read in silence, letting him enjoy reading his own book as well. Huh? A gentle thud breaks the silence as Yale's book slips from his hand, landing onto the floor. I reach out, retrieving the book with the intention of giving it back to him.
Hey, Yale, your book fell off.
He fell asleep like that? I smiled softly, placing his book back down onto the bedside table. I tuck the blanket around him, making sure he's comfortable. I take in the sight of him sleeping for a moment. Good night, Yale. Rest well. I tiptoe out of the room, leaving him to rest. Knowing he's a light sleeper, I'm careful not to wake him. I make my way to the front door to leave his apartment. I hope he'll recover soon. I finally head downstairs, returning to my own place. It has been 5 days since then. I'm perched on the sofa in Yale's place, my laptop in front of me. Yale is sitting right beside me, leaning in just enough that I can feel the warmth of his presence as he studies the screen. I hope Yale's better now. He looked really sick before. I glance to my side and observe him. I think he's looking a little more put together, but still a bit dazed. Maybe he's just tired from everything. Takes a while to recover from being that sick. I hope he's truly feeling better now. It's unusual when someone who barely gets sick looks like this. How's it going with the private investigator? You mentioned finding someone the last time we talked. Yeah, he did, but there's not much he shared with me yet. Also, Yale, do you remember if you still have any of the hospital paperwork or records from the times you stayed? Ethan doesn't have the data in hand, and the investigator might need to review the medical report for the case. Yale's expression shifts, his brows knitting slightly as he tilts his head in thought. Yeah? Yale's response is brief, his attention seemingly drifting away. The hospital papers? I think I might have them somewhere. Wait, no, I think I have it on my desk. Actually, no, I'm not quite sure where. I'll look for it now. Yale hurriedly heads back towards the nearby cabinet, browsing for the files. Ethan mentioned the investigator might need the medical report or any notes you have. It could help them understand the extent of your injuries and verify the details of the incident. Oh, yeah, of course, that's smart. Why is the music distorting? Also, you're acting really sus right now. They probably want to cross-check the hospital records, do they? I can see Yale's hands tremble slightly as he opens a drawer, rifling through stacks of paper. Oh, that's good. I hope Ethan's managing okay with all his work. Do you think he's getting enough sleep? He looked so tired the last time we met. Huh? Ethan deserves it, after all the things he's been through. I hope he's managing okay with all the pressure. Have you heard if he's found any good help lately? What is he saying? Yale, that's not what I'm saying. The reports themselves, do you have them? The investigator needs them to back up your case. Yale pauses, nodding faintly as if trying to focus. Yeah, here you go. Thank you. Taking the files from his hand, I realize these aren't the ones I meant. Yale, did you hear what I said? Yeah? You need a photo of Klein? No, these aren't the files I meant, Yale. These are just your discharge papers. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll keep looking. He turns around again, chuckling nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. Don't worry about it, I'll wait here. Are you still not feeling well, Yale? You seem a bit disconnected. I watch as his movements halt upon hearing my question. He turns his body around to look at me, while I lean back in my seat, regarding him with a concerned expression. Me? I nod at his question, and after a moment of silence, he finally responds. I'm alright. I'm sorry, I suppose I've just been a little exhausted. Work has been quite exhausting as of late. Without letting me respond, he turns around again to continue searching through his drawers for the picture. Yeah, I figured. You seem pretty out of it. Please make sure you're still getting enough rest. And don't rush with the photo. Here you go, Lion. I found it already. I take a moment to look at the photo he hands me, offering him a nod. I look up to see Yale's face and see what looks like a wary smile. Yeah, this is the one. Thank you, Yale. You're welcome, Lion. And don't worry, I still get plenty of rest and good night's sleep every night. I'm just especially exhausted today. For the first time, I'm not entirely convinced by his words, but I also know how much he dislikes it when I worry about him. If you say so, but just know that I'm always here for you if you ever need help, Yale. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Anything, really. You've done plenty for me. I'd be happy to do the same for you. Yale remains silent, his expression shifting from shock to a smile. He nods, his smile growing. I'm really alright, Lion. I just need a little rest. I'll be alright. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your concern. He turns around again, chuckling nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. On another topic, You haven't been using your phone to communicate due to the hacking. Just your laptop, right? I imagine that wouldn't be too convenient. Actually, my mom recently got a new phone. She told me I could give you her old one. I told her about what you're going through and wants you to have her phone. Man, I'll just borrow it until I get a new phone. Thank you, Yale. I'd really appreciate a new phone right now. I don't trust Yale anymore. I'll just borrow it until I can get a new phone. Are you sure? Mom wouldn't mind at all if you just take it. It's okay. I've been saving up for a new one anyway, but haven't been able to actually get one. I'll return your phone once I get to buy it. Okay, if you say so. I'll bring it over next time we meet, after this week's family visit. So that will be next Monday. No rush, Yale. I appreciate it. I'm glad. I'll make sure it's all set up for you, Lion. Wait, next Monday? So that means 2 trips back to back for you this month already, right? The last trip you had was with me and Ethan. Now you're off with your family. He chuckles, looking a bit bashful. You're right. It is. But this one is just a short 2-day trip. My dad will be coming home for the year, so he finally has more time to spend with us. Mom thought it would be a good idea to go on a weekend trip. Ah, that's awesome. You don't get to see your dad often, so that must be nice. It really is. Alicia and Yves have been looking forward to this trip too. Aw, yeah, I can imagine. Do you have any plans for where you're going? Uh-huh. We're planning to visit the countryside, enjoy some fresh air, and maybe have a little family picnic. That sounds wonderful. I've never been there. Is it a good place to go? Absolutely. When we have the chance, we could go there together if you'd like. I'll make sure to take lots of photos and bring back some souvenirs for you too. Oh, definitely. But just make sure to enjoy yourself. You and your family needs it after all. Yale smiles earnestly, nodding. Yeah, I think it's going to be great for all of us. Alicia did say she wanted to make some photo books of us along with Yves, so we might be taking a lot of photos together there. I can't sleep. I keep thinking about Yale, waiting for a text back from him. He said he'd hand me the phone once he returns from the vacation, and while we still text often through the messenger. Lately, he hasn't been responding to my texts as much. This is pretty unusual for him. Usually, he'd just give me a heads up. Huh. I flick my finger on the laptop's touchpad, looking at Yale's contact and the last message I sent him. His online status has been offline for a while now, too. Also, I hate that shadow back there! Is he still on his trip? He should have returned yesterday, right? Usually I'd see him walk by, but if he's busy with something else outside of work, I'm not sure what I should do. I know Yale doesn't like it when I worry about him, especially when it's already quite late. Visit his place. But I'm really getting worried. I should visit his place just to see how he's doing. He should be home by now anyway. I hate that! No! I close my laptop, deciding to check on him. I make my way upstairs and soon find myself standing in front of the familiar sight of his apartment door and gently knock on it. Yale! I give the door a knock, hoping he'll open the door soon. Hey! Silence. Is he not home yet? The situation is giving me deja vu. A bad one at that. Because the last time this... Lion? Hey, Yale! I thought you wouldn't get the door. So he's been home for a while now? Is something the matter? He tries to smile at me, but it comes off as a bit strained. You haven't been replying to my texts. Why? Did you not remember what you promised? I'm glad you're here. I was worried about you. You haven't been replying to my text. He blinks slowly, unsure of what to say. Come on, did you forget what you promised before leaving for the trip? Also, you're not like yourself lately. You barely text me back, even though I know you've been back for a few days. He stays silent for a moment, his expression filled with regret. I'm sorry, Lion. I got sicker during the trip and haven't been recovering well as I'd hoped. I barely have any energy to do much of anything. That's why I've been focusing on resting and sleeping most of the time. I had a feeling something like this was going on. Yale looks down, his eyes nervously searching for something. I didn't want to worry you, but I see now I should have been honest. I promise, I won't keep you in the dark like this again. He steps aside, opening the door wider. I'll make sure to keep you updated next time. I don't want it to seem like I'm making excuses, especially when it's just about text. I'll be sure to check my phone more often from now on. So, would you like to come inside? I have some time now, and I'd really like to talk. What? Before he can finish his sentence, a sudden weakness seems to overtake him. Yale collapses to the ground in a heap. Wait, Yale? I rush forwards, my arms instinctively wrapping around his limp form as I lower him gently to the floor. Yale, are you okay? Yale! I place a gentle hand on his cheek, finding it cool and moist with sweat. His breathing is shallow and labored, sensations that only intensify my worry. His green eyes flutter open, and I see his brows creasing as he tries to prop himself up from my arms. I'm okay. I just feel a little sick. I haven't been able to eat. Wait, what? Yale, you could've... was just about to cook, really. He lets out a shallow chuckle, gently pushing me aside and standing up on his own. I'm okay, I promise. I'm alright. I'm sorry. Could you repeat, what did you come here for again? Well, I wanted to check on you. I want to ask for the phone you mentioned. I wanted to check on you. He looks visibly unwell, and I know now isn't the best time to ask about the phone. Me? I nod. Yale looks taken aback by my words, as if my concern caught him off guard. Yeah, Yale. Anyone that knows you would get worried, you know. You've been getting sick a lot more often today. Yale stays quiet, his lips pressed into a guilty frown. I appreciate your concern, Lion, but I promise I'm fine. He lets out a strained chuckle, trying to stand up despite his weakened state, gesturing towards the apartment. Please, let me get you that phone I promised. I haven't forgotten. Yale steps inside and closes the door behind us, gesturing towards the couch for me to sit on. Please, give me a moment. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back. I shake my head and hold his arms firmly, my eyes filled with worry. Yale, you're really sick. I didn't come here just for the phone. I wanted to check on you. Yale swallows hard, his eyes darting to the floor as he attempts to free his hand. Lion, please. As he struggles to speak, my attention shifts to the bags near the cabinet. They seem packed with keychains and other small trinkets. It seems he hasn't found the time to go through them since coming back from his family trip. Okay, I'll rest after this. It's late after all. But since you've come all this way, please, let me fetch it for you, okay? Just wait here for a moment. He gently pulls his hand away and hurries off to his bedroom. Why is he so insistent on doing everything himself? He clearly needs help, but won't accept it. I call this suspicious! Moments later, Yale emerges from his bedroom and approaches me carefully, extending his trembling hand with the phone. Here you go, Lion. Please, take it. My mom really doesn't need it anymore. I accept the phone from him, feeling the slight tremor in his hand. The device looks pristine, almost untouched. Okay, like something's up with Yale. Thank you, Yale. I look up at him with a smile, though concern still lingers in my eyes. It's my pleasure, Lion. Always glad to be of help. I take the phone and power it on, quickly logging into my account and transferring all my data. Leaving the phone to set up, I see Yale heading back to the kitchen. I follow the sound of boiling water and find Yale moving slowly towards the counter. Someone's at the door. Did you invite someone, Yale, this late in the night? I see him stop in his steps and return from the kitchen to head towards the door. Oh, no, but I'll get the door right away. Just a moment. What the hell? What are you doing here? When Yale opens the door, I see Isabel standing there with a smile on her face. She's holding a box of what I assume to be some kind of baked goods. Hi, Yale. I brought these over for you. Aw, you don't look like you're feeling well. Oh, hello, Lion. I didn't realize you'd be here too. I didn't mean to interrupt anything, did I? Belle. No, it's perfectly fine. Is it my mom's orders again? I've mentioned it before that you really shouldn't come here to deliver it yourself.
Aw, Yale, it's nothing like that. You're planning to visit your family this Sunday, right? Wait, what? I was really hoping you could take these along for them for your next trip.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're right.
That is not adding up! Before Yale could say any more,
Belle had already made her way inside.
she places the box on the table,
Looking around the apartment for a moment, as if searching for something. Something about her familiarity with this place makes me feel like she's no stranger to Yale's place.
I promise, I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted to drop these off. But, oh my, you look a bit off, Yale. Have you had anything to eat? I'd love to cook you something nice.
Belle's words contradict her actions. She doesn't seem to be in a hurry to leave, even as she sets the box on the table. Belle, you really didn't need to.
I'm really sorry. I just can't help but worry about you. But I see you're spending time with Lion. So, I'll make something to eat and then I'll be on my way if that's okay.
Yale appears too tired to argue with Belle as she bustles into the kitchen. He slumps in his seat, wiping sweat from his temple and slicking back his bangs. Does Belle visit you often? She seems way too familiar with the house. Belle seems really caring. She's a good friend.
She seems a little too familiar with the place. I have concerns.
Yale blinks, turning his head slightly to the side to glance at Belle. She used to, back when we exchanged recipes and cooked together. But sometimes when Mom orders something, she insists on bringing it herself. I don't want her to feel obligated. She really doesn't need to. Must be. I can tell she seems to really care a lot about you. Yeah. Yale mutters quietly, rubbing the side of his neck nervously. But I really appreciate you being here too, Lion. Your visit means so much to me. I can hear his voice taking on a noticeably softer tone. Yeah, just make sure to take care of yourself too, Yale. I will, Lion. Thank you. I watch Belle start her preparations in the kitchen from where I stand. Her eyes keep shifting towards us, particularly towards Yale, as if she's ensuring he's all right. Just when I'm about to sit Yale down, the phone inside my pocket suddenly buzzes loudly and surprises both me and Yale. I pick up my phone, look at the caller's name. Ethan? This could be something urgent. Hello? Ethan? What's up? Any news? All I catch from Ethan's side is a mix of distant rustling, wind, and occasional sniffling. What the hell? Hey, Ethan? You there? Something wrong. Why is he not saying anything? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had picked up. I might need... I'm sorry, but I think I just need someone with me at the moment. I'm not sure I trust myself to be alone right now. I'm sorry. I hope this isn't too much of an inconvenience to you. His voice breaks with desperation, making my heart sink. I thought about this last time, but I haven't seen him like this before. Oh no. What's wrong, Ethan? Are you okay? You don't sound too good. I'm a bit reluctant to say, but honestly, I just could use a bit of company for a little while. Would you be able to come over? I'm at the City Hall Bridge, if that's not too much of a trouble. Only if you're free, of course. I'd really appreciate it, and if you could please avoid asking why I'm here. That would mean a lot. It's getting late, but I can't shake the feeling I shouldn't leave him alone. I'll be over in a minute. Please. Stay safe, okay? Text me if you need to. I don't mind. I hang up, exhaling a breath I didn't know I was holding. My gaze shifts to Yale, sitting across from me. Is everything all right with Ethan? Oh no. I'm sorry. This is sudden, but I have to go. Ethan needs something urgent. I can't leave him alone. Yale's brow furrows at Ethan's name, mirroring my concern for his well-being. There's no need to apologize. Please, go on ahead, Lion. I hope Ethan will be okay. I'll be alright too. I promise. Belle steps out of the kitchen with a ladle in hand, having clearly overheard our conversation.
Aw, that sounds super important, but don't you worry about Yale, Lion. I'll make sure he's well taken care of while you handle what you need to.
Yale's eyes remain unfocused, even as Belle gives him a light pat on his shoulder, but he responds with a slow nod. Thanks, Belle. Yale, I'll check with you later. Please be safe, Lion. As I take my leave, I could hear Belle speaking softly to Yale.
You know, your mom and I were talking about you the other day. She's really proud of you. I can't wait for her to see you again. She's really looking forward to your next visit home.
I pause, catching the tenderness in Belle's voice.
But you're not feeling well right now, are you? I'm so glad I came over today. And I care about you so much, Yale. I always want to make sure you're okay. I know it's hard for you to accept help, but... so I'm even happier that you let me come over.
With a last glance at Yale and Belle, I leave the apartment.
What the hell?
Okay, something's going on between those two? Ethan, it's me, Lion. I see him leaning against the bridge railing, his bloodshot eyes and dark circles indicating his sleepless nights. Oh, hey. I step closer and feel my heart racing when I notice how precariously he stands over the edge. No, he told me I shouldn't ask why he's here. I'm here now. Are you okay? He finally turns to face me, but his hands still grip the railing tightly. Ethan, are you okay? He releases one of his grip from the railing and turns to face me while wiping at his eyes. I don't know why I can't get her out of my mind. Sarah, it's like a loop. I'm really sorry, Lion. I feel terrible for unloading this on you. I just don't know who else to turn to. I stand still, watching Ethan as he rubs his eyes. I know he has friends, yet I sense he feels guilty about burdening them with his worries. Sarah once confided that Ethan rarely shares his feelings and struggles to open up, often carrying his burdens alone, even if Ethan is her fiancé. It's been months, but I can't get over it. I keep blaming myself. I frown at his words and take a step closer, gently guiding him away from the bridge's edge. Ethan, please, it is not your fault. You couldn't have known. None of us did. I understand how you feel, but you need to know it's not your fault. The blame lies with the culprit. Ethan looks at me, pain and confusion etched in his eyes. I know, but still, it feels like I could have saved her. I should have been there. In a way, I feel like I don't deserve to be here. You couldn't have known. I should have known! I could have! I shouldn't have left her alone that day! His voice cracks as he buries his face in his hands, rubbing his eyes. I kneel next to him and softly place a hand on his shoulder. I miss her so much. Me too, Ethan. I'm so sorry. I miss her too. We all do. Ethan's shoulder shakes as he tries to hold back his sobs. I look at him with worry in my eyes. It's okay to grieve, Ethan. It's okay to feel this way, but please, don't do anything harmful, please. I know. Yes, I feel so lost without her. I squeeze his shoulder and feel him tremble beneath my fingertips. We'll find a way through this. Together. One step at a time. Did you drive here, Ethan? No. I walked. I just needed to clear my head. I see. How about we walk home together? You don't have to be alone right now. We can stop by a cafe later if you'd like. Ethan looks at me with a faint smile breaking through his tears. Thank you, Lion. That means so much to me. We can take a bus together. Of course. Let's go. We stand up, and I make sure Ethan is steady before we start walking away from the bridge. I'm really glad I came here. I can't even begin to think about what might have happened if I didn't answer that call. If I hadn't had my phone with me at all. Yale, I really need to thank him properly the next time we see each other. This situation feels so heavy for all of us. I just hope everything will turn out okay in the end. I step into the office as usual, adjusting my bag and scanning my attendance on the machine. My mind drifts back to Ethan and our last conversation. I ended up staying with him that evening. Leaving him alone seemed like a bad idea, considering his state. I really feel for him. Sarah's death still feels like a fresh wound, even months later. Ethan's right. Some days I feel like I'm making progress, but others, it feels like I'm stuck in place. I think a part of it is because of how fast it all happened. We were just hanging out, and less than a week later, Ethan brought the tragic news. And to think, he saw it all in person. I can't imagine how painful it must have been for Sarah. And for Ethan. A lump forms in my throat, and I quickly feel tears stinging my eyes before I can even notice it. I grab a tissue, dabbing at my face before heading to my desk, where Briar and Cassius are talking. I didn't think I'd cry about this again, but the grief doesn't have a set schedule. I hope no one saw me crying. I drop my bag on the desk and overhear Briar and Cassius talking. Dude, the new guy is really getting on my nerves. He's really trying to kiss up to Mr. Dolores, isn't he? And he's leaving Al out in the cold. It's really not fair to him. And here I thought you weren't a fan of Mr. Dolores, Cass. Oh, and hey, Lion. Morning. Briar flashes a friendly smile at me as she turns. Yo, Lion. Morning. I smile, settling in my seat while looking at the two curiously. Morning, Briar. Cass, what were you two talking about? Oh, it's about the new guy who just joined us. Cassius seems pretty worked up about someone for once and for all. Briar gives a dismissive shrug, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as she looks at Cassius. Cassius responds with an eye roll, clearly exasperated by her satisfaction at his irritation. It's unusual to see you so riled up, yeah. That ain't the issue here. I just feel real bad for the guy. Al, I meant. I'll say it again. I hate the new guy. He's clearly trying to get on Mr. Dolores' favor. And he's pushing Al aside at every turn. Sure, Al's a bit of an oddball, but he doesn't deserve this. He's got a small circle of friends, if any, and he's never been one for talking much. Briar lets out a small laugh, eyeing Cassius. So now you're feeling sorry for him? I mean, I get it. I do feel some sympathy, but... Yeah, you're thinking he's just a stalker, right? Briar, you really need to let go of that stalker theory. Al's just getting picked on now. Yeah? And you'll argue there's no solid proof that he's the one putting snacks on Lion's desk, correct? Even if he's the one leaving those snacks on Lion's desk, what's the problem? They don't harm Lion in any way. Guys, I think... Lion, I need to have a moment with you. Mr. Dolores strides over to us, his sharp blue eyes glaring directly at me. Me? I notice Briar and Cassius exchanging looks as I question him. Mr. Dolores responds with a nod, confirming my query. Yes, you. Okay, sir. Mr. Dolores heads to his office, and I follow, feeling Briar and Cassius's eyes on me, as if they're eager to see what happens next. I mean, it's not every day someone other than L gets summoned to his office. I wonder what this meeting is about. As we enter his office, Mr. Dolores directs me to a seat and then closes the door behind us. I notice Al on the far side of the room, working with a stack of papers. Al jumps slightly when he notices me, almost dropping the papers he's holding. He makes eye contact for a split second, then refocuses on whatever he was doing. While your overall performance has been satisfactory, I've observed a recent decline in your performance metrics recently. Can you provide an explanation? I am aware, sir. I'm really sorry about that. Is this decline related to personal matters? I understand there was a significant loss in your family. I almost forgot that he knew about this because I took a few days off to rest very shortly after her passing. Well, if you are unable to provide a clear explanation, I must assume the issue persists due to external factors, indeed. Lion, it's crucial that we address any performance issues. While I acknowledge the personal difficulties, professional responsibilities must be maintained. Especially given your position as part of the junior data entry specialist team, where accuracy and consistency are vital to our operations. Any lapses in your performance can affect not just your workload, but also the overall productivity of the team. His commanding voice never fails to make me nervous. It's already nerve-wracking to be summoned by him, and it feels even more daunting now that I'm in his office. Well, Al is here, but does his presence really mean anything with how silent he is? This morning, there was an issue in one of the reports you submitted. It's fortunate I reviewed it before it was sent to the client. The report contained a formula error in the summary calculations. Had it been sent as is, it would have caused confusion and potential reputational damage to our company. I'm sorry, sir. Attention to detail is critical in your role. Any oversight can ripple through our operations and undermine the trust our clients place in us. Everyone learned that in training, and I am asking you to be more attentive in the near future, Lion. Yes, sir. I'll pay closer attention to the details of my work moving forward. Good. I expect nothing less. Is that understood? I understand, sir. Very well. You are dismissed. Thank you, sir. I'll see to it immediately. I walk towards the door, still feeling Al's gaze follow me closely. Al, could you come over here for a moment? Oh, yes, sir. I need you to integrate these new specifications into our current project. I'll start adjusting the code to accommodate these changes. I finally shut the door behind me, returning to Briar and Cassius, who are waiting for me at their desk. So, what did our beloved boss say? He warned me about my performance. He said there were some mistakes in my reports. What? That is so lame. I'm sure if it was Al who made the mistake, he wouldn't really care. He treats him specially after all. Cassius rolls his eyes and lets out a quiet sigh at her words. No, Briar, I think he's just like that. You know how that Dolores is. Professionalism, performance metrics, my ass. As long as you get the job done, I think that's all that matters. Honestly, I think he loves nitpicking just a little bit too much. Don't let it get to you, okay? Exactly. Stuff like this happens to everyone. You're doing fine. Better than fine, really. We know how much you've been trying your best. Speaking of, how about we hang out tonight? You could use a break. It'll be my treat. I'm really craving some dumplings right now. Again? I let out a small laugh at his enthusiasm and look at Briar. Sure, but we really do need to get those things for Mr. Dolores, though. Yeah, loosen up, guys. It's on me. Besides, it has been a while since the last time we hung out. I bet you're hungry, too. And Briar, don't act like you don't like free food. You know me, Cass. You're right. It has been a while because everyone's busy. Right, that's why I'm suggesting this. All right. I trust you. Lead the way. You got it. Oh, wait, Briar. Didn't you mention a date coming up this evening? You can join us next time. This surely won't be a one-trip job anyway. Work can wait. Oh, you remember? Right, I got too excited for a moment. In that case, I won't make it this evening, but count me in next time, okay? Leave some work for me, though. I don't want you guys handling everything. For sure. Have a fun date, Briar. I settled back into my chair and continued to work for the rest of the day. Am I gonna get Cassius killed? As the day comes to an end, Briar seems to have hurried home, excited about her date. Cassius walks beside me, inspecting the meal and the list of items as we go. Really hope Briar's date goes well. She had her fair share of, well, not so great people trying to date her. Yeah, hope so too. She really seemed excited earlier. Oh man, remember the last time she was that eager? It was when she got to meet an official cosplayer of her favorite character. Oh right, she was practically glowing that day. I can imagine her excitement for this day. Yeah, it's nice to see her so happy. Let's hope she gets a pleasant surprise. Definitely. I'm sure things will go well for her this time. Cassius laughs, tucking the piece of paper into his pocket with a grin. Could be that the girl just fits her type perfectly. You know, like that webcomic character she's going nuts over. Octopus Lady? Yeah, that's the one. Oh well, I didn't expect to remember that correctly. Either way, I hope she finds what she's looking for. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone breaking her heart. Cassius laughs along, nodding in agreement as we continue walking. He glances up at the sky, a somber look crossing his face. Oh. I'll get this, and that. Thanks. Take your time. He leans back with a sigh, looking more exhausted than usual. You're going all out with this order. Really craving those dumplings, huh? Yeah, I've been looking forward to them. But it's more than just craving food. I've been stress eating, and I know it's not the best choice. At least it's not as bad as hitting the bar every night. What's got you stress eating? Both are just as bad. What's got you stress eating? Cassius glances away, biting his lip for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. It's complicated. I broke up with my ex recently. He was just way too jealous, too controlling. I reached my limit. I'm really sorry to hear that, Cassius. Breakups are tough indeed. Yeah, well, I know it's for the best, but still hard, you know? Would you like some advice, or do you just need someone to listen? Yeah, right now, I just need someone to listen. I'm sure breaking up was the right move. It happened when I was visiting his place. Honestly, I wasn't in the mood to talk to him. My friend was in a crisis, so to say, and they had no one else to rely on. My ex insisted I come over. I knew saying no wasn't an option, so I went right after helping my friend. Even though I wasn't in the best state of mind, I felt obligated. That honestly sounds terrible. Eventually, he noticed that I wasn't feeling my best. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was so tired that I couldn't engage with him like I usually did. I said something like, I don't think this is worth it for you. As in like, I am in such a bad mood right now that it's not worth it for you to deal with me. But he took it the wrong way and got defensive. He started raising his voice, saying, I know you're tired and it's hard sometimes. I can't force you to take care of yourself. But if you don't want to upset me, just do it, alright? That's when I lost it. I was clearly trying my best, and that was his reaction? Oh, so freaking tone deaf. This isn't the first time he said something like this. Once after I confided in him about my mental struggles, he said, You don't talk like a depressed person does. Jesus Christ! Thank God you left the dude! Isn't that an insane response? I was stunned, no longer surprised, but still deeply disappointed. I realized I've been making excuses for his behavior and how he treated me. All because I loved him. But did I? Really? Oh, whatever. I've broken up with him. I realize now how much I needed this. Is that feeling of, this sucks, but I know it'll be better in the long run, you know? Speechless? I expected that, honestly. That guy was just, what's the word for it? Emotionally unavailable? My God, I was so blind to all the red flags, even before we started dating. 3 years gone down the drain, just like that. Cassius runs his fingers through his hair, letting out a heavy sigh. I reach out and give his arm a reassuring squeeze, hoping to convey my support. Sorry, didn't mean to bring the mood down. We didn't come here to listen to me ramble about my failed relationship. Let's just have a good time. He takes a swig of his beer as the waiter approaches our table, setting down plate after plate of his order. Cassius thanks the waiter before they leave, then offers me a set of utensils for the meal. Feel free to take anything from the other plates, by the way. I could totally finish them all, but you're welcome to have as much as you want. I smile and offer him a nod, appreciating the gesture. Thanks, Cass. I really appreciate it. I pick up a dumpling from my plate while observing the variety of dishes on the table. I dip it in sauce and pop it into my mouth, chewing slowly as the flavors burst into my mouth. My mind drifts back to the way Cassius spoke about his ex-boyfriend earlier. Is it good? This is my favorite spot. Good food, good prices. It's a real bargain. The person who runs this place even recognizes me by now. It's not every day you find a gem like this, especially with androids starting to dominate everything. I chuckle, nodding along as I swallow my food before replying. It's good. It is real good. But speaking of... Huh? He looks up at me, his mouth stuffed with dumplings. He sets down his chopsticks and waits for me to continue. About your ex. I went through something similar in the past, so your story really hits close to home. Oh, word? Sorry you had to deal with that as well. Cassius takes another sip of his drink, refilling his glass shortly after. He seems to be chugging down that beer pretty quickly. Regardless of what you've dealt with, as cheesy as it sounds, I'm sure you'll find someone better. As long as you don't give up on yourself or others, that is. I know it's crazy for someone like me to say that. I'm giving up for now, but I'll probably recover soon enough. For you, well, Yale is there. You two are really close after all. There's something going on between you two. Maybe you're interested in someone else. Or, if you're into androids, you'd have to wait much longer. Cassius shrugs and laughs, picking up another dumpling with his chopsticks and eating it as he looks at me, waiting for an answer. Me and Yale are just friends, obviously. I do like Yale. He's a really sweet guy. I like him so much. I do think about dating him a lot. I mean, he's a really sweet guy, but he's displaying quite a few red flags. He's a sweet guy. Cassius laughs and takes another sip, his crimson eyes studying me. I can see that you like him. It's crystal clear. His smile widens and he leans in closer, clearly intrigued. Do you think there's room for something more between you two? Maybe. He's been a reliable friend from our school days, though I did lose touch for a while. That's all in the past now. I'm sure Yale understands that, knowing the things you were going through. You two would be a great match. From what I've seen, he really looks out for you, picking you up, treating you and all that. He's charming too, and all in one package. About that, you're right. He does consistently do all that for me. I feel a warm blush creeping out my cheeks as Cassius's words sink in. Are we not going to talk about the red flags? Do we not have a chance to talk about the red flags we've been noticing lately? Good luck with that. If anyone deserves happiness, it's you. Especially after everything you've shared. I really feel you on that one. His heartfelt words takes me aback, and I smile at him with appreciation. I guess his usual brashness makes this moment feel quite unusual. Thanks, Cassius. That means a lot. Cassius nods, taking another sip of his drink as his expression softens. Well, whatever's going on with you and Yale, make sure it's worth your time, alright? Life's tough enough as it is. Don't make it harder for yourself. You're right. We share a quiet moment, the bustling sounds of the restaurant around us as we continue to eat. It helps to share this time with someone, makes the weight of our past feel a little lighter. Even if it's just for a brief moment. Maybe I'm never really alone all this time after all. You know, Lion, I'm glad we talked about this. Feels good to get things off my chest. And it's comforting to know I'm not alone in dealing with this. I was just thinking the same thing. Cassius falls silent, seemingly lost in thought. But still, I really don't want to start over with someone else, you know? I loved him so. Sounds so cheesy. I chuckle softly as Cassius bites his lips, almost as if scolding himself for being so sentimental. Sorry, this really isn't like me. I don't usually get this emotional, but this is different. And it's completely normal, Cass. Especially with someone who wasn't good for you, like your ex. Well, yeah, but he... My eyes widen at his sudden outburst, but Cassius cuts himself off in sighs. There I go, almost making excuses for him again even though we're done. Anyway, thanks for listening. It really helps. You're welcome. I'm always here for you if you ever need anything. I pop another dumpling into my mouth when the door chimes open. Someone steps inside and approaches our table. It's... Briar? I knew you guys would be here. She plops down on the empty seat right in front of me, grabbing the plate as if she's always been here. Whoa, hold on. Briar, I thought you were on a date. Yeah, well, it's over now. It didn't go that well. Simply put, she was not a nice person to talk to. Imagine, it was a first date and meeting. She kept hinting at taking things to the next level way too soon. Yeah, she was gorgeous, a goddess, but we had nothing in common. I wanted to get to know her, but she made it all about physical attraction. What? Oh man, that sucks. I was really hoping it would work out for you this time. Me too. You were so excited about meeting her. I'm so frustrated, but I really liked her. Her photos were cute. She was even cuter in person, but and her texts were always so sweet. But then she turned out to be so different in person. Disappointing. Briar whines, scratching the back of her head until her braids turned slightly messy. Wanna talk about it more, Briar? Well, listen, I won't make fun of you. Well, guess not. It'll just make me feel worse. And honestly, that's all I gotta say. Our other interactions were just... Anyways, what about you two? How's the progress on Mr. Dolores' talk? Briar sighs and eyes the nearly empty plate in front of Cassius and me. Cassius, you seem to be eating a lot more than usual. And that beer, what's going on? Who cares about Dolores? We got plenty of time to sort his stuff out. We already slave away 9 to 5 for his company anyway. Ooh, someone's dodging my question. Cassius rolls his eyes, leaning back in his seat and crossing his legs with a sigh. Yeah, if you must know, I am. Finally broke up with that damn dude. Whoops. Briar covers her mouth in surprise, but I couldn't tell if it's genuine or just an act. Me personally, I'm not surprised. I feel like we all saw this coming. It was just a matter of time before he broke up with his boyfriend. Sorry. Didn't mean to sound so snide. I really am sorry. He rubs his temples, letting out a quiet grumble. My next day will be with someone much simpler. Calm, modest, easy to get along with. Briar's lips curve into a smug grin, and I can tell she's about to say something mischievous. Oh, you know who's calm and quiet? A certain pink-haired guy in our office. Al? Uh-huh, that's right. Now I think we all know why he stood up for him this morning. Though, not directly, but you get what I'm saying. Don't you, Cass? Hey! What's the big deal? He's the last person I'd want to date. Let me tell you, I'm not even thinking about dating right now. The last person you want to date? That means he's still on your radar? Cut it out! You've got no room to talk when all you've done is call Al Lion's stalker. But you're still going on and on about that. As odd as he is, I find him quite intriguing. Briar, you're treating him like some kind of specimen. Well, on that note, I think I want to try befriending Al. I need to know why he gives me snacks all the time. Maybe intriguing in a not so positive way. I do find him weird as well. Why don't we get closer with Al? Hell yeah! Cassius looks at me with a raised eyebrow, a hint of concern in his eyes. Is this tied to what Briar and I were talking about earlier? Oh, that new guy's been picking on him. I nod, a twinge of pity for Al. Yeah, I actually feel bad for him. Cassius lets out a soft laugh, taking another swig from his glass and setting it down as he looks over at me. Interesting. Yeah, I do feel the same kind of way for him now. So, you guys are really considering doing that? Sure, Al's a bit of an oddball, but what if he's just trying to reach out to me with all this time, with all those snacks? Then again, there's also what he said. But please, just eat them. I need to see you eat, please. You must. Throwing them away like that, it makes me sad. Because, Lion, I love you, What is he trying to say? That didn't sound like a complete thought. Confession? We've never even really talked. Yeah, I still want to give it a shot and talk to him. And maybe get a smooch. He looks lonely. Cassius leans back with a sigh, while Briar starts picking up a dumpling from a plate nearby and eats it. Look, I'm not necessarily on board with it, but I won't stand in your way. Just be careful, alright? You know who to call if you ever need help. I laughed softly, feeling reassured by his words. Thanks, Cass. I'll definitely keep you on speed dial.
Yeah, he's right. You need to be extra careful around EpyksLion.
Cassius picks up his glass and finishes his drink in one go, placing the glass down as he eyes Briar. Although I am so confident already that my theory is right, before Briar could continue, Cassius shoves a dumpling into her mouth, stopping her mid-sentence.
Hey! That was so rude!
I've heard enough about Al being a stalker. You brought it up way too many times, Briar. I laugh at the scene as Briar eats the dumpling with a disgruntled expression. Cassius laughs at her response, offering more dumplings and telling her to relax. Man, I am stuffed. Cassius stretches and groans, his hand moving through his hair as he lets out a contented sigh. Briar downs a large gulp of iced tea, finishing off the last of the dumplings she just had. Cassius goes for his beer again, but finds the bottle empty. Hey now, Cass, I think we should head home now. We don't want you drinking more than you should and getting drunk on the way. Cassius raises his brow and shrugs, shaking his head almost immediately. That is not what I'm trying to do at all. You were thinking of getting another. You've already drunk 5 cans, and that brand is strong, Cass. Yeah, okay, I get it. Cassius sets his empty glass down and begins to take out his wallet, as Briar takes out her makeup pouch to reapply her lipstick. I'm gonna go ahead and pay now, unless you two still feel like grabbing more. Not that I'd mind, but pay on your own this time. Briar's focus seems elsewhere as I look at her, waiting for a reply to Cassius's question. I give Cassius a brief shake of my head and respond on her behalf. I don't think we need anything else. It's getting late. Cassius notices Briar appears unusually pensive and raises an eyebrow. He keeps his thoughts to himself and gives a nod. Alright then, I'm gonna have to pay for the bills for a moment. You guys can wait here or wait outside. It's whatever. I nod and smile, watching as Cassius rises from his seat and walks over to the cashier. My gaze drifts to Briar, who is beginning to retouch her makeup. You're touching up your makeup. Do you have plans to go somewhere after this, Briar? What? No, it's just something I do that makes me feel better. Wearing makeup makes me feel pretty. Lifts my spirits, especially after a date like this one. She gives a half-hearted giggle while putting away her makeup and smoothing down her hair. I frown slightly at her words, knowing her smile isn't as genuine as it seems. She looks like she's hurting more than she lets on. Are you sure you're okay, Briar? Yeah, don't worry. She answers as she finishes touching her lipstick and looking at me with a smile. Almost right on time, Cassius returns from the cashier and steps near our table while picking up his bag. Let's get going now, guys. I give Briar another glance out of worry, and she's already running off to head off the restaurant along with us. Briar isn't here yet. It's unusual for her to arrive later than Cassius. Hey, Cass. Morning. Hey, Lion. And here I thought it'd be Briar. I raise an eyebrow and settle into my seat, casually setting aside the snacks that are already placed on my desk. Is she okay? She seemed pretty heartbroken last night. Yeah, she went out to drink or something after our hangout. Shocker, right? She doesn't usually drink. Looks like what happened really hit her hard. Oh, I feel bad now. She said she'd still clock in today, so let's hope she actually shows up. And if not, we can stop by her place later or ask to hang out. I agree. I'm really worried about her too. I let out a soft sigh. The way Briar acted last night really made me concerned about her. Oh, hey! Leaning back in my seat and turning on my computer, I glance up and spot Al walking past my desk. Our eyes meet briefly, but he quickly looks away and turns around. As he does so, his phone slips from his grip and makes a sharp thud as it falls. Al scrambles to retrieve his phone, his movements hurried. The phone rolls across the floor and stops just beneath my desk, brushing against my shoe. Of course I'm gonna help him. Hey, Al, let me get that for you. No. Ignoring his stammering protest, I reach down and pick up the phone and hold it out to him. His phone case seems to have faint marks of dried acrylic paint on it. He freezes like he hadn't expected me to help.
Thanks.
His trembling hand brushes against mine as he takes the phone, the brief contact making him flinch slightly. Standing back up almost immediately, he clutches the phone tightly. His ears are faintly pink, and he avoids meeting my gaze. Hey, easy there. You're welcome. He doesn't reply right away, his eyes flicking nervously toward Mr. Dolores' office. He mumbles something under his breath and shoves the phone into his suit pocket.
Yeah, I need to, sorry. Thanks again.
Without waiting for a response, he turns sharply and hurries away. I let out a small sigh and settle back into my chair. The sound of Cassius's chair creaking breaks the quiet as he stretches, leaning back and pushing his weight against it. I turn to look at Cassius with a smile. It's not like you want to try something from the office cafeteria. I'm just lazy to walk further today. Barely got any sleep last night and I figured I'd give it a shot. Makes sense? You usually go for that Chinese takeout place every break or have it delivered. Yeah, you're right. It's good, but honestly, I'm starting to get bored of the taste. Plus, I'm going broke. I really need to stop eating out. I'm too lazy to cook. So, cafeteria food it is. For now. Same here. I'm heading there too. Right. No need to wait in line anymore. I just got ours. Thanks, Cassius. No problem. Never thought the cafeteria would be this crowded. Last time I ate here, the food was so lame. I swore I wouldn't try it again. But this time, I nod along, walking at his pace as he opens his snack and takes a bite while we head back to the office. This one's actually pretty good. Hope they keep making it. Maybe then you stop spending your lunch break smoking or running off to the usual takeout spots. Huh. Just maybe. By the time we get back, Cassius has already finished his snack. It's gone in no time. I settle down at my desk and spot Al standing nervously near his desk across the room. His gaze feels so intense that I can sense it even from here. I turn away and decide to ignore it, focusing on getting ready for work. By the way, Briar replied to my text earlier, Lion. Oh? Really? Yeah, turns out it wasn't just her failed date. Lion? I glance up, surprised to see Al already at my desk. Just moments ago, he was standing across the room. Mr. Dolores, he wants to see you in his office. Oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. I glance over at Cassius, who seems to be just as shocked about the fact that Mr. Dolores wants to see me yet again. Huh. Scary. He called you in last time, and now again? Hope it's nothing bad, Lion. Good luck in there. I give Cassius a small wave and follow Al, who's been waiting for me to stand. When we reached the office, Al hesitated for a moment before quietly opening the door and stepping inside after me. I see Mr. Dolores seated at his desk, his piercing gaze fixed on a stack of papers in front of him, as though he'd been expecting me for some time. A knot forms in my stomach as I take a step forward. Behind me, I hear Al close the door and walk towards a cabinet on the other side of the room. Lion, sit. I nod and quickly take a seat in front of his desk. I glance briefly at the cabinet where Al stands, his posture stiff but slouched. Let's get straight to the point, Lion. Do you remember our last conversation about your mistakes in report accuracy? Yes, sir. I do. Then you should also remember that I did warn you this couldn't happen again. Yet today, during lunch, I received a call from the client about discrepancies in the report you submitted this morning. Did you double-check the data before sending it out? My face flushes with embarrassment. He hadn't warned me about this not too long ago, and yet I made the same mistake again. Twice in a row. There ain't no way. I thought I did, but... Well, I apologize, sir. I didn't realize there was a mistake. Lion. Clearly, this task is beyond your capabilities right now, so I've reassigned it. But I'm not giving up on you completely. This time, you'll have someone guiding you through the process. Al? Yes, sir. Come here for a moment. My gaze shifts to Al again, and I notice a slight wince at the mention of his name.
I have a feeling that Al is sabotaging me. Like, I just have an inkling of a feeling, because ain't no way I could make the same mistake a day after he called me in. There's just no way. He sets aside the papers in his hand and approaches us with his usual hesitant demeanor. You'll be responsible for teaching Lion how to handle these reports correctly. Cover everything. Query validation, data consistency checks, formatting. Make sure they understand the process thoroughly. Can you do that, Al?
Of course, sir. I'll do my best.
I catch a slight pause before his response, as if he was lost in thought for a moment. Good. Lion, this is your last chance to show you that you can handle this role. Take this seriously. I don't want to have this conversation again. Is that clear? I nod quietly while my gaze flicks to Al, who's standing nearby.
Understood, sir.
Very well. Al, follow Lion to their desk and begin the training immediately.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Al nods at Mr. Dolores' words, but he looks as though he's just been handed a punishment instead of a task. He avoids my gaze entirely, his gaze fixed on the floor as we leave the office together. I head back to my desk with Al trailing silently behind me. Despite the short walk, I could feel him keeping his distance from me. When I reach my desk, I see Cassius glancing up from his zone nearby. His eyebrows shoot up the moment he spots Al following behind me. I nod at him and let out a quiet sigh while smiling slightly, hoping he'll understand not to say anything. Didn't peg you two as a team. Well, good luck, I guess. And hey, Al. Cassius gives me a knowing smirk before turning back to his screen, leaving me with a slightly flustered Al.
Hi, thank you.
He hesitates for a moment before quietly taking the empty space beside me.
Should we start? I'll try to make it quick.
He clears his throat softly and rubs the side of his neck. Al leans slightly over my desk. Hey, hi. Oh my god. I wonder if he smells like strawberries. Al leans slightly over my desk while his hand hovers near the screen, but never quite touching it.
So, okay. First, this section here, the raw input data, you want to cross-check it with the source files in column A. See here? The mismatch in formatting can cause discrepancies when the formulas run. He points and gestures at the screen, and I notice his fingers trembling slightly as he points to a highlighted cell. I follow his gaze and try to process the numbers he's referring to with a small nod. When this happens, the formulas in columns D through F, they will pull the wrong values. That's why the totals in the summary report didn't match up. Just like how Mr. Dolores pointed out earlier.
I see. His voice is so quiet that I have to lean in just to catch what he's saying.
You can fix it by, making sure the data in column A uses a consistent format. I, set up a template that you can use. See this drop-down menu? You can standardize it here. Just like this, and then... Is this understandable so far?
Yes, but can you speak a little louder and slower? I don't really get it. Don't worry, I think you're explaining very well. I think you're explaining very well. I can't quite see his eyes, but I notice him flinching a bit at my words, and his cheeks turn slightly pink.
Not good. No, you cannot say things like that. I mean, well, yeah, thank you.
I see him rub the side of his neck nervously and shift his weight nervously. His fingers brushes against the edge of the desk as he clears his throat and takes a deep breath.
So, like I said, this drop-down menu here will let you standardize the format in column A. After that, you'll need to regenerate the report and double-check the summary column totals.
He pauses again and glances at the screen before looking back at me.
Actually, I have to go soon. So, how about I
write down the rest of the instructions for you. That way you can refer to them later. Moreover, I think that would explain things a lot better than I do.
No problem, Al. That'd be helpful. No, it's better if you tell me in person. You know, if he's gonna be more comfortable, like, just doing that, I think I'll just go with that. Yeah, that'd be fine. If it's easier for you, I won't mind. Al exhales softly, and I could see a hint of relief crossing his face as he nods.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure to include everything you need. I'll be sure to get it done by tonight.
No rush at all. Take your time.
No, not at all. Please. It's no problem. I'm used to this. Don't worry.
I see him try to offer me a reassuring smile, but it lacks confidence that ends up making himself look awkward. Al cranes his head back towards the screen in front of us again.
I'll get started on it right away. If you need anything else, just let me know. I will be sure to put it on your desk soon.
I look up to meet his gaze and nod while he is already stepping away from my desk, almost hurriedly, like he's purposely putting some distance between us. Okay, thanks again, Al. He gives me a small nod, barely meeting my eyes.
Sure.
He hurries off, and I watch as he walks briskly back to his desk with his shoulders hunched slightly. I let out a small sigh, turning back to my screen. Oh, finally the end! That was the end! That's took way too long!
So finally, that was the end of Log 1 and Log 2 of Klein. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys do want to play this for yourselves, link to the game will be in the description below. And why did y'all ask for a mega episode? God, it is so freaking long, but I enjoyed it. And God, I really hope that we'll end up going down Al's route instead. And also figuring out what to deal with everything, because I feel like there are multiple parties involved in all this, really weird stuff that's been happening to us, okay? There are so many mysteries, and I need to know what's going on, and I hope that we'll get some answers in Log 3. But in the meantime, hey, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all have a lovely rest of the day, and as always, I'll be seeing you in the next video. This is Lion, signing off. Ciao.